Good morning, folks. We're ready to go here with the Dairy Goat Show this morning. Over here in the North Arena, we will be starting with the La Manchas. In the South Arena, we'll have the Nigerian Dwarfs. Judging here in the North Arena right now at this time is Amy Ackroff, who's been raising goats since 1982. She has raised most of the dairy breeds, as well as Pygmy, Angora, Cashmere, and Boer goats over the years. She grew up in the 4-H system and won Grand Champion Showman at the State Fair her final year. Amy has served on term of the ADGA Board of Directors as well as several committees for several years. She is an advanced judge, attaining her first license in 1991. She has judged in youth events at 3 different national shows. Amy currently resides in Deer Park, Washington with her husband Jim and has 3 children ages 20, 18, and 15 years old. She manages a compounding pharmacy in Spokane, Washington, and has been a pharmacist for over 30 years. Amy's currently raising Oberhaslis and La Manchas, as well as a small flocks of Angoras. We welcome you, Amy, here to Grand Island, Nebraska. Have a good day with the goats. And in the South Ring, we are going to start out with the Nigerian Dwarfs. Justin Bassett is our judge. Justin is from Fort Worth, Texas, and has been judging with the ADGA for 9 years. He has been raising dairy goats since 1992 when he began it as a 4-H project. He currently raises Nubians under the herd name of River Grace, along with his wife and 3 daughters. He works as a realtor in Texas. Welcome to Nebraska, Justin. Have a good day. In the South Arena is Class 4500, Nigerian Dwarfs, under 2 years in milk. And in the North Arena, we have Class 4500, same thing for the La Manchas, under 2 years in milk.
All right, well, good morning, sir. A class of Nigerian dwarf yearlings to start the day off, those that are in milk under 2 years old. I'm starting off the doe. I felt it was a pretty easy top to the class. She's our first udder in this class. She's a doe that really excels in the mammary system and overall balance, inside profile, height and width of rear udder, area of attachment. She's a doe that just excels in that mammary system in terms of that overall area of attachment and support, as well as balance inside profile. A doe that excels in general appearance with just a more nearly level rump area when she travels out about the ring, and it's just a more smoothly blended doe on the move as well than we see with our doe here in 2. 2 in her turn, a closer placing in 3. Advantage in mammary system, particularly that rear udder arch is just more desirable, wider and higher in that rear udder arch, a little more extended forward in that fore udder as well. Body capacity, she's a little deeper into the chest floor and fuller at that point of elbow. 3 in her turn, placing over 4, going back to that mammary system. We just see a lot more balance inside profile, a lot more capacity in relation to that frame. I think this doe is more milk than we see with the does behind her. Is not only that mammary system, she's also excelling in general appearance with that angulation and rear leg set. 4 placing over 5 today. Advantage in her turn, general appearance, a little more level as she moves out about the ring. Advantage in body capacity, just a deeper body doe, and back to general appearance, a doe that's more extended forward, stronger in that brisket area. And then 5 placing over 6, body capacity, she's much deeper into that rear barrel. That's okay. Much deeper into that rear barrel. General appearance, she levels out more over that rump area when she's on the move than our 6th place doe. I want to commend today for the strength of feet and legs.
Okay, this is our milking yearling class for the La Manchas. Just a really nice class to work with. Starting 1 over 2, she excels in her general appearance. She's longer, more nearly level over the back and the rump from hips to pins. She's more of an uphill doe with more height at the withers and compared to the hips. She's in dairy strength, she's longer and stretchier. And in the mammary system, just a bit more smoothness of blending of that fore udder today. She will, however, yield some more desirable teat size to the 2nd place doe. 2 is placing over 3. It's general appearance. A doe that's tracking about the ring, stronger on her feet and legs, pasterns fore and rear. Oh, before I get 1st udder on the 1st doe, 2nd udder on the 3rd doe. It's that general appearance that's pulling her to the top. Just the feet and legs, stronger about the pasterns, more correct angulation and rear leg when viewed from the side. But she will have her yield a more total area mammary support, a bit more height and arch to that rear udder, thus being the 3rd place doe will be your 2nd udder. And it is for that mammary system, placing 3 over 4. She's just showing us more total area mammary support, more proper 1/3 before, 1/3 behind the leg. She also has a slight advantage in general body capacity because of the width and depth that she exhibits. 4 is placing over 5. She now has the advantage in general appearance. She's more smoothly blended in that front end assembly from the neck into the shoulder blades. 5 is placing over 6. She has the advantage today in her mammary system. She's just showing us more side view, greater fore extension, more balance, 1/3 before, 1/3 behind the leg. Then we're picking up in the big doe here in 6. 6 is over 7. She has the advantage today in that general appearance as far as the uphill walk. She comes to rest with those legs more properly underneath her. And then the seventh place doe, I really like the evidence of the mammary system we're seeing now. We just need a bit more probably lactations to balance things out to move her higher.
In the first class completed here in the South Ring, first place went to Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado, also best udder in class. Second place to Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado, second best udder. Third place to Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Fourth place to Sherry Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. Fifth place to Ezra Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. And sixth place to Carrie Branson from Waco, Nebraska. In class 4500, just completed in the North Arena, La Mancha goats under 2 years in milk. First place and best udder went to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. Second place to Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. Third place and second best udder went to Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. Fourth place to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. Fifth place to Kyle Davis from Fairbury, Nebraska. Sixth place to Robin Carlson, Wellington, Colorado. And seventh place to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. That's results of the first class, class number 4500, shown here in the North Arena. In the South Arena, class number 4502 is now in progress. And in the North Arena, class 4502, 2-year-olds is in the ring.
All right, just a tremendous class of 2-year-old Nigerian dwarf does. I'm starting off with a doe that easily is the top mammary system in this class. She's our first udder in this class as well. As for that mammary system, I put her up there so high. It's just that incredible balance inside profile, that globular shape, that height of rear udder. She's also a doe that excels in one place number two for that height, but also for that dairy strength advantage we're seeing today. Just a much sharper, flatter bone, longer body doe. She will yield some to that really tremendous front end assembly on the second place doe. It is that front end assembly, that width from thorough to thorough, that correctness in those rear legs, that 2 is placing over 3 today. 3 in her turn placing over 4. Going back to general appearance, we just see a doe who's just much more correct in general appearance. She's more correct on those rear legs, more angulated in that rear leg set, much stronger in that front end assembly with more extension forward to that brisket, body capacity, so much deeper bodied into that rear barrel. She will yield some to the overall height of our fourth place doe. Our fourth place doe will be our second place udder in this class, and it's for that height of rear udder as well as just that balance inside profile. She's also a doe that levels out more over the back and rump area than our fifth place doe today. 5 in her turn placing over 6, going back to mammary system, just a much more strongly supported. We can just see the medial suspensory ligament really holding that mammary system up against that body wall with more extension forward and a more smoothness and blending forward in that forudder. 7, you're 7? 6, sorry. 6 placing over 7. The numbers are getting off. I'm looking at 8 and 9 here. Placing over the balance of the class. We start to lose a little bit of capacity as we start to go back towards the lineup. Some of these does have been in fresh since early spring. Not quite the capacity, but also not quite the general appearance, not quite the levelness, the length of bone that we're seeing with the does ahead of her today. But nice class of Nigerians all the way back. Even with these does, they're in towards the back end of their lactation. We can still see the evidence of area of attachment and things like correct placement of teats and strength of medial.
Thank you, Justin, for those comments. We'll have those placings for you in just a moment. The results from class 4502, Nigerian dwarfs, 2-year-olds, just completed here in the South Arena. First place and best udder went to Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Second place, Lori Stutz from LaPorte, Colorado. Third place, Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Fourth place and second best udder went to Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Fifth place to Lori Stutz from LaPorte, Colorado. Sixth place to Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. And seventh place to Sherry Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. That's the result of the class 4502 2-year-old Nigerian dwarfs.
Okay, this is our 2-year-old class of La Mancha milkers. Just a really nice class to work with. Strong mammary systems, quite far down the line here. Starting 1 over 2, she has the advantage today in the general parents. She's more nearly level on the move. She's showing us more levelness and rump from hips to pins over the loin. When we take a look at the general appearance, she's just a bit more correct about the way that she moves across the ring. However, she will grant the total area mammary support that we have on the second place doe. Yes, as far as mammary systems, we're going to be 2-1. I'd like to see a little bit smoother on the forudder, but these are young does that still don't have that depth of body yet. And it's that lateral attachment, the width to that forudder, giving her more total area mammary support than we're picking up in the first place doe. So we will stay with first udder on the second doe. Second udder on the first place doe. And as for that mammary system, the more total area mammary support, greater fore extension, more width to the forudder, is placing 2 over 3. 3 is placing over 4. She now has the advantage today. In general appearance, as we see her track about the ring, she's a bit stronger on those rear pasterns, more angled in the hind leg. She also has an advantage in dairy strength, just being more angular than we're picking up in 4. 4 is placing over 5. She now has the advantage today in the mammary system. We're just seeing more pleasing teat placement from the rear, giving a more pleasing overall shape to that rear udder than we're picking up in 5. 5 is placing over 6. She has an advantage in general appearance. She's stronger about the pasterns, both fore and rear, uses those front legs more directly straight forward than we're picking up in the big doe here immediately behind her. So the red and black doe over the black doe, she has the advantage today in general appearance as far as the levelness over the rump from hips to pins and thorough to thorough. She's a doe that's showing us an advantage in body capacity, being deeper and wider. The black doe over the Sungao doe, just we're seeing more globular shape to the mammary system, greater fore extension, more pleasing teat size. And the Sungao over the cream doe, we're just seeing an advantage in general appearance, the smoothness of blending throughout.
All right, another really nice class in Nigerian Dwarf Division. I'm starting off with the doe on my right that really excels the balance of the class and mammary system. Should be our first place, first udder doe in this class. It's for that height and width of rear udder area attachment. It's that extension of the forudder, and it's the balanced inside profile. In addition to those advantages of the mammary system, she's also doe excels in dairy strength with that longer frame, that longer neck, that more openness in the ribs when you get your hands on her. 2 in her turn placing over 3. This is just such a strong doe in general appearance. It's for that extension of the brisket and strength in that front end assembly and that levelness from back to rump and back and rump, as well as body capacity. It's just such a deep body, strong doe. She carries the depth so correctly, width and depth into the flank area over our doe here in 3. Our doe here in our second place doe will be our second place udder. Our doe here in 3 placing over a doe here in 4. General appearance, she's just much more correct on those rear legs. Has more width between the hocks, has less tendency to she's moving around those hocks so much more correctly, as well as she's more correct over the back, more correct in the front end with a stronger brisket and more level chine. The doe here in 4 placing over the doe here in 5. Going back to the mammary system, just a much more balanced, supported mammary system. We see more capacity in relation to that frame. She's also doe that's a bit more smoothly blended over in that front end assembly. And then 5 placing over 6. Front legs, we see a much more correct set to her front legs and viewed inside profile. Rear leg set, stronger from hock to pastern. Body capacity, a much deeper body doe into that chest floor than what we're seeing with the doe here at the end of the line today. Our doe here at the end of the line, I want to commend her today for the length of neck and the balance in her head.
The results from Class 4502, 2-year-old La Manchas here in the North Arena. First place went to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. She was also the second best udder. Second place to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. She was also the first place udder. Getting third in that class was Robin Carlson from Wellington, Colorado. Fourth place went to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. Fifth place to Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. Sixth place to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. And seventh place to Kyle Davis from Fairbury, Nebraska.
All right, this is our class of aged Nigerian dwarf does. Just a really solid class. 6 beautiful does out here. I am starting off with this doe that I feel like it's just the most complete package. When you look at the scorecard with that tremendous, strong mammary system, she has the height and width of rear udder attachment that we're not seeing quite with their second place doe. For that reason, she will be our first place udder in this class. It is that mammary system advantage, that overall area of attachment to that mammary system. She's a doe that excels in general appearance with that more correct front end assembly and more extension of brisket and fullness of that point of elbow than what we're seeing with her doe here in 2. 2 in her turn placing over 3, general appearance. She's more correct over the back. She's smoother blended from the neck into the shoulders. She excels in dairy strength, just a flatter, sharper bone pattern. And then she's more balanced inside profile, but she will yield some to the overall area of attachment. I'm going to use this. She's showing more capacity, but just not quite the area of attachment that we see with our third place doe. So we'll use the area of attachment advantage in our third place doe and make her our second place udder. It is for that overall just area of attachment, strong, particularly that strong rear udder that we're seeing on 3. We just see a wider arch to that rear udder, and we see more attachment there than what we're seeing with our doe here in 4. 4 in her turn placing over 5. General appearance, she levels out more over the back. Mammary system-wise, she's not quite as capacious, but she's holding that mammary up a lot higher against that body wall than what we're seeing with our doe here in 5. And then 5 in a close placing with our doe here in 6. Excelling in body capacity. She's a much deeper body doe. In general appearance, she levels out more over the back and rump. And mammary system, she's showing us more balance inside profile, but not quite the height of rear udder that we see on our 6th place doe today. Our 6th place doe should be commended for her correct set to her rear legs.
Okay, this is our 3-year-old class of La Mancha Milkers. Just a really nice class to work with today. Starting 1 over 2, we have the advantage, first of all, in that mammary system. It's showing us a more globular shape when viewed from the side, more pleasing teat shape and delineation. When we get to look at general appearance, she's a bit tighter at that point of elbow than we're picking up in 2. 2 is placing over 3. She now has this advantage with the tremendous angularity throughout. That spring of rib allowing for the angularity not just from the side view, but from the rear view as well. When we take a look at the mammary systems, we're going to go with second udder on the third doe. We're just seeing more evidence of capacity for her body size, just a more pleasing overall shape to that mammary system. 3 is placing over 4, a mammary system that's higher and tighter into the escutcheon area. She's a doe that's a little more smoothly blended from the neck into the shoulder blades, but she will overgrant the tremendous body capacity that we have on this 4th place doe. 4 is placing over 5 for advantage in general appearance. She's a doe that walks out more nearly level over the top line in the areas of the back and the rump. She also has a decided advantage in dairy strength, the angularity, the prominence of the withers, and the openness of rib. The red doe over the blonde doe, she now has the advantage today, more total area mammary support, a bit more fullness to that rear udder, allowing for more pleasing shape when viewed from the side. The medium cream over the light cream, while she will grant some evidence of capacity in the mammary system, she walks around that mammary system more comfortably, less tendency to the rear udder to protrude as we see this doe second from the end. When we see her walking around the ring, it's almost like she's walking in front of her mammary system. So we don't have that balanced center on the mammary system. And then the cream doe over the chocolate doe, just a mammary system that's held up higher and tighter, more pleasing delineation of teat, and a doe that just walks out more nearly level over the back.
An absolutely beautiful lineup of Nigerian dwarf does. Just a lot of quality in this lineup. Starting off with this yearling down here, she's so strong in general appearance, so correct in that front end, so level over that back end rump, so smoothly blended. Comes to a 2-year-old doe, just a really dairy strong doe. Love the angulation, incurving of thigh on that rear leg, and just that balance and side profile. Just really the rear leg set just really frames that mammary system so correctly. And then we see this 3-year-old who's very similar in style and substance to our 2-year-old, just a little bit more maturity, obviously a little more increasing depth of body as we want to see, a little more capacity to that mammary system. And then we come into our age doe, who just really levels out over the back and rump. She's strong and deep-bodied. Once again, has that increasing depth of body from youngest to oldest. We just see that increasing depth that we certainly want to see. For our champion today, I'm going to use a doe that's just so strong in mammary system. She's so balanced in side profile, so correct in those feet and legs. She's long and level on the move. That'll be our 3-year-old. She'll be our champion today. Now we come back to bringing our second place. I really admire the depth of body on this doe. Not quite the balance of mammary system, not quite the dairy strength of our champion. When I look at the does here at the bookends of this class, the doe at the head of the line and the yearling doe, really similar in style. I just think that today the advantage lies with this age doe, with that increasing depth of body, that tremendous depth, both in the chest and to that rear barrel, and that really level top line, and that long neck blending so smoothly into those sharp withers. She'll be our reserve champion.
Mancha Show, class 4504, 3-year-olds. First place and best udder went to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. Second place to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. Third place and second place udder, Josh Campbell from Breckenridge, Missouri. Fourth place to Levi Campbell of Meriden, Kansas. Fifth place to Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. Sixth place, Robin Carlson, Wellington, Colorado. And seventh place, Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. That's the results of La Mancha 3-year-olds.
Our 4-year-old class of La Mancha Milkers, starting 1/2, she has the advantage today. First of all, in that general appearance, a doe that tracks out more soundly in her general appearance as far as the length and levelness over the top line, the smoothness of blending throughout. When we take a look at the mammary systems, we're just seeing a more globular shaped mammary when viewed from the side. So mammary systems will be 1, 2. 2 is placing over 3. We have some trade-offs. Starting 2/3, first of all, in that mammary system, we're seeing more evidence of capacity for body size. She has an advantage in dairy strength, showing us more freedom from excess fleshing, flatter bone throughout. But she will grant some tremendous body capacity that we have on this third place doe, just the width and power, particularly the width of rump, just lovely on this doe, and for that she will be commended.
In class 4506, La Mancha 4-year-olds just completed here in the North Arena. First place and first udder went to Levi Campbell of Meriden, Kansas. Second place and second udder to Robin Carlson of Wellington, Colorado. And third place to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. In class 4508, Nigerian dwarf 5-year-olds, first place went to Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. First place udder. Second place to Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Third place and second udder to Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Fourth place, Sherry Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. Fifth place, Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. And sixth place, Lori Stutz from LaPorte, Colorado. That's the results, class 4508, 5-year-old Nigerian dwarfs.
We bring in our champion of the day. We bring in a 4-year-old challenger to compete against her. I'm going to stay with our champion of the day for best of breed. She will be best udder in this class. It is for that mammary system advantage. Just so much more balance and side profile, so much more width to that rear udder than what we're seeing with her doe here in 2. She tracks around the ring with advantage in general appearance with just a more upstanding frame, more nearly level in length from hips to pins than what we see with our doe here in 2. Just a tremendous openness of rib. You get your hands on this doe, just a tremendous openness of rib about her, as well as a spring of rib and depth of body into this rib barrel. She should certainly be commended. Just an absolutely beautiful doe. But today we'll stay with our champion of the day. She'll be our best of breed. All right, and our best of breed will be our best udder winner today.
This is our age doe, age milker from La Manchas, and just a really nice group to work with. All 3 of these does have held up well. They're all 5-year-olds, and they've held up well. I mean, the mammary systems are well supported. They're still standing on strong feet and legs for 5-year-olds. Just a really nice class of age does. For udders, I'm going to go 1-3. 1 is placing over the second place udder for the advantage of more total area mammary support. We're seeing a bit more greater fore extension, allowing for more globular shape when viewed from the side. Then we're picking up in the second one, second place udder and the third place doe. So 1/2, she has the advantage, first of all, in that general appearance. A doe that's just showing us more smoothness of blending throughout, particularly in that front end assembly. Less tendency to see those shoulder blades move as she tracks about the ring. In the mammary system, I know we have a really large doe here in second, but it's a more globular shape, more pleasing teat size, placing 1/2. 2/3. She now has the advantage in general appearance as far as smoothness of blending throughout. She's a little bit more smoothly blended in that front end assembly. When we take a look at her general appearance, she tracks about the ring more nearly level in the rump. She's showing us a longer rump in proportion to her body size. And while she will grant the overall shape to the mammary system, I feel that we're picking up more points in that general appearance to place her above the third place doe, which is my second udder.
In the Nigerian goats over here in the south ring, the results from class 4502. First place, best udder, Blake Meyer, Lyons, Nebraska. Second place, Lori Stutz from LaPorte, Colorado. Third place, Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Fourth place and second udder, Sherry Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Fifth place, Lori Stutz from LaPorte, Colorado. Sixth place, Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Seventh place, Sherry Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. And eighth place, Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. And ninth place, Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska.
Okay, this is our single entry for our Gedesar class, and we see 3 does that are very uniform in strength and dairy strength and mammary system. Strong mammary systems on all 3 of these does with nice balance, inside profile and height and rear udder, as well as 3 does that certainly show a nice length of neck and sharpness and prominence of wither.
Continuing in the Nigerian Dwarf Show, class 4504. First place to Blake Meyer and also best udder and grand champion best of breed. Second place, Lori Stutz from LaPorte, Colorado, second udder. Third place, Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Fourth place, Sherry Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. Fifth place, Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. And sixth place, Carrie Branson from Waco, Nebraska. In class 4510 Champion Challenge, first place to Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Second place to Clary Berlin, Fort Collins, Colorado.
Papers for La Mancha, where they at?
I need to know who the second place yearling was under 2.
I'll hold this first.
In the La Mancha Show in class 4508, the 5-year-olds, first place and best udder went to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. Second place to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. In third place and second udder to Robin Carlson from Wellington, Colorado.
This is our class of Produce a Dam. I'm going to start here with the group that composed our champion, as well as, I believe, a second place age doe. Just a really solid group. Both these two does show tremendous arch to the rear udder. It's for that advantage in rear udder that they're placing over our second place group here. Our second place group, I just love the openness and spring of rib and depth of body on our second place group. It's for that advantage that they're placing over our third place group here. Our third place group, another group that really excels in mammary system. Two does that we see two does that are strong in their rump, wide from throat to throat and level from throat to throat. And that really, when we see that area of it, that rear udder just really filling into that space created by that udder, or created by that wide rump structure. It's for that advantage we're placing over our group here in 4. Our group here in 4, I just really admire the balance of both these two does. Just very consistent and strong in body capacity. They're deep. In general appearance, they're wide and correct. And they're placing over our group here in 5, right? We're in 5. Our group here in 5, just more balance between the pair. And then this group here in 5, placing over our group here at the end of the line with the dry doe. We're just seeing more consistency in mammary and balance inside profile, capacity in relation to their frame, and depth of body as a group than what we're seeing with our group here in 6. So I really admire the general appearance. Both these two does are strong in that rump, strong in that front end assembly as well.
Just a lovely La Mancha show. This is our selection for senior champion La Mancha. We have a real promising yearling at the tail end of the line here as far as the growth and development, the balance throughout. Really like this 2-year-old. As far as her natural levelness over the top line, strength of mammary system. We've got a 3-year-old that's just got a very strong mammary system as far as the overall shape. When you look at the rear udder, the height and the arch and the teat placement. We have a 4-year-old, 4th freshener ahead of her, just very sound in her general appearance. She's just naturally level over the back, naturally level over the rump, really open, ribbed when you get your hands on her. And we've got this 5-year-old 5th freshener at the head of the line, a doe that just shows that maturity. I like to see older does out in the ring to see how they've held up, because the proof's in the pudding when you can see them at 5 and see how well they've held up. I feel the closest competition is with the 4-year-old and the 5-year-old. And for her advantage today in the mammary system, more width to that forward or more total area mammary support, a bit stronger on those rear pasterns for her age. We're going to stay with the age doe here for our senior champion. We bring in our second place age doe, a doe that's just still holding up very well, but now the advantage lies in this 4-year-old for the overall shape, more pleasing teat size and placement. So we're going to use the 4-year-old for reserve.
All right, this is our class of dam and daughter. I'm going to start off with this pair right here. It includes this age doe. Two does are just really strong in dairy strength and mammary system as a whole. It is that advantage in dairy strength and sharpness, placing over our group here at the other end. I just really admire the rump on these two does, as well as that arch to the rear udder and the correct placement of teats. As for those advantages, particularly that rump area, we're placing them over our group here in 3. Our group here in 3, excelling over our group here in 4, which is right here. Our group here in 4, once again, two does are just really balanced, and they're placing over our group here in 5. Our group here in 5 is for just the overall. Just we have two does in milk, and two does they're just showing that correct dairy strength together. That's for that dairy strength, placing over our group here in 6. And then our group here in 6, stronger in general appearance, particularly rear legs, than our group here in 7. All right, this is our class here of best three, or rear trio, excuse me. I'm starting off with this group that includes our champion. They 3 does. They're just so tremendously strong and rear udder as a whole. They're placing over our group here in two right next to them. The 3 does that are also just very strong in general appearance and mammary system. Just tremendous openness and the escutcheon really filled with a beautiful mammary system. It's for that. They're placing over as a whole. They're placing over this group here in 3. And then 3 does that are strong in teat placement, strong in general appearance, rump area, just tremendously strong wide rumps. And as a group, they'll be placing over our group here in 4. And then 4, we have 3 does that are just really strong in body capacity, deep, capacious, wide through the thurls, and they're placing over our group here in 5. And I really admire, once again, I admire the feet and legs, the strength of those rear legs, the correctness of past turn, and the angulation of rear leg set of our 5th place group. All right, well, I'm going to start off with this group here for dairy herd on the far left. I think as a whole, these 4 does are just the strongest does out here as a whole. They're all holding their heads up, but just I love the length of neck, the sharpness in the withers, the arch to the rear udder. Just overall, 4 does are just really balance each other out, very correct together as a group. Placing over our group here in 2, that includes our champion. 4 does, they're just so open in dairy, tremendous arch and height of the rear udder. It's for that advantage, placing over our group here in 3. And then our group here in 3, just more correct in feet and legs, more correct in the rump, the width of rump, length of rump as a group, and then overall area of attachment as a group over our group here in 4 today, who I really want to commend in their turn for all 4 does that are really level over the chine. And that concludes the Nigerian Dwarf Show. Thank you so much. Some really quality, beautiful animals today.
Just a really nice champion challenge class for the La Manchas. Just strong animals all the way throughout, strong mammary systems. Starting 1 over 2, a 7-year-old challenger over a 5-year-old champion of the day. She has the advantage, first of all, in dairy strength. She is more angular. She's more prominent at the withers. Greater openness of rib allow for more angularity, both viewed from the side as well as the rear. When we take a look at the mammary systems, just a bit higher into the escutcheon today. I really love the lateral attachments on this first place doe, the total area mammary support. We will be staying first udder on the first doe. 2 is placing over 3, a closer placing. I will go with second udder on the third doe today for that globular shape, as far as more width and arch across that rear udder today. When you view it from the side, it's just more balanced, 1/3 before, 1/3 behind the leg. But for the actual class placing, we have the advantage, first of all, in general appearance, a doe that's tighter at the point of elbow, more correctly angled in that rear leg. When we get her out on the move, she walks more naturally level, more uphill. And when you get to the dairy strength, she is more open-ribbed than we're picking up in the third place doe, which is my second udder. And it is that mammary system, placing 3/4, just the more total area mammary support, more globular shape viewed from the side than we're picking up in the I believe 5-year-old standing in fourth, but still it's just a lovely doe. Just a very strong class of Champion Challenge La Manchas.
In the Nigerian Dwarf Show, class 4520, first place in senior get of sire went to Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. In the Breeders' Trio, class 4522, first place went to Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Second place to Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Third place to Lori Stutz from LaPorte, Colorado. Fourth place, Sherry Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. And fifth place to Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. In the Nigerian Dwarfs Dairy Herd class, first place was awarded to Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Second place to Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Third place to Lori Stutz from LaPorte, Colorado. And fourth place to Sherry Kubicek from Lancaster County, Nebraska. And in the Nigerian Dwarfs Dairy Goat Produce of Dam class, first place to Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Second place, Clary Berlin, Fort Collins, Colorado. Third place, Lori Stutz, LaPorte, Colorado. Fourth place, Sherry Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. Fifth place to Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. And sixth place to Samantha McLean, Fort Collins, Colorado. And that concludes the Nigerian Dwarf Show here in the South Arena at this time.
Okay, this is for selection for best udder for the La Manchas. Just some really nice animals out here. We did switch out the, we didn't switch out the 3-year-old. It was the, oh, whatever. We got the udders out here. I really like the mammary system on this 3-year-old. Just a beautiful shape mammary system. But when you get your hands on it, there's more total area mammary support with greater fore extension, lateral extension to that mammary system. While she will yield a little bit of height and arch to this 3-year-old, I'm going to use the doe out of the challenge class today for that best udder.
All right, this is our class of yearling milkers. I'm going to start off with the doe. I just feel like it's the most balanced across the 4 areas of the scorecard. In general appearance, she's a doe that just tracks around the ring with so much more correctness over that back and rump. She's so level from hips to pen. She's a doe that's stronger in that front end assembly with more extension of brisket. And dairy strength, she's a longer made doe. And then in mammary system, she'll be our first place udder in this class. It's for that balance and side profile that 1 is placing over 2 today. 2 in her turn placing over 3, and general appearance placing. She in her turn is tracking around the ring with more correctness over the back, more upstangness as she moves out about the ring, and more angulation in that rear leg set. Mammary system-wise, close placing between these 2 does. I do feel like she will yield slightly to the extension of 4 udder on our third place doe, while she is showing more correct placement of teat. However, 4 udder, 5 points. Teats, 4 points. We'll go with the 4 udder there on our third place doe, make her our second place udder. It's for that 4 udder. This extreme extension of 4 udder, as well as just creates a more desirable balance and side profile. She's also a doe that's just deeper bodied into that chest floor, so it's for the advantage in body capacity and mammary system. She's placing over our 4th place doe. 4 in her turn placing over 5 for general appearance and dairy strength. General appearance, she's a doe that she in her turn tracks around the ring with a more correct set to her feet and legs, particularly that strong rear leg set angulation. She's a doe that tracks around the ring with more dairy strength, with more length of neck and sharpness in the withers as she moves out about the ring. 5 in her turn placing over 6, just a much more correct front end assembly, just a more smoothly blended doe at point of shoulder, a doe that's more smoothly blended over that loin into the rump area, and more level from thorough to thorough. And then 6 placing over 7, feet and legs. She's tighter in the toes. She's fuller at the point of elbow, deeper into the chest floor, and then she's more correct in those rear legs with stronger pasterns and stronger set to that rear leg. Then we see with our doe here at the end of the line, who I really want to commend for the length of bone pattern that she's showing us today in terms of dairy strength.
Okay, this is our class of yearling Nigerian milkers. We are going to go udders 1, 2. 1 is placing over 2 for the advantage. First of all, in that mammary system, when you get your hands on the mammaries, we're just seeing more total area of mammary support. We're seeing, although we will grant a little bit of height to that rear udder, there's more globular shaped when viewed from the side, more total area mammary support. She also has an advantage in dairy strength. She is more prominent at the withers. She is more open-ribbed and angular than we're picking up in 2. 2 is placing over 3. She has the advantage today. First of all, in the mammary that's just filled up more in that rear udder area. She's also showing us advantage in general appearance, being more naturally level in the rump from hips to pins. 3 is placing over 4. She has the advantage today. First of all, in the mammary system with more total area mammary support with that greater 4 extension. She also has an advantage in dairy strength, that the flatness of bone throughout. 4 is placing over 5. She now has the advantage in general appearance. She's much more smoothly blended. She's tighter at the point of elbow. She's also a doe that walks out more nearly level in the rump from hips to pins. And then 5 is placing over 6 for the advantage today in a mammary system that's just tighter up against that body wall. She has a slight advantage in dairy strength as far as openness of rib, but she will grant the strength in general appearance, the length and levelness over the rump from hips to pins, and for that she will be commended.
In the class of La Manches, just completed in the North Arena, class 4500, under 2 years old in milk. First place went to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska, also got first udder. Second place to Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. Third place and second best udder to Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. Fourth place to Kyle Davis from Fairbury, Nebraska. Fifth place, Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. Sixth place, Robin Carlson from Wellington, Colorado. And seventh place to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. That's class number 4500, La Manches under 2 in milk. In the Nigerian Dwarf Show going on here in the South Arena, class 4,500, under 2-year-old in milk. First place and best udder went to Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Second place to Clary Berlin and second best udder. Third place, Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Fourth place, Sherry Kubicek, Ceresco, Nebraska. Fifth place, Carrie Branson from Waco, Nebraska. And sixth place, Ezra Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. Now in the ring is class 4,502, 2-year-olds. Baby.
All right, just a beautiful class of 2-year-old La Mancha does. I'm starting off the doe. This doe just puts it all together for me. She's a doe that excels in body capacity with that deeper chest floor, deeper rear barrel than we see with our doe here in 2. She excels in mammary system with an overall more correct balance than what we're seeing with our doe here in 2. Just an overall area of attachment and extension of forudder. She'll be our first place first udder doe in this class. Our doe here in 2, excelling in dairy strength and general appearance over our doe here in 3. In dairy strength, we see a longer neck, we see a sharper frame, and mammary, and General appearance, we see a doe who levels out more over the back and rump as she travels out about the ring. And mammary system, it's a really close placing here between 2 and 3. She is a bit higher in that rear udder. We'll make her our second place udder today in this class. 3, tremendous area of attachment to this mammary system, tremendous depth of body. It is that, and then width of rump. So it's the general appearance, the width of rump, body capacity, depth into the rear barrel, and then mammary system extension of that forudder, placing 3 over 4. 4 in her turn, placing over 5. Dairy strength, just a longer neck, sharper, more open in the rib doe. Mammary system, more extension of that forudder, placing over a doe here in 5. 5 in her turn, placing over 6. Just so much more so much stronger in general appearance with that lovely length and width of rump and smoothness of blending in that front end assembly. Just a much more correct doe in general appearance, particularly in that junction from the neck into the shoulders, that smoothness of blending at the point of shoulder and depth in the chest floor, as well as that width of rump over our doe here in 6. 6 in her turn, placing over 7. Mammary system, just a much more desirable globular shape to that mammary system, much more desirable size and delineation of teat. The sun gal placing over the cream doe behind her. General appearance, a more upstanding doe on the move. Dairy strength, a longer bone doe. General appearance, a doe who levels out more over that rump area and who has a more correct front end assembly than what we see with our doe here behind her. While she's going to yield some to the more desirable shape and delineation of teat and size and delineation of teat of the doe here behind her. And this doe second from the end over the doe at the end. Just a much more desirable mammary system in terms of balance, much more desirable in terms of area of attachment. And then in dairy strength, just a much stronger frame to this doe than the doe here at the end of the line today.
Hey, this is our 2-year-old class of Nigerian dwarfs. Just a really nice class to work with. A lot of strengths throughout. For the udder placings, I'm going to go 2-1. We have the advantage and a bit more height to that rear udder, greater, smoother fore extension than we're picking up in our first place doe. So our udders will be 1-2. For the class placing, 1 is placing over 2. She has the advantage today in general appearance. She's a doe that's showing us more smoothness of blending from the neck into the front end assembly. She's a doe that's showing us more levelness of rump from hips to pins. And as far as dairiness, she's just a bit more open, but it's primarily that general appearance placing 1 over 2. She will, like I said, yield some smoothness of blending to the rear, a bit more height to the rear udder, and it is that mammary system placing 2 over 3. We're seeing more globular shape, a bit more width and height into the escutcheon area. She's also a doe that's showing us advantage in dairy strength, showing us more flatness of bone and angularity throughout. 3 is placing over 4. She has the advantage in general appearance. A doe that's just more sound in the general appearance as far as the set to the rear leg when viewed from the side, the levelness over the top line, particularly in the rump from hips to pins. 4 is placing over 5 for an advantage in the mammary system that's just a bit higher and tighter into that escutcheon area today. We're also seeing a slight advantage in body capacity with a tremendous depth into that rear flank that we see in 4 over 5. 5 is placing over 6. She now has a mammary system that's higher and tighter into that escutcheon area than we're picking up at 6. 6 is placing over 7. She has the advantage today in dairy strength. She's angular, more prominent at the withers. 8 is placing over 9. I think we're in 8 and 9. A doe that's showing us an advantage today in the general appearance. She is longer over the back, more nearly level in the rump from hips to pins, and then 7 over 8 or 8 over 9. A mammary system that's just showing us more total air mammary support due to that fore extension to the mammary. She's also a doe that's showing us an advantage in general appearance, more desirable angulation of rear leg when viewed from the side. And this doe, chocolate doe here at the tail end of the line, a doe that's still showing us lots of width and power throughout, and for that she will be commended. Again, udders for 2-1.
Thank you, Amy, for those comments. In the La Mancha show for the 2-year-olds over here in the North Arena, just completed. First place went to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. She also got first udder in that class. Second place went to Abby Bundy. Second place went to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. Third place to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska with second place udder. Fourth place to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. Fifth place. Oh, got something written in here. I don't know what it is. Fifth place is written in. Can't read it. Sixth place, Kyle Davis from Fairbury, Nebraska. Seventh place from Clary Berlin, Fort Collins, Colorado. Eighth place from Robin Carlson from Wellington, Colorado. And ninth place from Caitlin Hasteitler from Clarkson, Nebraska. That's the results of the 2-year-old La Manchas. And in the South Arena, just completed the 2-year-old Nigerian Dwarfs. First place, along with first place with second udder, was Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Second place with first place udder, Clary Berlin of Fort Collins, Colorado. Third place, Lori Stutz from LaPorte, Colorado. Fourth period to Lori Stutz. Fifth place to Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Sixth place to Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Seventh place to Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Eighth place to Sherry Kubicek of Ceresco, Nebraska. And ninth place to Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. That completes Class 4502, 2-year-old Nigerian Dwarfs.
Interesting class of 3-year-olds. Definitely, there's one or I wish I could just take kind of one or two things from really this top half of does. I wish I could take and kind of build the perfect goat out of these 4 does here because they're so different in style. I am starting off with the doe. I feel like it's the most balanced today. The mammary system, she's more balanced in side profile. She's more symmetrical between the halves over our doe here in 2, and just a more globular shape to that mammary system. She'll be our first place udder in this class. She also excels in depth of body while yielding some to the tremendous general appearance and strength and width of our second place doe. This is the general appearance star of our class, just such a strong doe in general appearance. It's for that that smoothness of blending, that levelness over the rump area, as well as the dairy strength advantage, and that length of bone and that length of neck, and just that sharpness of flatness of bone in this dough. Sharpness of the liver, just a really flat boned open dough, is for that dairy strength advantage, as well as that general appearance advantage. She's placing over 2. She will yield some to the symmetry between the halves and the overall area of attachment to our third place dough. Our third place dough will be our second place setter in this class. It is for that just more desirable globular shape to the mammary system and inside profile, just a more balanced mammary system than what we find with our fourth place dough today. Our fourth place dough excelling over our fifth place dough in body capacity. She's deeper in the chest, deeper into that rear barrel. Our fifth place dough placing over our sixth place dough today. Just a more desirable shape to the mammary system, more extension of the forerudder. Our dough here, the white dough placing over the black and white dough, body capacity so much deeper into the heart girth, so much deeper into that rear barrel. And then our dough here is second from the end over dough at the end. Just an advantage today in general appearance, levelness over the back and rump, advantage in mammary system with symmetry between the halves over this lovely chocolate dough at the end line. I really wish this chocolate dough was showing more symmetry between the halves. I think it would help her kind of be more competitive with the doughs in front of her.
This is our 3-year-old class of Nigerian dwarfs. Just a really nice class to work with. For the other placings, I'm going to do 2-1. As far as the mammary system, we're seeing more total area mammary support, greater height and width and arch to that rear udder today, bit more evidence of capacity for body size. For the class placings, 1 is placing over 2. She has the advantage today, first of all, in general appearance. She's tighter about the point of elbow. She's showing us an advantage in dairy strength. She's more open-ribbed, more angular, more prominent at the withers, but she will overgrant some total area mammary support to the second place dough. 2 is placing over 3. It is that mammary system, the great 4 extension, the width, the arch to the rear udder. She now has a slight advantage in that dairy strength with a longer, leaner neck, a cleaner bone pattern than we're picking up in 3. 3 is placing over 4. She has the advantage today, first of all, in the mammary system. It's just showing us a bit more evidence of capacity for body size. She also has a slight advantage in general appearance, that the tightness about those shoulder blades, less tendency for the shoulder blades to come up away from the body wall as we see her track about the ring. The chocolate dough over the buckskin dough, although she will grant evidence of capacity in the mammary system, is a more pleasing structure to the mammary system, more pleasing medial suspensory, allowing for a nicer teat placement when viewed from the rear. She also has an advantage in general appearance, a dough that comes to rest and tracks about the ring with more desirable angulation of rear leg when viewed from the side, a dough that's more nearly level in the rump from hips to pins. The buckskin over the black dough, she has the advantage today, first of all, in that body capacity. She's just deeper and wider throughout. When we take a look at the mammary systems, it's a bit stronger medial suspensory ligament than we're picking up in the little black dough here. She will overgrant some flatness of bone to this black dough, and for that she will be commended. Again, udders were 2-1.
In the La Mancha show, just completed the 3-year-olds here on the North Arena. First place, along with first udder, went to Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. Second place to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. Third place to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska, also included the second udder. Fourth place to Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. Fifth place, Robin Carlson from Wellington, Colorado. Sixth place to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. And seventh place to Josh Campbell from Breckenridge, Missouri. And eighth place to Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. That concludes the 3-year-old Monson class, 3-year-old La Mancha class.
All right, this is our class of 4-year-old La Mancha does. One, starting off the dough, there just really is an easy top to this class. She excels in mammary system and that balance of side profile and the extension of the forudder and the height and width of her udder. She'll be our first place udder in this class. She excels in body capacity with that lovely depth of body into the heart girth, and she really carries that depth all the way into the flank just really correctly. And then she excels in general appearance with that smoothness of blending, that extension of brisket and that depth in the chest floor, as well as that levelness from hips to pins on the move that that she's showing us today over our doe here in 2. 2 in her turn placing over 3 in a close placing. Some trade-offs with these 2 does. 2 is placing over 3 for the advantage in general appearance, particularly the strength of rear leg, just a more desirable angulation and set to those rear legs. She's also showing us more balance in the mammary system, more symmetry between the halves, so she'll be our second place udder in this class. And then I really admire the body capacity and depth of body that our third place doe is showing us today, as well as the width from throw to throw.
In the Nigerian Dwarf Show, in the class just completed in the South Arena, first place went to Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Second place, udder. Second place went to Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska, but had the first place udder. Third place to Lori Stutz from LaPorte, Colorado. Fourth place, Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Fifth place, Sherry Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. And sixth place to Carrie Branson, Waco, Nebraska. In the La Mancha Show, in the class just completed here in the North Arena. First place went to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. His doe was also first udder. Second place to Robin Carlson from Wellington, Colorado. Her doe was also second udder. And third place went to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska.
Our age doe class for the Nigerian dwarfs. Just a really nice class all the way through. Strong mammary system, strong feet and legs. But starting with 1/2, she is a complete package. She's just showing us an advantage, first of all, in the mammary system with the arch and height to the rear udder. In general appearance, she's just a bit more level over the top line. And when we get the dairy strength, she is more open in the rib, allowing for more angularity. Mammary systems will be 1-2. 2 is placing over 3. She now has the advantage, first of all, in a mammary system, just a bit more height and arch to the rear udder. When we're taking a look at the dairy strength, she is more prominent in the wither. She is more open rib than we're picking up in 3. 3 is placing over 4. She now has the advantage today. First of all, in general appearance, a doe that tracks about the ring tighter at the elbow. She's also showing in the mammary system more fore extension, allowing for a more pleasing shape when viewed from the side. 4 is placing over 5. She now has the advantage in a mammary system that's higher and tighter up into the escutcheon area. And 5 is placing over 6. While she will yield a tremendous evidence of capacity in the mammary system, a mammary that's held up more smoothly, blended in that rear udder. She has an advantage in general appearance, being tighter in those shoulder blades. She will grant the tremendous dairiness that we have on this doe. Just very angular, very open, and for that she will be commended.
All right, this is our class of age does in our La Mancha division. 1 is placing over 2 today for the advantage. She's showing us a mammary system and general appearance. She'll be our first place udder in this class. Is for that extension of forudder and balance and side profile. In general appearance, she's just so much more correct in that front end assembly. She's more extended forward in that brisket, and she's deeper and fuller into that chest floor. She levels out more over that rump area than what we see with our doe here in 2. And then she's also just showing us an advantage in body capacity with that tremendous depth into the chest floor and tremendous depth into the rear barrel over our doe here in 2. Closer placing in 2, placing over 3, some trade-offs with these 2 does. We have a more desirable mammary system on our second place doe in terms of balance and side profile and extension of forudder and size of teat. She'll be our second place udder in this class. She's also more correct in angulation to the rear leg set. She's going to yield some to the tremendous strength and length of bone of our third place doe today. Our third place doe should be commended for that dairy strength, particularly that long neck and that long frame.
In the La Mancha class just completed, number 4508, first place went to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. This doe was also first udder. Second place went to Robin Carlson from Wellington, Colorado. She got second place udder on her doe. And third place in that class went to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas.
Okay, this is our lineup for senior champion Nigerian dwarf. Just a really lovely lineup. Love the soundness and the general appearance on these does, the strength of mammary system. But the doe just really pulls it together for me as this age doe. I just love that arch to that rear udder, the globular shape, the strength and general appearance as an older doe. Just a lovely individual. Our age doe will be our senior champion. So now we need our second place senior doe back in the ring. If we can. We bring in our second place age doe, and I just love the dariness about this doe. Still strong on her feet and legs as an age doe. We're going to stay in that class for reserve.
All right, so our lineup here for selection of La Mancha champion. 10 does out here. They're just outstanding. What a quality La Mancha show. All of these does are just really solid from the oldest to the youngest. We just see some correct does in general appearance. We see some really correct mammary systems, and then we certainly see, as these does mature, some depth of body as we continue to mature into our age doe. For me, when I look down this lineup, there's one doe out here that is the doe to beat today. She just puts it all together for me. She has such a correct general appearance on this doe. She's strong in that front end assembly. She's level over that back and rump. Beautiful head, balanced head, strong, deep muzzle. A doe that's deep into that chest floor, deep into that rear barrel. So strong in that mammary system. She has the strongest mammary system in terms of area of attachment and balance and extension of the forerudder. Today, our 4-year-old doe will be our champion. And then since she's the best, she'll represent this lineup again for best udder. So you don't have to bring your does back in for best udder. Okay. No, not yet, because we'll have to compete against our challengers. All right, so then we bring back in our second place doe. I really admire the dairy strength on this doe, the length of neck, the prominence of wither. I'm going to come back and use this 2-year-old doe. I just love the balance of this doe. I love the area of attachment to the mammary system, the capacity, the levelness over the back and rump, just that, once again, that increasing depth of body, that smoothness of blending, the width of from thorough to thorough. This doe just really puts it all together for me, especially as a 2-year-old. She'll be our reserve champion.
In the Nigerian Dwarfs, class 4508, 5-year-olds, first place and best udder went to Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Second place to Lori Stutz from LaPorte, Colorado, also the second place udder. Third place to Sherry Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. Fourth place to Blake Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Blake also got 5th place in that class, as well as 6th. And in the overall show, Clary Berlin doe was named champion doe, and Lori Stutz from LaPorte, Colorado, had the reserve champion Nigerian dwarf doe.
Just a lovely individual in our 4-year-old challenger, but I will stay with our champion of the day for best of breed. She is showing us an advantage in the mammary system, greater fore extension, allowing for more globular shape when viewed from the side. She also has an advantage in general appearance, a doe that just comes to rest more naturally level in the rump from hips to pins. Not to take away from this very nice challenger. I really like the angularity throughout, mammary system that's held very snugly up against the body wall. We will be using first udder on our first place doe.
We're now ready to start our Alpine show here in the South Arena, and Amy will be judging those classes at this time.
All right, this is our lineup here for, this is our champion challenge class. We bring in our champion today, a 4-year-old. We bring in 3 challengers against her. I'm gonna use a 7-year-old to start off our line today. She'll be best of breed. She'll be first place udder in this class, which makes her our best udder of breed. The tremendous balance inside profile. She's more extended forward to that 4 udder. She's higher and wider in that rear udder. In body capacity, she's deeper into the chest floor. And general appearance, she's wider from third to third. Not take anything away from the beautiful general appearance of our champion of the day. It is that general appearance, that levelness over the rump, that correctness of feet and legs, that placing 2 over 3, as well as that extension of 4 udder, and 2 placing over 3 today. And then 3 placing over 4, just a much more smoothly blended doe in terms of general appearance. And then in mammary system, we just see a smoother blended 4 udder, and then a more globular shape to the mammary system than our 4th place doe today, which I want to commend for dairy strength, particularly that long neck and that sharp permanent wither. Just a really beautiful doe, and finish out a really strong class of does.
We need some showers.
Okay, this is our lineup for best udders. Just some really strong individuals out here, but I will stay for my best of breed for that advantage in the mammary system. We're just seeing more height and arch to that rear udder, a doe that's got more lactations under her belt, so our best of breed will be best udder.
I'm just going to keep it on me for a minute so I can do these group classes, since y'all have one up there and I'll have one since she's done.
In the La Mancha breed, just completed here in the North Arena in class 4-5-06, 4-year-olds. First place was Levi Campbell of Meriden, Kansas, also first udder. Second place was Robin Carlson from Wellington, Colorado, second place udder. And Cole Meter was third in that class. Levi Campbell ended up with the grand champion female in the breed. In class 5-year-old of the 5-year-olds, first place, first udder, went to Levi Campbell of Meriden, Kansas. Second place, second udder, to Robin Carlson from Wellington, Colorado. And third place to Levi Campbell of Meriden, Kansas. And in the champion challenge class, first place went to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. Second place to Levi Campbell. Third place to Carrie Bartram from Halland, Nebraska. And fourth place to Robin Carlson, Wellington, Colorado.
our Get Asara class. I'm gonna start over here on my right. Three does are just stronger in general appearance. As a whole, they're more level from hips to pins. They're more level from throw to throw. And they're wider and longer bone than we see with our group here in two. I really admire the dairy strength and openness of rib and prominence of wither on our second place group. They should be commended for that dairy strength. Okay, starting off our Produce Dam class, the easy top into this class. So that includes our best of breed winner, includes I believe our second place 2-year-old, two does that are just tremendously high and arched into that rear udder. They're placing, for that advantage in mammary system, they're placing over in symmetry between the halves as a pair. They're placing over our lovely group of young does here, our 2-year-old and our yearling. And then as a pair, this 2-year-old and yearling is placing for the advantage in general appearance, smoothness of blending, and levelness. They're placing over our group here in third, and then our group here in 3, placing over our group here in 4. Just two does that are just longer and deeper boned, deeper bodied, longer bone, deeper bodied. As for that advantage in dairy strength with that length, placing over our group here in 4, who I really want to commend for the strength of rear pastern as a pair. Look at this dam and daughter. I'm gonna start over here on my left with this our 7-year-old best of breed winner and our 4-year-old champion. Pretty easy top to this class. When we factor in, we have our champion and our best of breed winner, but just two does are just tremendously strong in dairy strength. Two does that are just tremendously strong and in that rear udder and just in that fore udder as well. It is for that advantage in mammary system and dairy strength that 1 is placing over our group here in 2. Our group here in 2 placing over our group here in 3 in general appearance. And then our group here in 3 placing over our group here in 4. Symmetry between the halves. As a pair, they're more consistent and strong in that mammary system than we have with our group here in 4. I want to commend the length of neck on our 4th place group. All right, this is our Breeders' Trio class, and I'm going to start once again with our group here on the left. Once again, when you include these 3 does, our first place age doe, our first place 4-year-old and champion, our first place champion challenge winner, these 3 does are just tremendously strong in dairy strength as well as in mammary system. We just see the outcurving of that thigh into the escutcheon area. Just a really correct set to the rear leg, correct set, dairy strength, and then strong mammary systems in all 3 of these does. They will place 1 over our group here in 2. I just really admire the balance of all 3 of these does. They're strong in general appearance with 3 very strong wide rumps. They'll place over our group here in 3, primarily for the width of rump and strength of general appearance. And then our group here in 3, placing over our group here in 4 in the end. They're stronger in the rear legs as a group than our 4th place group. All right, this is our selection of dairy herds. I'm going to stay over here with my group here on my left. Once again, just when you put 4 does together, they're this strong in dairy strength and mammary system and general appearance. Pretty tough group to beat. As for the advantage in dairy strength as a group, just 4 does that are just sharper boned, longer necked, more prominent in the withers, just more open in the rib as a group than we have with our group here in 2. Our group here in 2 excelling in as a group, they're just stronger in the mammary systems. They're stronger in general appearance, particularly that width of rump over our group here in 3. And then our group here in 3 excelling in general appearance, smoothness of blending, excelling in balance between the halves and symmetry between the halves and balance in the mammary system than our group here in 4 today. And I'm going to commend the length of the neck in our 4th place group. That commends our La Mancha show. Some really high quality animals today. Thank you so much for the opportunity to judge them. Did you get the place?
In the La Mancha show that we just completed in the North Arena in class 45-20, senior get of sire, first place went to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. Second place to Robin Carlson, Wellington, Colorado. In the Breeders' Trio, first place went to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. Second place to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. Third place to Robin Carlson, Wellington, Colorado. And 4th place to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. In the mother-daughter class for the La Manchas, first place went to Levi Campbell of Meriden, Kansas. Second place to Carrie Bertram from Hallam, Nebraska. Third place to Cole Meter, Lincoln, Nebraska, and fourth place to Robin Carlson from Wellington, Colorado. And in the La Mancha Show Produce of Dam class, first place went to Levi Campbell of Meriden, Kansas. Second place to Carrie Bartram from Hallen, Nebraska. Third place to Robin Carlson from Wellington, Colorado. And fourth place to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. And in the dairy herd class, first place went to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. Second place to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. Third place to Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. And fourth place to Robin Carlson, Wellington, Colorado. That completes our La Mancha classes here at the Nebraska State Fair. Moving along with the second phase of our show today here at the Nebraska State Fair. Over here in the North Arena, we have begun the Sable Show, and over in the South, we've started on the Alpines. So this will be the next go-round here at the State Fair Show today. Placing the does in the South Arena is Justin Bassett from Fort Worth, Texas. He's been judging for the ADGA for 9 years. He's been raising dairy goats since 1992, which he began with a 4-H project. He currently raises Nubians under the herd name River Grace, along with his wife and 3 daughters. He works as a realtor in Texas. Thank you for coming up today, Justin. That's Justin Bassett in the South Arena. Currently working the North Arena is Amy Akramoff. She's been raising her goats since 1982. She's raised most of the dairy breeds as well as Pygmy, Angora, Cashmere, and Boer goats over the years. She grew up in the 4-H system and won Grand Champion Showman at her Nebraska State Fair in her final year. Amy has served 1 term on the ADGA Board of Directors as well as several committees for years. She's an advanced judge, obtaining her first license in 1991. She's judged youth events at 3 different national shows. Amy currently resides in Deer Park, Washington, with her husband Jim and 3 children, ages 20, 18, and 15. She manages a compounding pharmacy in Spokane, Washington, and has been a pharmacist for over 30 years. Amy currently raises Oberhaslis and La Manchas, as well as a small flock of Angoras. Welcome to Nebraska, Amy. Thanks for being here.
All right, so our class of yearling alpine does. What a tremendous class of does this is. One is placing over 2 for the advantage of general appearance. She's showing us today. This is a doe that she comes to rest so beautifully on those feet and legs. She sets herself up so correctly. Those feet and legs are just so squarely underneath her today. It's for that advantage in rear leg set that she's placing over a doe here in 2. Just a little bit stronger on the move in that from hock to pastern and from in that rear pastern, as well as a little stronger in that front leg and wider through those front legs. She's a doe that levels out more over that chine as well when she gets out on the move over a doe here in 2. Very close placing in mammary systems. I am going to use our second place doe for this first place udder. She's a bit more extended forward in that fore udder. It's for that extension of fore udder that she's placing over our doe here in 3. She's also a doe that's deeper bodied into that chest floor and more extended forward in that brisket area. So for the advantage in general appearance and mammary system, that 2 in her turn is placing over 3. 3 in her turn placing over 4 general appearance. Just a much more smoothly blended doe. She's more smoothly blended in that front end assembly. She's fuller at the point of elbow. She's a doe that's higher in that rear udder, just holding that udder support, holding that mammary system up higher above the hocks, up into that escutcheon area against the body wall than our doe here in 4. 4 placing over 5 today. Dairy strength, she's longer in the neck. She's more just feminine, slender in the neck. She's a doe that blends more smoothly into the shoulders. And then our doe here, second from the end, over a doe here at the end. Balance in the mammary system, an area of attachment. Body capacity, she's a bit deeper bodied into the rear barrel than our doe here at the end of the line, who I really want to commend for our angulation to the rear leg set.
Okay, so this is our yearling milker class for the Sable breed. Just a really nice top trio here. Starting 1 over 2, she has the advantage today in the mammary system. We're just seeing more height than arch into that rear udder today. We're picking up just a bit more points and a more pleasing shape and size of teat. When we take a look at general appearance, we will grant the levelness of rub from thorough to thorough. Less tendency for that dorsal process to come up than we're picking up in our first place doe, but we will go with mammary systems 1, 2. 2 is placing over 3. She now has the advantage in that general appearance. She's much more nearly level in the rump from hips to pins. She's showing a mammary system with a more globular shape when viewed from the side. Then we're picking up in 3. She also has an advantage in dairy strength, being more angular made, more prominent at the withers. 3 is placing over 4. She now has the advantage in a mammary system, just mammary systems that's higher and tighter into that escutcheon area. She also has an advantage in her turn in general appearance as far as the length of rump from hips to pins. 4 is placing over, 4 is placing over 5. She has the advantage today in general appearance. She's just wider in that chest floor with more fullness at the point of elbow, 4 legs that come more directly under the withers. 5 is placing over 6. She has the advantage today in a mammary system that's just about a higher, tighter into that escutcheon, more secure against the body. The black doe over the spotted doe. She's just a doe that's, when we get her moving, just more naturally level in the rump from hips to pins, angulation of rear leg when viewed from the side. And the spotted doe over the belted doe, just a bit more height and security to the mammary system today. This belted doe here at the end is only being milked once a day, so we don't expect the bloom in the mammary system, but I really do like the dairiness, the prominence of the withers, and the openness of ribs she exhibits. Okay, this is our 2-year-old class of sable does. Udder placings will be 2-1. Udder placing, the first place udder over the second place udder, we're seeing more height and arch to that rear udder today, a bit more security in that fore udder, less tendency for it to come away from the body walls. We see them track about the ring. Class placing 1/2, she has the advantage in general appearance. A doe that's much more smoothly blended in that front end assembly, particularly at the top where the shoulder blades meet the crops. She's also more naturally level in the rump from hips to pins. And in dairy strength, she's just a longer bone pattern doe when we're picking up in 2. 2 is placing over 3. She now has the advantage in that mammary system. There's more total area mammary support, more width carried up higher into the escutcheon area. She will grant the front end assembly, the smoothness of blending that we see on this third place doe. 3 is placing over 4. She has the advantage, first of all, in the general appearance. A doe that walks out with more desirable angulation in rear leg when viewed from the side. She's showing us some more in dairy strength, more prominence at the withers, more angular made than we're picking up in 4. 4 is placing over 5. She has the advantage today, more total area mammary support. She's also a doe that's showing us more length over the back. The brown and cream doe over the chocolate doe. We're seeing more total area mammary support as far as more width across that rear udder. In dairy strength, she's more angular made than we're picking up in chocolate. The chocolate doe over the belted black and white doe. Although she will grant some evidence of capacity in the mammary system, it's a mammary that's higher and tighter into the escutcheon area, more smoothly blended into that escutcheon than we're picking up in the real dairy individual here at the end of the first line. So if you guys want to go ahead and start moving out. So this black and white doe over the silver doe, she has an advantage in dairy strength. She's much more angular, flatter bone. In the second line, 1 is placing over 2, more security to the rear udder, 2/3, just body capacity. She's longer made doe, more nearly level. The black and white doe over the black doe, we're just finding as we go down this line more udder strength as far as for extension, allowing for globular shape. Does are just standing on stronger feet and legs as we go down the line. Again, udders for 2-1.
All right, just an absolutely tremendous class of alpine does, top to bottom. Just a really, really solid class. Very consistent all the way down. There's just some really strong does out here. Some multiple styles of does, as these does are all kind of maturing differently, and we have multiple first freshening does and second freshening does out here. I'm starting off the doe. I just feel like is the most complete package today. She's a doe that really excels in general appearance with that, the correctness of feet and legs on this doe, the angulation to that rear leg set, the levelness from hips to pins as she moves out about the ring. She excels in dairy strength with just a slightly longer frame than what we see with our doe here, and 2 with a longer neck and more openness in the rib. She excels in the height and width of rear udder over our second place doe. She'll be our first place udder today. She will yield some to the extension of fore udder. Just a beautiful fore udder on this doe. It really completes this package of the depth of body, the depth of the rear barrel into that really smoothly blended fore udder. It's for that depth that 2 is placing over 3 today. She's also a doe that excels in levelness over that rump area. When she gets out to traveling, when she gets out to moving, she really does level out over that rump. It's for that levelness and smoothness of blending and general appearance, as well as that depth of body. 2 is placing over 3. 3 placing over 4, mammary system. Just a tremendous area of attachment to the mammary system. Tremendous height to that rear udder on this doe. Just a really well-attached globular shape and structure to this mammary system. Maybe change the size of it a bit, but overall, we're going to make her our second place udder on this class just because she has just the highest, widest rear udder really in the class. It is for and then going back, this doe here, this first freshening doe, just has those just tremendous general appearance with that width of rump, that width between the front legs, that width between the hocks, that depth of body. It's for that width and general appearance and in body capacity that she's placing over the doe behind her today. She's also a doe that levels out more on the move, and she has the advantage in length of bone. The 6th place doe placing, I think she's 5 placing over 6. It's for the advantage in mammary system with that extension of the forudder, the height and width of rear udder, just a really global shape to this mammary system. It's for that overall more desirable shape. She's also a more dairy doe, just a sharper made doe at this point than what we see with our doe here in 6. 6 placing over 7, body capacity, tremendous depth of body in the chest, deeper bodied into the rear barrel and showing more spring of rib. The doe here in 7th, placing over the doe here in 8th, a doe that just really showed more correctness to that mammary system with more extension of the forudder, more balance and side profile. Both of these are first freshening does. Both these are some of the more immature does in the class. I just thought overall we just saw a bit more capacity and balance and attachment in this doe placing over the doe behind her, this Coup Claire doe in 9, I believe. And then 9 placing over the balance of the class. Once we start to get past 9, we're losing one of the major categories. We're either losing that general appearance, that strength of feet and legs, that strength over the rump, the strength in the front end assembly, or we're starting to lose some body capacity, or we're starting to lose the area of attachment and shape to the mammary and structure to the mammary system as we travel back through the rest of the remaining does in the class. But overall, just a really solid class today. Thank you so much.
In the Alpine Show going on here in the South Arena, in class 4,500, under 2 years old. First place went to Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Illinois, also first place udder. Second place to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Third place to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Fourth place to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. Fifth place to Van Wyck Eckers, Haywarden, Iowa. And sixth place to Levi Campbell of Meriden, Kansas. In class 4502, 2-year-olds, the large class just completed. First place and best udder went to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Second place to Van Wyck Acres from Haywarden, Illinois, Iowa. Third place to Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Fourth place and second place udder went to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Fifth place in that class went to Harmony Alpines. Sixth place to Van Wyck Acres from Haywarden, Iowa. Seventh place to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Eighth place to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. Ninth place to Van Wyck Acres, Haywarden, Iowa. 10th place to Levi Campbell of Meriden, Kansas. 11th place to Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Illinois. 12th place to Casey Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota. 13th place in that class went to Joseph Larson from Nunn, Colorado. 14th place to Jerry Schwennen from Jessup, Iowa. 15th place to Megan Okeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Okay. Okay, 15th, okay, 16th, 17th. Okay. In that class, then, 19th went to Ron Dengler from Dysart, Iowa. And 20th place in that class went to Kaylee Orman from Emerson, Nebraska.
Okay, this is our Alpines in the other ring. These are our sables. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I said that. This is our sable class of 3-year-old does. 4 does that really handily got to the top of the class quite easily for me, just for their strength in their mammary system and their balance and symmetry. Starting 1/2, she has the advantage. First of all, in the mammary system, we're seeing more width and arch carried in the rear udder. Granted, we're talking about a doe that freshened this year versus a doe that's been milking since a year ago, February. And so you will see more bloom in that mammary system, but it's more total area mammary support, an advantage in dairy strength as far as the angularity throughout the openness of rib, but she will grant some strength in general appearance, the smoothness of blending in that rump, naturally levelness of rump from hips to pins, just a lovely rump on this second place doe. 2 is placing over 3. She has the advantage, first of all, in general appearance. A doe that's tracking about the ring, stronger on those rear pasterns, more desirable angulation to rear leg when viewed from the side. She's also more smoothly blended from the back over the hips into the rump area than we're picking up in the doe immediately behind her in third. Still a very strong mammary system in 3/4. We're seeing just more total area mammary support. She also has an advantage in dairy strength as far as she's showing us more angularity. She's more prominent at the withers, more open in the rib. 4 is placing over 5. Felt like there was kind of a break here. 4 is placing over 5. First of all, an advantage in the mammary system. There's more total area, more width, more in the rear udder, more extension to the fore udder. She also has an advantage, her turn for dairy strength. showing us more freedom from excess flushing and just a more flat-boned individual than we're picking up in 5. 5 is placing over 6. While she will yield the evidence of capacity of the mammary system, a mammary system that's held up higher and tighter into that escutcheon area. She also has an advantage in body capacity or general appearance as far as the levelness over the top and the areas of the loin as well as the rump from hips to pins. Then we're picking up in 6 if you just want to slowly move out. 6 is placing over 7, showing us more total area mammary support today. And then as we go down the line, we're just seeing less support in the mammary system. We're just, as we go down, we're seeing mammary systems that aren't showing us the capacity, aren't as tightly up against the body wall. Not quite the feet and legs that we saw in the first line. But nice individuals, just a really large class of sables, which is kind of nice.
All right, tremendous class of 3-year-old Alpine does. I'm starting off with the doe here on my right that really excels in mammary system. She'll be our first place udder in this class. It's for that balance and side profile and extension and width of fore-udder, and as well as an advantage in body capacity with that depth of body into the chest floor and depth into the rear barrel and spring of rib that she's showing us today, and 1 placing over 2. 2 placing over 3, advantage in mammary system with that height and width of her rear udder arch, advantage in dairy strength with that the length and the length and femininity of that neck and the sharpness and prominence of the withers. She's a doe that's just flatter bone and sharper throughout than what we see with our 3rd place doe. Our 3rd place doe placing over our 4th place doe. Advantage in her turn with that beautiful extension of the fore-udder, as well as in general appearance, some more levelness over that back and rump area and width from throw to throw on that rump structure. 4 in her turn placing over 5. Another dairy strength. This is a sharper doe, longer and more feminine in the neck. More angular throughout, more incurving in that thigh, and cleaner up into that flank. Just a stronger, more dairy doe here, as well as the mammary system. We just see a more balanced inside profile, and then udder support, holding that udder a little more correctly up against that body wall than what we're seeing with this big doe behind her. This doe here placing, I think this was 6. Yeah, 5 or 6. 5 placing over 6. Advantage lies in that general appearance. I really admire the rump structure on this doe. Tremendously wide from thorough to thorough. And it's for that width that she's showing us today, placing over the doe behind her. The doe behind her in 6, placing over the doe in 7, feet and legs. She's more correct and angular in that rear leg set. She's stronger in those rear pasterns. She's more balanced inside profile in the mammary system. The doe here in 7th, placing over the doe here in 8th. Advantage in her turn lies with that mammary system and that extension of the fore-udder. She's a more upstanding doe as well in the move, and it's for that advantage in general appearance that she's placing over the does behind her today. Thank you. The udder placings in that class were 1 and 2. First place was 1, second place was 2.
Okay, this is our 4-year-old class for the sable breed. They just kind of walked in the ring the way I'd like to see them. 1 is placing over 2 for a decided advantage in general appearance. She's just more smoothly blooded in that front end assembly, more naturally level in the rump from hips to pins. As far as dairy strength, she's a longer bone pattern doe. When we take a look at the mammary systems, we're just seeing a more pleasing texture to the mammary, more total area mammary support. So we will be placing udders 1, 2. 2 is placing over 3. She now has that advantage in the mammary system that's much more tightly up against the body wall. Less movement in the mammary as we see her track about the ring. She also has in her turn an advantage in general appearance, being stronger about the rear pasterns. The 3rd place doe, just very open-ribbed, angular made doe, and for her dairy strength, she will be commended.
In class 4504, 3-year-old Alpines. First in the class went to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Also got first udder on that doe. Second in class went to Ed Jadowski from Atlanta, Illinois, also getting second place udder. Third in the class went to Ed Jadowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Fourth to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Fifth to Casey Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota. Sixth place to Benjamin Prochnick, Gibbon, Minnesota. Seventh place to Van Wyck Acres, Haywarden, Iowa. Eighth place to Casey Prochnick, Gibbon, Minnesota. Ninth place to Brenda Leitner from Pittsboro, Indiana. And that concludes that class of Alpines. Got some sable dope for me?
Oh, she said I wasn't handing in paperwork. You put it up with them.
Well, I got to announce it somehow.
Do you want me to turn in paperwork or after? See? See?
Well,
Hand it back.
so I'm down a couple classes. Thank you.
Yep.
Now, I'll give them to them.
Okay. I'll need them back for lineup.
Pardon?
I'll need them back for lineup. Okay. Sounds good.
In the Sable Show, class 4,500, under 2 years in milk. First place and first udder went to Ed Jadowski of Atlanta, Illinois. Second place and second place udder to Cliss Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Third place to Ed Jadlowski, Atlanta, Illinois. Fourth place to Carrie Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Fifth place to Carrie Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Sixth place to Elsie Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Seventh place to Cleese Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. And eighth place in that class to Becca Hastreitler from Clarkson, Nebraska. In the Sable Show, class 4502, 2-year-olds. First place and second place udder to Ed Jadlowski of Atlanta, Illinois. Second place to Ed Jadlowski. Third place to Cleese's. That's all I got, sorry. Fourth place to Bruce and Cleese Foster of Terre Haute, Indiana. Fifth place to Bruce and Cleese Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Sixth place to Cleese Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Seventh place, Tracy Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Eighth place to Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Ninth place to Elsie Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. 10th place to Becca Hastreiter, Clarkson, Nebraska. 11th place to Marianne Wright, Walton, Indiana. And 12th place in that class to Marianne Wright, Walton, Indiana. That concludes the class.
All right, these are our 4-year-olds in our Alpine division, a really nice trio of does here. And I'm starting off on my right with the doe that excels in general appearance with that tremendous width of rump from thorough to thorough. She's wider in that rump structure from thorough to thorough. In the front end assembly, she's showing us more extension and brisket. She's a doe that excels in depth of the body. She's deeper into the chest and deeper into that rear barrel. So for that advantage of body capacity and general appearance. She's placing over a doe here in 2. She will yield slightly to just the shape of that mammary system, the balance inside profile, and the extension of forudder of our second place doe. Our second place doe will be our first place udder in this class. Our first place doe will be our second place udder. And it's for that advantage in 2 with that balance of mammary system and that extension of forudder, as well as that size of teat that 2 is placing over 3 today. In addition to that advantage in mammary system, she's also showing us an advantage today in dairy strength with the sharpness of withers. She's showing us advantage in general appearance with that junction from the neck into the shoulder assembly. Just a more correct doe in the front end than what we're seeing with our doe here in 3. Our doe here in 3, I do want to commend for that increasing depth of body into the rear barrel. She should be commended for that. Thank you.
Continuing in the Sable Show, class 4504, the 3-year-olds. First place to Cleese Foster of Terre Haute, Indiana. First place udder also. Second place to Bruce and Cleese Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Second place udder. Third in that class goes to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Iowa. Fourth place to Ed Jadlowski. Fifth place to Carrie Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Cleese Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana, had 6th in that class. 7th place to Gwen Johnson from Terre Haute, Indiana. 8th place to Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. 9th place to Jenna Good from Clarkson, Nebraska. 10th place to Tracy Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. 11th place to Marianne Wright, Walton, Indiana. 12th place, Marianne Wright from Walton, Indiana. And that concludes class 4504.
Okay, this is our age doe class for the sable breed. Just some really nice individuals to work with today. Starting 1 over 2, she has the advantage, first of all, in the mammary system. When you get your hands on it, there's just more total area mammary support there. She also has an advantage with 2 more lactations under her belt. She also has an advantage in dairy strength. She's just a tremendously open dairy angular doe. She has that advantage in the prominence of the withers, the openness, the angularity over her second place doe, but she will grant some general appearance as far as the levelness over the loin to our second place doe. Udders are 1, 2. 2 is placing over 3. While she may yield some evidence of capacity, a mammary system that's just well supported up into that escutcheon area. She also has the advantage in general appearance, showing us more length and levelness over the back and the rump from hips to pins. 3 is placing over 4. She has the advantage today, first of all, in that body capacity. She's deeper and wider in that chest floor. She's showing us more smoothness and blending in that front end assembly. In the mammary system, while she might yield some height to the rear udder, the extreme 4 extension is giving her an advantage in total area mammary support. 4 is placing over 5, mammary that's held up higher into the escutcheon area. 5 over 6, just more evidence of capacity than we're seeing in the 6th place, though. And 6 over 7, just more smoothness of blending throughout.
Class 4506 of the Alpine Show. First place went to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado, and also second place udder. Second place went to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois, but he had first place udder on that doe. Third place in the class went to Casey Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota.
is our lineup for Senior Champion Sable. Just a pleasure to see this many quality sables in the ring in one day. We take a look at these animals. We're seeing a lot of similarities as far as their dariness and the mammary systems. But the doe that just really pulls it out for me, the extreme dariness, just the mammary system with the most width, arch, total area mammary support is this 3-year-old doe. She'll be my Senior Champion. As we slide her out of line, we take a place in our second place 3-year-old. And I just love this doe's strength and general appearance. She's a doe that's just incredibly sound and long and level and smoothly blended. She's a doe that's been milking for about a year and a half on that mammary system, beautifully shaped mammary system. We're going to stay in that class for reserve.
Beautiful class of age does in our Alpine division. I'm starting off with the doe that really excels in mammary system. She'll be our first place udder in this class. It really is for that advantage in mammary system and balance of side profile, extension and width of fore udder, height and width of rear udder over our doe here in 2. She has a slight advantage in dairy strength, the incurving of thigh, just a more open, sharper doe throughout than we see with our doe here in 2. She will yield some to the tremendous width of rump on our second place doe. It is that general appearance, that levelness of rump and width of rump that 2 in her turn is placing over 3 today. She's also a longer, more upstanding doe on the move. 3 in her turn placing over 4. It goes back to mammary system. We just see a doe that, well, as we see, she's more balanced because she's not standing correctly, but as we see, just a more balanced doe. She's more extended forward in that fore udder. She's higher and wider in that rear udder arch. Forward placing over 5. Advantage in general appearance. She's more level as she moves out about the ring. She's stronger in those feet and legs, more angular, more stronger in that rear pastern. This is a 9-year-old doe. I won't falter too heavily on that. She's more balanced and capacious in the mammary system and deeper bodied into the rear barrel and chest floor than we see with our doe here behind her in 5. 5 in her turn placing over 6. A general appearance, just a much more smoothly blended doe, body capacity deeper into the rear barrel. Fore udder's a little smoother blended in the fore udder. Once again, this is a 9-year-old doe. She will yield some to the strength of pastern onto this doe behind her. This black and white doe over the Chamoisé behind her, just a more correct doe in terms of mammary system. She's holding that udder higher up above the hocks, just a more correctly attached mammary system, more globally shaped, and a doe that's showing us more correct size of teat. The Chamoisé placing over the darker doe behind her, strength of feet and legs. She's stronger on those rear pasterns. And then the doe second second from the end over the doe at the end. She excels in that mammary system. She's just holding that mammary system so much higher up above those hocks, more correctly attached, and it's more balanced between the halves than this doe here at the end of the line. This doe here at the end of the line, I really admire her body capacity and spring of rib. Just want to just give that mammary system more balance and symmetry between the halves and pull that udder up a little higher and show it more support and area of attachment to be more competitive with the does ahead of her. Thank you so much.
What a lovely lineup for our Champion Challenge class today. Just 3 really beautiful does, but I am staying with my champion of the day. She has the advantage, first of all, in that mammary system with greater fore extension, more width across the rear, giving her an advantage over this 5-year-old doe? Yeah, 5-year-old doe immediately behind her. She also has an advantage in the steri strength, the extreme angularity throughout, the openness of ribbing that we're seeing in our champion of the day. Udders will be 1, 2. 2 is placing over 3. She has the advantage today in general appearance. She's showing us more levelness in the rump from hips to pins. She has an advantage in dairy strength, showing us more freedom from excess flushing. And then the mammary systems, while she will yield some of the fore extension, we're just seeing more height and security to the rear udder today than we're picking up in this 7-year-old doe immediately behind her. This 7-year-old doe's been milking a year ago, freshened a year ago in March. And so she's been milking quite a long time, still seeing the beautiful evidence of capacity in that mammary system, still standing strong on feet and legs for a 7-year-old doe. Love the fore extension on that mammary. For that, she will be commended. Because our champion of the day is also best of breed, and for these reasons I've stated before, best udder will be on my best of breed doe.
Here's some results from the Sable Show. Under 2 years in milk. First place to Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Illinois, with a first place udder. Second place, Cleese Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana, second place udder. Third place to Ed Jalowski, Atlanta, Illinois. Fourth place, Carrie Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Fifth place to Carrie Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Sixth place, Elsie Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Seventh place, Cleese Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. And eighth place, Becca Hastreiter of Clarkson, Nebraska. In the 2-year-olds, class 4502, first place went to Ed Jalowski, and second place, udder. Second place in that class went to Ed Jalowski, and also first place, udder. Third place to the Cleese family. Fourth place to Bruce and Cleese Foster. Fifth place to Bruce and Cleese Foster. Sixth place to Cleese Foster. Seventh place to Terry Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Eighth place to Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Ninth place from Elsie Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. 10th place to Becca Hastreiter from Clarkson, Nebraska. 11th place to Mariana Wright from Walton, Indiana. And 12th place to Mariana Wright, Walton, Indiana. Class 4504, the 3-year-olds, first place udder and grand champion doe to Cleese Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Second place to Bruce and Cleese Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Second place, second udder, and reserve grand champion doe. Third place in that class went to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Fourth place to Ed Jadlowski. Fifth place to Carrie Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Cleese Foster had sixth place in that class. Seventh place to Gwen Johnson from Terre Haute, Indiana. Eighth place to Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Ninth place to Jenna Good from Clarkson, Nebraska. 10th place to Tracy Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. 11th place to Mariana Wright, Walton, Indiana. And 12th place to Mariana Wright, Walton, Indiana.
Well, 10 outstanding does in this class. What a beautiful alpine show. Just so many strong classes, and each of the two does in this class represented wins over a lot of quality competition and a lot of very deep classes of the does behind them. When I get these 10 does out here, all 10 of these does include our first and second udders in all of these classes. Where we had a couple. I think we had a third place doe, second udder, but overall we have all of our first place udders in this lineup, most of our second place udders, all does that are just very strong in mammary system, all does that are certainly showing a lot of increasing depth of body as we get into these more mature does, and does that are strong in dairy strength and general appearance. For me, when I look down this lineup, I keep coming back to this one doe that she's so strong in general appearance with that such a correct set to those rear legs, strength of rear pastern. She's a doe that is open and angular. That rear rib just really points back to that flank so correctly. She's open in the rib. She's level over the top line and the back and rump. She's a doe that's so balanced in the mammary system. Today our champion will be our 7-year-old. So it gets a little closer out here when we bring back in our 5-year-old second place doe in that age class. I'm going to come back and use this 3-year-old doe. She's so strong in the mammary system with that extension of the forudder. She's so strong in general appearance with that beautiful brisket and the correct set to those front legs. And once again, another doe that's using those rear legs very correctly with a beautiful wide rump. She'll be our reserve champion.
With more results from the Sable Show, the class 4506, the 4-year-olds. First place went to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Second place to Mariana Wright from Walton, Indiana. And third place to Mariana Wright from Walton, Indiana. In the 5-year-old class number 4506, first place went to Cleese Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Second place to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Third place to Tracy Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Fourth place to Marianne Wright, Walton, Indiana. Fifth place to Gwen Johnson from Terre Haute, Indiana. And sixth place to Marianne Wright of Walton, Indiana. And seventh place to Jenna Good from Clarkson, Nebraska. And in this final Sable Show class, the Champion Challenge, first place, best of breed, best udder. And the grand champion went to Bailey, somebody, okay. Second place and second udder went to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. And third place to Carrie Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana.
I just want to make sure. Okay, this is our champion challenge class. We bring in a champion. It's a 7-year-old doe today. We bring in 3 challengers to compete against her. We're going to stay with this 7-year-old for best of breed today. It's for that mammary system, that balance and side profile, the extension of forudder, the size of teat, the height and width of rear udder arch. She'll be our first place doe in this class. She'll be our first place udder in this class, which will make her our best udder of breed as well as our best of breed today. Second place over third, advantage in general appearance. She's a doe that just levels out more over that rump area as she moves out about the ring. She's a little more correct on those rear legs, straight from more perpendicular set from hock to pastern than our doe here in 3. And then 3 placing over 4, another general appearance placing. Excuse me. Try to slow down a bit. She's a doe that just excels more over that back and rump when she moves out. She's smoother blended over that rump area and over that loin as she moves out about the ring. Mammary system, she's holding that mammary system up a little higher, more correctly attached than our 7-year-old here at the end of the line. And I really admire the dairy strength, the length of neck, and the sharpness of our 7-year-old today. Thank you.
In the Alpine Show, and the class just completed in the South Arena, this was the champion challenge. First place went to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Second place to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Third place to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. And fourth place to Levi Campbell of Meriden, Kansas.
All right, this is our Get Us Our class. I'm going to start with this group right here in the middle. Advantage in general appearance. This group just comes to rest so naturally on those feet and legs. They're so strong in that rear leg set and upstanding and level on the move. As for that, they're placed over our group here in 2 on my far left. Our group here in 2 really excelling in just that width of rear udder arch. They're placing over our group here second from the end. Then our group second from the end, that will be our third place group. Our third place group excelling over our fourth place group here on the end. Just 3 does are just more correct in that area of attachment to the mammary system. And then 4 placing over 5. The maturity advantage here is really showing up with the depth of body and that width and strength over our group of young does here in 5th place. All right, this is our Produce a Dam class. I'm going to start here with this group that includes our champion and a third place age doe. Two does are just tremendously strong in dairy strength and mammary system. It's for that advantage in rear udder arch and height. They're placing over our group right beside them in 2. Our group here in 2, just so strong in general appearance. It's for this beautiful, wide, strong rump structure on these 2 does. They'll be placing over our group here in 3. There are 2 young does. They're really dairy and such long necks, very correct does in terms of dairy strength and area of attachment to the mammary system. It's our group here in 3, and they'll be placing over our group here in 4. And then our group here in 4, over our group here in 5, that includes our dry doe here at the end. We just see more consistency in terms of body capacity. 2 does, they're older, more mature does that are showing us more depth of body into the chest area, as well as deeper into the rear barrel. And then showing us 2 does that are in milk, showing us nice arch to the rear udder. That will yield to the strength of feet and legs on our 5th place group. All right, this is our dam and daughter class. I'm starting off with our group that includes our champion of the day, our best of breed, our best udder, and our reserve champion. That just so both these two are just so strong in mammary system. They have the advantage in width and overall balance and side profile over our group here. And two beside them, our yearling includes our first place yearling and our first place 2-year-old. These two does are just so strong in general appearance and dairy strength, the sharpness and angularity they're showing us today. For that reason, they're placing over this group here in 3, just a more consistent pair of does. Over our group here in 3 in their turn, 2 does that are also very dairy with a lot of length of neck. They're correct in the feet and legs. They're placing over our group here of they're placing over our group here at the end of the line here, just for that strength in terms of that dairy strength advantage. 4 placing over our group here in 5 is for that consistency and strength of feet and legs. And then 5 placing over our group here in 6. We have a body capacity advantage and then a width of rump advantage over the group here in 6 today. All right, this is our breeders trio, and I'm starting off with this group here in the middle. 3 does, they're just so dairy and correct and extremely well attached in those mammary systems and capacious and balanced. Over our group here of does here in 2, a group here in 2 really, once again, excelling in feet and legs and rump structure. They're excelling for those advantages. Over our group here in 3 on the far right. I love the depth of body and width of rear udder attachment on this group as a trio. They're placing over our group here in 4. Our group here in 4, just as a trio, just more balanced than our group here in 5, is for that advantage and area of attachment to the mammary systems. Over our group here in 5, yeah, right here. And then 5 placing over, yeah, 6 over this group here in 6, just an advantage in maturity, advantage in general appearance, feet and legs, a little wider up into the escutcheon than what we're seeing here. And then 6 placing over our group here in 7, with the strength of feet and legs as a group, with the dairy strength advantage, with the length of neck and sharpness over our group here in 7. Well, it's been an absolutely outstanding Alpine show. A lot of quality competition. I'm starting off our dairy herd with this group here on the end. Just advantage and maturity. There's 4 does that are older, have a couple more lactations under their belt, a little deeper bodied as a group over our group here in 2 to the right of them. Our group here in 2 placing over the group here on our far right. Strength in general appearance, strength in the rear udder arch. Our group here in 3 placing over our group here in 4. Once again, just 4 does that are just stronger in mammary systems as a group. They're a little higher as a group in terms of those rear udders. And then as a group here, we have 4 does here. They're just stronger once again and balance and side profile and symmetry between the halves and just overall just more desirable shape of the 4 udders as a whole compared to this group here in 5. And then once again, this group here in 5 would really admire the body capacity and depth. Just a really quality Alpine show all the way, and that concludes our Alpine division.
In the Alpine classes just completed here in the South Arena, in the senior get of sire class, first place went to Ed Jadowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Second place to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Third place to Van Wyck from Haywarden, Iowa. Fourth place, Casey Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota. And fifth place to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. In the Breeders' Trio, first place goes to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Second to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Third place to Casey Prochnick, Gibbon, Minnesota. Fourth place, Van Wyck Acres of Haywarden, Iowa. Fifth place, Levi Campbell of Meriden, Kansas. Sixth place, Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. And seventh place, Brenda Leitner from Pittsboro, Indiana. In the dairy herd class, class number 4524 for the Alpines. First place went to Harmony Pines of Nunn, Colorado. Second place to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Third place to Casey Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota. Fourth place to Van Wyck Acres, Haywarden, Iowa. And fifth place, Brenda Leitner from Pittsboro, Indiana. In the mother-daughter class, first place went to Harmony Alpines, Nunn, Colorado. Second to Ed Jadlowski, Atlanta, Illinois. Third place to Levi Campbell, Meriden, Kansas. Fourth place to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. And fifth place to Brenda Leitner from Pittsboro, Indiana. And in the final class of the Alpines, produce of dam, first place went to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Second to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Third to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. Fourth to Brenda Leitner from Pittsboro, Indiana. And fifth to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. And that concludes the Alpine show. We'll continue today's Dairy Goat Show now. In the North Arena, we will be showing the Nubians, and in the South Arena, we'll have the Togglebergs.
extremely close placing in 1 and 2 here. Starting 1 over 2, we have the advantage, first of all, in that mammary system, greater fore extension, allowing for more total area mammary support, more width to that forerudder as well. When we take a look at the general appearance, she tracks more straight true forward on those forelegs, less tendency to toe out. When we look at the rump on structure, just a bit more level in the thorough or side to side than we're picking up in 2. 2 is placing over 3. She has the advantage today in a mammary system that's just showing us more balance between evidence of capacity of the mammary with the body. She also has the advantage today in body capacity, being deeper in that chest floor with more increasing depth carry back into that flank. 3 is placing over 4. She now has an advantage in the mammary system while not showing the evidence of capacity, a mammary that's higher and tighter into the escutcheon area. She's also a doe that's showing us an advantage in general appearance, being much more nearly level in the rump from hips to pins. 4 is placing over 5. She has the advantage today in that total area mammary support, that great fore extension, allowing for more globular shape when viewed from the side. Then we're picking up in 5. 5 is placing over 6. She just has the advantage, first of all, in dairy strength. She is more prominent at the withers. She is more open and angular throughout than we're picking up in the doe immediately behind her. Not to take away from this lovely rear udder that we have on this 6th place doe. I really like the promise that we're seeing. Just need to see some growth and maturity. We'll see her later.
All right, nice class of sable yearling does to start off our sable division. I'm starting off the doe here in 1 that excels in mammary system and general appearance to the does behind her. It's sort of that general appearance, that angulation of her leg set, that levelness over the chine on the move that 1 is placing over 2. She's also a doe that's more balanced in side profile and higher in that rear udder arch. Should be our 1st place udder in the class. Our 2nd place doe and our 3rd place doe, a little closer placing here. I am using our 2nd place doe for 2nd place udder. And it's for that advantage in capacity to the forerudder and balance in side profile. The 2 is placing over 3. She's a doe that excels in dairy strength, that length of neck, while she will yield some to the incredible extension of brisket on our 3rd place doe. I really admire the strength of brisket on our 3rd place doe, just for that advantage in front and assembly, as well as that general appearance, that levelness and smoothness of blending. The 3 in her turn is placing over 4. 4 in her turn placing over 5 in a closer placing. Dairy strength in feet and legs, a little more correct angulation to rear leg set, a little more, body capacity in general appearance. Body capacity being a little deeper bodied into that chest floor. The black and white doe over the black doe behind her, just a longer made doe. She stretches out more and shows an advantage in length of bone pattern. She's more smoothly blended and sharper from the neck into the withers. And then she's more correct over that loin area, showing us a little more smoothness of blending in those hips than what we see with this black doe behind her. The black doe over the black and white doe behind her, evangelized in general appearance, just a much more, in her turn, a smoothly blended doe. In her turn, she's stronger in that chest floor, tighter at that point of elbow, and more extended forward in that brisket. The black and white doe over the belted doe behind her, mammary system advantage. We see more capacity to that mammary system inside profile, and more extension forward to that forerudder than what we see with our doe here at the end of the line, who I want to commend for the length of neck.
In the Sable Show, class 4,500, those does under 2 years in milk. 1st place and best udder went to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. 2nd place and 2nd place udder to Cleese Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. 3rd place to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. 4th place to Carrie Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. 5th place to Cleese Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. 6th place to Elsie Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. 7th place to Carrie Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. And 8th place to Becca Hastreiter, Clarkson, Nebraska. In the Alpine Show, class 45, under 2 years in milk, 1st place went to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. 2nd place to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. 3rd place to Ed Jadlowski. Fourth place from Van Wyck Acres, Haywarden, Iowa. Fifth place to Will Bachmeyer, Granville, North Dakota. And sixth place to Levi Campbell, Meriden, Kansas.
All right, a nice class of 2-year-old sable does. I'm starting off the doe. I just really feel like it's the most balanced across the areas of the scorecard. She's a doe that excels in mammary system and balance and side profile and extension of the forudder. She excels in depth of body into the rear barrel. For that, she'll be our first udder doe in this class. 2 in her turn excelling over. This is our general appearance star of this class. Such a strong doe in general appearance. So correct on those feet and legs. Is for that tightness of toe, set to the rear leg, angulation to the rear leg, as well as levelness from hips to pins and over that chine area. That 2 will place over 3. I do admire the extension of forudder on our third place doe and the height of rear udder. We will make our third place doe our second place udder in this class. It is for that height of rear udder and extension of forudder, just holding that udder floor higher up. That's just a more strongly supported mammary system than what we see with our doe here in 4. 4 in her turn placing over 5. Balance of mammary system, feet and legs, angulation to rear leg set over our doe here in 5. She will yield to the length of bone. It is that length of bone as well as the strength of rear pastern that 5 in her turn is placing over 6 today. 6 in her turn placing over 7. This is where the class really breaks. We just have a doe that's just so much stronger in general appearance. She's more correct and level over the back and rump. She's more balanced in side profile and holding that udder so much higher up above those hocks than what we see with the does behind her. And as we start to get down the class, we just start to either lose mammary system balance and area of attachment, or we start to lose strength in general appearance the further down the class we get. Thank you so much.
In the Sable Show, class 4502 for the 2-year-olds. First place and first place udder went to Ed Jadlowski from Illinois. Second place to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Third place and second udder, Bruce and Cleese Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Fourth place to Cleese Foster, Terre Haute. Fifth place to Bruce and Cleese Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Sixth place to Cleese Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Seventh place, Tracy Foster of Terre Haute, Indiana. Eighth place, Elsie Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Ninth place, Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. 10th place to Becca Hostreiter from Clarkson, Nebraska. 11th place to Mariana Wright, Walton, Indiana. 12th place to Mariana Wright from Walton, Indiana. And that concludes the placings in that class.
Can you hand me this mic right here? Thanks, Trevor. Okay, really nice class of 3-year-olds. Definitely took some kind of balancing out this class from and looking at the strengths of really these top 4 does really moved themselves out into the top of this lineup. This doe here is our first place udder in the class. It really is for that mammary system. She's so balanced inside profile. She's a little more correct in placement of teats, strength in medial, extension of fore udder, height and width of rear udder over our doe here in 2. In addition to that, advantage in mammary system, she's so much deeper bodied into that rear barrel and deeper into the chest than our doe here in 2. Our doe here in 2 placing over our doe here in 3 in a really close placing. I admire the mammary. I think this is the mammary system that's taking her over our 3rd place doe in balance inside profile. She will yield some to the extension of brisket, levelness of rump area, but is that mammary system as well as just that the length of neck, the slightly longer, just a ever so slightly longer bone pattern and dairy strength. At 2 is placing over 3. 3 placing over 4. It is that general appearance. Just an incredible general appearance in this doe. She's more nearly level over the rump. She's more smoothly blended in those hips. In terms of dairy strength, she's sharper in the withers. Just a beautiful balanced doe. This is a doe that general appearance wise, she's the best doe in the class in terms of just that strength too. If we had a general appearance, winner of this class, but it is that doe that is placing over the black doe behind her. This black doe placing over the black and white doe behind her, dairy strength. She's longer in the neck. She's more open in the ribs. She's flatter bone and sharper throughout. The black and white doe placing over the Chamalizé doe behind her. The tremendous extension of fore udder and balance inside profile. And as we kind of get back, once again, we're losing quality in the mammary system. We're starting to lose area of attachment to some of these does higher up in the line. We just don't have quite the globular shape to the mammary system. We don't have quite the udder support with that medial, holding that udder higher up above that body, against that body wall above those hocks, and quite that area of, once again, that area of attachment, just really holding that udder securely in creating a more desirable shape to that mammary system than the does here at the head of the line. Second place udder. Udder placings in that class were 1 and 2.
Okay, so we have a large class of 2-year-olds, but not only is it a large class, it's a very competitive. We still have really nice mammary systems most of the way down that back line. Just starting 1 over 2, she has the advantage, first of all, in general appearance. We get her out on the move. She's so sound in her general appearance. She's more naturally level in the loin. She's showing us the balance and symmetry. She's showing us that increasing depth. I got a lisp all of a sudden. Into that rear barrel. When you get your hands on the mammary system, the greater fore extension allows for more total area mammary support. We will yield the pretty teats that we have on the second place doe, but there's just more mammary system there than we're picking up in 2. She might grant some length of body, length of bone on the second place doe. 2 over 3, she has the advantage, first of all, in the dairy strength. She is a doe that's showing us more freedom from excess flushing, but she's also a longer bone pattern for her size than the larger doe immediately behind her. And when we take a look at the mammary systems, why she might yield a little bit in the total evidence of capacity. I just prefer the arch, the height and the arch to that rear udder today, placing 2 over 3. 3 is placing over 4. She now has the advantage in that mammary system, more pleasing teat placement in view from the rear, a bit more height in that scutcheon area, smoother in that fore udder. She has a decided advantage in body capacity. She's just a much larger doe. She's bigger, she's wider, she's deeper than we're picking up in the chamois and 4. 4 is placing over 5. She has the advantage in her turn in general appearance, a doe that tracks about the ring with more desirable angulation of her leg when viewed from the side, more levelness of rump from hips to pins while on the move. 5 is placing over 6. She now has the advantage today in her turn in the extension to the fore, allowing for more total area mammary support. She has an advantage in body capacity, being wider throughout. The Sun Gal over the Chamalizé, we have the advantage today, first of all, in body capacity. The Chamuzet is a nice doe, but she's real immature for a 2-year-old, which kind of puts her at a disadvantage. But it is that balance and symmetry, the evidence of body capacity and mammary capacity put together is going to put her over the chamois. The chamois over the two-tone Chamuzet, a placing I switched at the end. She's just walking out with more natural levelness in the loin. More correct angulation to rear leg when viewed from the side than we're picking up in the two-tone chamois. The two-tone chamois over the, we'll call her interesting Couclair. She has the advantage today, first of all, in that dairy strength. She excels in dairy strength over this doe. She's got a longer, leaner neck. She's got more angularity throughout than we're picking up in the big body doe here. When we take a look at the mammary systems, we're just seeing more fore extension than we're picking up in this doe immediately behind her. So this second from the end over the end of the first line, it is that height and arch to that rear udder today, combined with an advantage in body capacity being deeper and wider throughout. A bit more fullness at the point of elbow gives her some points in general appearance as well. So as this first line starts to move out, we're taking the doe that was 10th over 11. We're just seeing an advantage in dairy strength. She's a longer bone pattern doe. She has an advantage in general appearance, being more nearly level in the rump from hips to pins. And as we go down this line, we'll see, we still see some strong mammary systems most of the way down this line. This doe, 1 is placing over 2 for the height of the rear. 2 is placing over 3 for evidence of capacity in the mammary system. 3 is placing over 4, just a more pleasing shape to the rear udder, more globular shape when viewed from the rear. 4 is placing over 5, mammary system, just more total airy mammary support. A doe that's also showing us an advantage in that general appearance, a bit more level over the top. The Couclair over the Chamuzet, just more pleasing shape to the rear udder, more desirable texture to the mammary system. The red Chamuzet over the brown Chamuzet. We're just, as we're going down, we're just seeing more strength in the mammary system as far as the height, the security, the extension of the fore today. Udders were 1, 2.
I had a nice trio of 4-year-old does in our sable class. I'm starting off the doe here on my left that really excels in mammary system, and 1 placing over 2 today. She's a doe that excels in just that overall area of attachment and width to that rear udder. She's a doe that excels in general appearance and levelness over that rump area. And she's a doe that excels in dairy strength with that length of body, length of bone, advantage over our second place doe. Our second place doe is our second place udder in this class. It's for that overall area of attachment and height of rear udder that she's placing over our third place doe today. She in her turn is also a doe that's just a little more correct in that front end assembly, and less movement in those shoulders when she gets out on the move. She will yield some to the tremendous depth of body into the chest floor in this third place doe. We want to commend our third place doe for that depth into the chest.
In the Sable Show, we've got some results for you here. Class 4504, 3-year-olds. First place and best udder went to Cleese Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Second place and second place udder to Bruce and Cleese Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Third in that class went to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Fourth also went to Ed Jadlowski. Fifth place to Cleese Foster of Terre Haute. Sixth place to Carrie Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Seventh place to Gwen Johnson from Terre Haute, Indiana. Eighth place to Dina Andreessen, Leon, Iowa. Ninth place to Jenna Good from Clarkson, Nebraska. 10th place to Mariana Wright from Walton, Indiana. 11th place to Tracy Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. And 12th place to Mariana Wright of Walton, Indiana. In class 4506, the 4-year-old Sables, first place and best udder went to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Second place in that class went to Mariana Wright from Walton, Indiana. And third place and second best udder went to Mariana Wright from Walton, Indiana.
All right, as a class of age, Sable Does, a really nice class top to bottom. Starting off the doe that really excels in general appearance. Over the doe behind her, she's more smoothly blended in that front end assembly. She's cleaner from the neck into the shoulders. She's more nearly level over the loin, and she blends more correctly into that rump area and travels around the ring with more levelness over that rump area. She'll be our first place udder in this class. She's more balanced in side profile, holding more of a 1/3 distribution correctly behind that leg, just holding that udder a little more supported and more forward than what we see with our doe here in two. However, I'm going to use our second place doe for second place udder in this class. I'd like to see a little more balance and pull that udder forward and kind of bring some of that fore udder up. But it is the rear udder attachment that takes place over our third place doe today. It's really primarily that capacity and that rear udder arch that we're seeing today. She's also a doe that's excelling in body capacity with more depth into the heart girth, fullness of that point of elbow than we see with our third place doe. Our third place doe, placing over our fourth place doe, it is for the dairy strength, the length of neck, and the sharpness about this doe, and the tremendous open. You get your hands on this doe, tremendously open and wide, strong ribs. It's for that advantage in dairy strength that she's placing over the doe in 4. She's also not showing quite the capacity we want to see for the mammary system, but in area of attachment, but she does show more balance between the halves over our fourth place doe. 4 placing over 5, body capacity, just a much more conditioned doe, a deeper body doe into the chest floor. She's deeper in the heart girth, and she carries it more correctly into the rear barrel. She's more balanced in side profile while yielding some to the balance, symmetry between the halves. The Sungal over the brown and white doe behind her, just more correctly balanced in side profile in the mammary system. And then the broken black and white doe behind her over the black and white behind her, just a more correct doe in terms of front end assembly. She's deeper in the chest floor, stronger on those front legs, wider through those front legs, has toes that point directly more forward, cleaner about the knee, just a more correct general appearance set to this doe than we see with the doe at the end of the line. This is our lineup here for selection of Sable Champion. Some really strong does out here, some very productive does from top to bottom, some really hard-working, productive does that are also showing the correct conformation in terms of general appearance to support that production, and some very dairy does, the length of neck and sharpness and flatness of bone throughout that we're seeing on these 10 does out here. For selection of champion, I'm going to go with the doe that just really picks up, of this group of does, she has the best udder, so we'll use her to represent against in the best udder of breed against the challengers to see who has the best udder of breed. But she has the best udder in this lineup. She's so balanced in side profile. She's a doe that shows that depth of body that we want to see in maturing doe. She shows that extension of brisket that we want to see. She's correct on her feet and legs. She certainly shows a lot of length of bone. Today our champion will be this 3-year-old in the middle. For 2-year-old, our 2-year-old is reserve champion. Congratulations. Our 2-year-old is a reserve champion today. I meant to say the second place doe is between her and the 2-year-old doe, and I'm going to use this 2-year-old doe. She's stronger in general appearance. She's stronger in that front end assembly. She's more balanced in side profile. She's more correct in feet and legs. Our 2-year-old doe will be the reserve champion.
just a really close pair at the top of the line. We have two different body styles. When we take a look at the mammary systems, we might have a smoother 4 on the second place doe, but I really love the arch, the teat placement that we have on this first place doe. We are going to stay with first udder on the first doe, second udder on the second. We take a look at the class placing. Both of these does are very strong in their general appearance, but I feel we have a decided edge in the dairy strength. A longer, leaner neck, flatter, more open rib than we're picking up in the tremendously large body doe immediately behind her. But a very, very close placing. I love both of these does to pieces, but we're going to stay with the strength and the dairiness. More pleasing shape to that mammary system when viewed from the rear as far as the teat placement. We're going to go with 1/2. 2 is placing over 3. She has a decided advantage in that mammary system. That tremendous fore extension and the lateral attachments, the width of that forudder just excels over the rest of the class in that total area mammary support. She also has an advantage in body capacity, just being wider and deeper throughout than we're picking up in 3. 3 is placing over 4. She now has the advantage today. First of all, in general appearance, she tracks about the ring with a more desirable angulation of rear leg when viewed from the side. The rear udder's a bit higher into the escutcheon area. 4 is placing over 5. She now has the advantage today, first of all, in that dairy strength, the flatness of bone, the angularity throughout, and in the mammary system, more pleasing shape when viewed from the side with greater fore extension. 5 is placing over 6. She now has the advantage in general appearance. She's more level over the top line in the areas of the loin as well as the rump from hips to pins, and using those hind legs a little bit more appropriate than we're picking up in 6. 6 is placing over 7. She now has an advantage in dairy strength. She's more angular. She's more prominent at the withers. 7 is placing over 8. We're just getting to the point where we're not quite the general appearance and smoothness of blending that we saw higher in the class today. Maybe perhaps not the fore extension allowing for a globular shape. And as we get down the line, just not quite the same quality that we saw higher today. But I will commend that last place doe. I really do like the height and arch to her rear udder. Just a nice class of alpines.
In class 4508 for the Sable Show, the 5-year-old does. First place went to Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Illinois, with first place udder. Second place to Cleese Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana, second place udder. Third place to Gwen Johnson, Terre Haute, Indiana. Fourth place to Tracy Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Fifth place to Marianne Wright, Walton, Indiana. Sixth place to Mariana Wright from Walton, Indiana. And seventh place to Jenna Good from Clarkson, Nebraska.
All right, we bring in our champion of the day, and we bring in 2 challengers to compete against her. And I'm going to stay with our champion of the day. As for that mammary system balance inside profile, she'll be our first place udder in this class, which will make her our best udder of breed. She's a doe that excels in that mammary system balance with the extension of forudder and the height and width of rear udder. She's a doe that excels in dairy strength with that length of neck and then body capacity with that depth and length of barrel that she's showing us today over our doe here in 2. I really admire the general appearance, is that levelness over the back and rump, as well as that smoothness of blending in the forudder and that area of attachment the 2 in her turn is placing over 3. Not taking anything away from our third place doe. This is a milk through doe that she's not showing the capacity today, but overall just a doe that's so productive and capacious, and we certainly see that conditioning really holding correctly in terms of that being in milk for about 18 months. So certainly a doe that should be commended for that correctness and productivity and capacity that she's showing us today.
in the Sable show, just getting wound down here, the Champion Challenge. First place went to Cleese Foster. And this doe was named Best of Breed and also Best Udder in the breed. Second place went to Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Illinois. And third place to Carrie Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana.
This is our 4-year-old class of Alpines. Just some really nice individuals in here, but starting 1 over 2, she has the advantage. First of all, in that mammary system, we're seeing more height than width carried up into the escutcheon, smoother about the fore-udder, so the udders placing will be 1, 2. She also has the advantage today as far as the length of bone pattern. She's a longer over the back, longer over the rump than we're picking up in our second place doe, but she will grant some flatness and openness that we have in 2. 2 is placing over 3. She decidedly has an advantage in the mammary system. There's more total area mammary support, more pleasing teat size and shape. She's also a doe that's showing us an advantage in general appearance, being more smoothly blended in the front end. 3 is placing over 4. She now has the advantage in the balance between the halves and the mammary system. More security to the mammary system than we're picking up in 4. But I really do like the length and levelness that we have on the top line, particularly level rump that we see in the 4th place doe, and for that she will be commended.
All right, as our get us our class, I'm gonna start with this group here in the middle. As a whole, they're stronger as a group in terms of general appearance and mammary system as a group over our group here in 2. Just a little more correct in terms of rump structure, in terms of height and width of her udder. And then as our group here in 2, placing over our group here in 3, evangelizing general appearance and dairy strength. 3 does are more smoothly blended and sharper throughout than what we see with our group here in 3 on the left.
Produce a dam.
All right, starting off our Produce a Dam class, we'll start with this group here in the middle. Just a stronger group in terms of general appearance. I think I raved about both of these does in terms of the strength and general appearance they're showing us today. As a group, they're stronger in feet and legs. They're stronger over the back and rump than we see over our younger group of does here on the far right. Our group here on the right excelling in balance of mammary system as well as area of attachment over the group here second from the right. And then my group second from the right just showing us more correct conditioning, showing us more correct smooth blending and general appearance over the group here on the left. As our dam and daughter class, I'm going to start off with our champion and best of breed today. She's showing with a younger doe that's really kind of fits that same style and profile that she's showing us today, with that advantage in dairy strength over our group here in 2 right beside her. Our group here in 2 really excelling in general appearance over our group here on the far right. Our group here on the far right excelling in mammary systems over our group here in 4. And then our group here in 4 excelling in general appearance, smoothness of blending, correctness in the front end assembly, strength of feet and legs over our group here in 5 today. Thank you.
Breeder trio.
It's our age doe class for the Alpines. Just a lovely group of animals to work with. Starting the line with a 7-year-old doe above a 5-year-old doe. First of all, is the mammary system advantage. She's showing us greater fore extension, more width across the rear udder, more fullness, so we see more proper 1/3 before, 1/3 behind the leg when viewed from the side. She's also showing us an advantage in general appearance, as she's an older doe and standing on a little stronger feet and legs, stronger pasterns that we're seeing in the bigger doe immediately behind her. I really like the frame of this second place doe, just the incredible length and levelness over that top, coupled with a really strong mammary system. And as for that mammary system, well, may yield a little bit of evidence of capacity, but it's just much more secure into that escutcheon area, more pleasing teat placement. And in the general appearance, she's more of an uphill doe than we're picking up in 3. 3 is placing over 4. She now has the advantage in the mammary system with more total area mammary support with that tremendous fore extension. She's also showing us an advantage in dairy strength, being flatter boned. The Chamoiset over the Coupe Claire, who is a 9-year-old doe. It's mostly just because of the bloom in the mammary system. This 9-year-old doe is holding up extremely well for her age. But you can see the structure in the 9-year-old, but not the evidence of capacity, and it just puts her at a disadvantage. And so this doe that's just more bloomy, showing us the advantage and evidence of capacity for her body size in that mammary system, will place her over the 9-year-old. The 9-year-old over the belted Sungao, she is just showing us, while she may not the evidence of capacity in the mammary system, more pleasing structure to the mammary system. Even though she didn't quite fill, you can see the basics of the mammary there. For a 9-year-old doe, her general appearance is very nice. Although, yeah, she's showing some wear and tear on those hind legs, but the rest of her general appearance is just so lovely, and she's got so many more years under her belt that she'll place over the belted Sungao. The belted Sungao over the Chamoiset, just more pleasing shape to that mammary system with greater fore extension, and the Chamoiset over the darker Chamoiset, just more evidence of capacity in the mammary system and advantage in dairy strength, the longer, leaner neck, flatter boned.
All right, there's our class, our dairy herd, our last group of does here, and I'm starting off with this group. I just feel like this is just such a consistent group of does for our first place dairy herd is for that advantage and uniformity of strength and general appearance that one is placing over two, our group here in two placing over our group here in three. We have a couple more lactations under their belt. We have a couple more years of maturity as a group, and 4 really consistent mammary systems and with area of attachment and balance over our group here in 3, and then 3 placing over 4. Another advantage in mammary systems. As a whole, we just see more attachment. We see more correct placement of teats. We see more correct symmetry between the has. We see more balance and side profile as a group over our group here in 4 today. Thank you. And that concludes our Sable show.
Show just continued. It's Class 4520, Senior Get of Sire. First went to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Second to Cleese Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. And third to Mariana Wright from Walton, Indiana. In Class 4524, the dairy herd. First place to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Second to Carrie Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Third place to Cleese Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. And fourth place to Mariana Wright, Walton, Indiana. In the Class 4526, Sable Mothers and Daughters, first place went to Bruce and Cleese Foster. Second to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Third to Carrie Foster from Terre Haute, Illinois. Fourth to Cleese Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Fifth to Mariana Wright from Walton, Indiana. And in the final class, Class 4528, Produce of Dam. First place to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Second to Carrie Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Third to Tracy Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. And fourth to Mariana Wright from Walton, Indiana. And that concludes the Sable Show.
This is our lineup for Senior Champion Alpine. It was just a lovely Alpine show. Not only did we have large entry numbers, we had quality all the way down the line. It was just a lovely show to judge today. Just some really nice individuals. I think they worked out quite nicely in this lineup. But the doe that has the advantage in my mind in the strength of the mammary system, the age and longevity, the soundness and general appearance is the aged doe. She'll be my champion. So we'll need the second place aged doe back in, please. Just a lovely doe in her own right. I really like the strengths that we're seeing in general appearance and strength of mammary system. But I'm going to go down to this 3-year-old. I really love that she excels in dairy strength, the flatness of bone, the cleanly long bone pattern, a couple of the beautifully shaped mammary systems. So the 3-year-old will be my reserve. Just a lovely class, a champion challenge for the Alpines. I am staying with my champion of the day, a 7-year-old, directly in front of another 7-year-old. She just has the advantage in general appearance. She's stronger about those rear pasterns. She's got more desirable angulation of rear leg when viewed from the side than this lovely doe immediately behind her. When we take a look at the mammary systems, it's just a more extension and smoothness of blending of that forudder attachment. So we'll be using our best of breed rear best udder today. 2 is placing over 3, a doe that's got a lot more maturity under her belt. It's a 7-year-old over a 2-year-old. A doe that has the advantage in dairy strength. She's more angular made throughout. When we take a look at the mammary systems, they're more total area mammary support, possibly due to her age and maturity. But just a really nice 2-year-old here. 2-year-old placing over a 3-year-old. We're just seeing more pleasing shape to that mammary system when viewed from the side, more pleasing teat shape than we're picking up in the 3-year-old, not to take away from the beautiful levelness over the top line and the feet and legs that we have on this 3-year-old today.
All right, we're going to announce our best herd displays. First place went to Playwright Farm, Carla Schmidt and family. Second place went to Cantervine, Casey Prochnick and family. And third place went to Eagle Creek Farms, Tim and Mary Schmidt and family. Sorry.
Do we have more second place or no?
I don't know.
I'm about out.
We're starting the third phase of our Dairy Goat show here this afternoon. Here in the North Arena, we will have the Nubians, and the Togglebergs will be over here in the South Arena. Judging in the North Arena right now is Amy, and we'll be getting started with the other show here in just a few moments.
All right, now nice group of Toggenburg does to start off our yearling class, our Toggenburg division. I'm starting off the doe that really excels in general appearance. Over the doe behind her, she's a doe who's stronger in that front end assembly with more extension of brisket. She's a doe who's more nearly level from throw to thurl. In that rump area, she's a doe who's deeper into the chest floor than what we see with our doe here in 2. Mammary system, she'll be a first place doe in this class as well. She's a bit, just a little more securely attached, not taking anything away from the tremendous mammary system of our second place doe. And our second place doe is showing over our third place doe for that extension of brisket, or extension of forudder that she's showing us today. Just a little more smoothly blended, wider and stronger in that forudder than we see with our doe here in 3. In addition to that mammary system, she's a doe who's excelling in dairy strength with just the length of neck and the sharpness in the withers that we see over our doe here in 3. 3 in her turn placing over 4 in a closer placing is for that general appearance advantage. She levels out more over that rump area, over that back on the move. She's a doe that's so strong in that front end with just tremendous width through those front legs and extension of brisket over our 4th place doe today. Our 4th place doe today should be commended for this really correct mammary system she's showing us today. Love the height of that rear udder and the balance and side profile. She should be commended.
This is our Nubian yearling milking class, just a really strong class to work through here today. Starting 1 over 2, she has the advantage, first of all, in general appearance, a doe that tracks about the ring more nearly level in the areas of the loin as well as the rump from hips to pins. She has a decided advantage in dairy strength, being a longer, leaner neck, flatter, more open rib doe. When we take a look at the mammary system, she will grant some the overall shape to the mammary system in this second place doe. Thus, the second place doe will be first udder. The first place doe will be second udder. It is the structure of that mammary system, the beautiful height and arch, more pleasing shape to the mammary system, placing 2 over 3. 3 is placing over 4. She now has the advantage today, first of all, in the dairy strength with a longer, leaner neck, more prominence at the withers, but she also has an advantage in the mammary with the greater 4 extension, allowing for a more pleasing shape from viewed from the side. 4 is placing over 5. She now has the advantage today, first of all, in dairy strength as far as angularity. She's showing us that increasing depth carry back into that flank area over the 5th place doe. Yeah. 5 is placing over 6. She has the advantage today in the mammary system. We're just seeing a bit more height to the udder, a bit of more evidence of capacity for her body size than we're picking up in the red doe. She also has the advantage in general appearance, that less tendency for those hips to pop up as we see her track about the ring, yes. 6 is placing over 7. We're getting some does where we have these really large body capacity does with not the milk to balance, and that's often happens with first fresheners. But she's just showing us an advantage in that the width and arch to the rear udder. She's showing us an advantage in dairy strength being more prominent at the withers. And then the brown doe over the brown doe with the frosted ears, just more security, tighter into that escutcheon area on the mammary system, and a body capacity advantage. And as we're going down, we're just seeing mammary systems that aren't quite as tight in the fore udder, or they're just not quite as high in the rear udder as we saw the higher today. And then when we get down towards the tail end, we're seeing the movement in the mammary system that we would like to not see, because if the attachments were stronger, we wouldn't see so much movement. But a nice class of Nubian yearlings.
All right, a really nice class of 2-year-old Toggenburg does. I'm starting off the doe here on my right, that a doe that just feels a pretty easy top to the class in terms of mammary system. She's a first udder doe in this class. Is for that balance and side profile, the extension and width of fore udder, that height and width of rear udder, placing over our doe here in 2. She's also a doe that excels in general appearance with that correctness of front end assembly and width through the front legs and width and thorough than our doe in 2. Closer placing in 2, placing over 3. I will use our second place doe for second place udders for that height of rear udder. She's also a doe that shows a slightly longer bone pattern, a slightly longer neck, and sharper withers to be our advantage in dairy strength over our third place doe. Our third place doe placing over our fourth place doe. It is that balance and side profile in terms of the mammary system. We just see a more equal distribution of the thirds of that udder. We see a advantage in general appearance with that correctness in front end assembly and smoothness of blending from the neck into the shoulders. And then forward in her turn, placing over 5. Advantage lies in body capacity, just a much deeper body doe into the rear barrel. Advantage lies in mammary system in terms of area of attachment and width of rear udder over our fifth place doe. I really want to commend our fifth place doe for that set to her rear leg, just very straight from hock to pastern with those strong rear pasterns. Should be commended for the strength of feet and legs she's showing us today.
In the Toggenburg classes here, in the class number 4,500, under 2 years in milk, first place went to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Second to Kara Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa. Third to Callie Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa. And fourth to Callie Schmidt from Haywarden. In the 2-year-olds, first place went to Harmony Acres. Also, they got first udder in that class. Second place went to Casey Prochnick. He also got second udder in class. Third place to Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. Fourth from Nicole McChesney, Hartselle, Colorado. And fifth to Ezra Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. In the Nubians, in class 4,500, under 2 years in milk, first place went to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska, and Cole also received second udder awards. Second in class went to Marilyn Sturtz from Hickman, Nebraska. Marilyn got first udder on her doe. Third place to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. Fourth place, Marilyn Sturtz from Hickman, Nebraska. Fifth place to Marilyn Sturtz, Hickman, Nebraska. Sixth place to Addison Moats, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Seventh place to Susan Schmer from Aurora, Nebraska. Eighth place from Kyle Davis, Fairbury, Nebraska. Ninth place to Lacey Yates from Bridgeport, Nebraska. 10th place to Marilyn Sturtz from Hickman, Nebraska. 11th place to Brenda Freestone from Rockport, Missouri. And 12th place in this class to Wendy Meyer Schmidt from Cairo, Nebraska. That's the results of class 4,500 under 2 years.
Okay, well, this is an interesting class. We have a couple of, we have a serious defect, a couple of very serious defects in here, just in terms of how we evaluate this class. But overall, we have some really strong does, top to bottom. This is, I think, one of the most consistently strong classes we've had all day in terms of just the quality all the way through. I'm starting off with the doe that I kept coming back to her. She's not the biggest doe in the class. She's certainly not the deepest body doe in the class. She's just the most balanced, complete doe, and she shows us the most correct mammary system in the class with that height and width of rear udder, that balance of side profile, that extension forward, and the capacity. She shouldn't have the most like skin going forward, but she has the most capacity going forward into that fore udder that we're seeing in this class. She'll be our first place udder in the class is for that extension of fore udder and balance and side profile that she's placing over two, and in general appearance, the levelness over the rump. She will yield some to the fullness of the crops, just that smoothness in the shoulder assembly that we see with our second place doe. Our second place doe placing over our third place doe. I just really admire once again, the smoothness of blending. She's more correct from the neck into the shoulders. She's more correct in the front end assembly. She's tighter at that point of elbow. She's more nearly level over that shine as well as into that rump area. She will yield to the height of rear udder on our third place doe. Our third place doe will be our second place mammary system in this class. It's for that height of rear udder placing over this black doe behind her. She's also advantaging in head and breed character for that correct coloration that she's showing us today over the black Toggenburg behind her. The fourth place doe placing over the fifth place doe. General appearance. She's so wide from thorough to thorough in that rump structure. She's a doe that levels out from hips to pins. She's a little more correct on those feet and legs. She's a doe that excels in terms of area of attachment and balance in that mammary system. She's more angulated in that rear leg set, which kind of, once again, which contributes, when you put the whole package together, contributes to a more desirable balance into that mammary system. So we can see it a little more clearly with that 1/3 distribution. She will obviously yield to the breed character of our correct color tog behind her. Fifth place, I believe, placing over the darker color tog behind her in sixth. As for the body capacity, she's just much deeper body doe. She's deeper into that rear barrel, she's deeper into that chest floor. She carries the death more correctly into that rear barrel, and she's more extended forward in that brisket area than this dark colored tog behind her. The dark colored tog over the really light colored tog behind her, she's just a more dairy doe. She's longer in the neck, she's sharper in the withers, just a longer bone pattern type doe than the light colored tog. And then the light colored tog placing over the two does behind her, balance in the mammary system, symmetry between the halves. She's also a little more dairier in terms of that sharpness in the withers over this doe behind her. Extension of fore udder, levelness over the rump area, second from the end over the doe at the end. And then this doe here at the end, like I said, I would love to move both of these two does up higher in the class if I could today. But this is such a strong class top to bottom. I really admire her head, the balance, the depth of muzzle, the height, width, and length balance that she's showing us today in that head, as well as just that smoothness of blending in the front end assembly. She should be commended.
This is our 2-year-old class of Nubians, just a nice amount of does to work with today. Starting 1 over 2, we have the advantage, first of all, in that mammary system, we're seeing more height and arch to that rear, more total area when you actually get your hands on it, with the fore udder coming more lateral, greater fore extension than we're picking up in 2. And she also has the advantage today in dairy strength as far as the longer bone pattern. She's longer in the neck. She's longer over the back than we're picking up in 2. 2 is placing over 3. She now has the advantage in the mammary system. We're seeing a more globular shaped mammary system, more evenness between the halves when viewed from the rear. She's also a doe that's showing us an advantage in her turn in dairy strength as far as a flatter bone pattern that we're picking up in 3. 3 is placing over 4. She's a doe, while she will grant some balance between the halves, we're just seeing more total area mammary support with greater fore extension. She has an advantage in body capacity, being deeper bodied than we're picking up at 4. 4 is placing over 5. She now has the advantage in the height to the rear udder. She may grant some evidence of capacity, but we're seeing more height and security to that rear udder today, coupled with an advantage in body capacity being deeper and wider in that chest floor. So the black doe over the brown doe, she now has a more evidence of capacity in the mammary system. She also has an advantage in dairy strength, being more prominent at the withers and more open rib. And then the first brown doe over the second brown doe, we're just seeing an advantage in general appearance. She walks out with less tendency for those hips to pop up as she moves around the ring. She's more uphill when you compare the withers and the hips. She's also showing us more levelness of rub from hips to pins. And so then this doe at the tail of the first line over the doe at the head of the line here, we're just seeing a more pleasing shape to the mammary system when viewed from the rear. 1 is placing over 2. She now has a mammary that's a bit higher and tighter in the escutcheon, but she also has an advantage in body capacity and that depth. And then as we go down the line, we're just seeing an advantage in strength of mammary systems as we go down this line. We're getting to the point where we've got some issues with security of the mammary, not tight enough in that attachment, so we see the mammary move, but a nice class of 2-year-old Nubians.
All right, nice class of 4-year-old Toggenburgs. I'm starting off the doe. That feels a pretty easy top to the class in general appearance. She's so much more correct in that front end assembly. She blends more smoothly from the neck into the shoulders. She's stronger in that brisket. She's fuller at the point of elbow. She's a doe that is a longer bone pattern doe, so she has an advantage in dairy strength. And then if she has an advantage to the imbalance of the mammary system with more extension for of that fore udder, and then just once again a more desirable 1/3 distribution of that udder with her kind of in place there, a little more forward though than what we're seeing with the doe here in 2. Our doe here in 2, she's a doe that excels our 3rd place doe in capacity to that mammary system, as well as width and height to that rear udder, as well as depth to the rear barrel. I would like to bring that up just a bit because it's protruding past the vulva, but I would like to kind of pull that mammary system up a little bit. But as we see her today, she is deeper bodied and she's wider throughout than we see with this doe here in 3. And the doe here in 3 excelling in general appearance. She's more correct over that back and rump area. She's more correct on those rear pasterns. That toe is more uniform in depth than what we're seeing with the doe here in 4. And then she excels in mammary system area of attachment over our 4th place doe today. Our other placements in the class were 1 and 2.
In class 4504, 3-year-old Toggenburgs, class before this one you just saw, first place and first udder went to Casey Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota. Second place to Callie Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa. Third place to Travis Arney from Avon, Indiana. Also, second place udder. Fourth place to Casey Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota. Fifth place to Nicole McChesney, Hartzell, Colorado. Sixth place, Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. Seventh place to Reagan Army from Avon, Indiana. Eighth place to Callie Schmidt, Haywarden, Iowa. And ninth place to Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. In class 4502, 2-year-old Nubians. First place in class went to Susan Schmier from Aurora, Nebraska. It was also the best uddered goat in the class. Second place went to Susan Schmier, also second place udder. Third place in that class went to Ashley Moats from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Fourth place, Owen Davis from Fairbury, Nebraska. Fifth place to Lacey Yates, Bridgeport, Nebraska. Sixth place to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. Seventh place in the class went to Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. Eighth place to Ashton Moats from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Ninth place to Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. 10th place to Van Wyck Acres, Haywarden, Iowa. 11th place to Marilyn Sturts, Hickman, Nebraska. 12th place to Marilyn Sturts, Hickman, Nebraska. 13th to Braxton Davis from Fairbury, Nebraska. 14th to Brenda Freestone from Rockport, Missouri. And 15th went to Wendy Meyer-Schmidt from Cairo, Nebraska. And that's the results of Class 4502 Nubians 2-year-olds. In Class 4506, 4-year-old Toggenbergs, first place and first udder was awarded to Callie Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa. Second place and second udder went to an animal named Bar-X X Evelyn. Third place went to Sherry Kubicek, Soresco, Nebraska. And fourth place to Nicole McChesney from Hartselle, Colorado.
Beautiful class of age Toggenburg does. I'm starting off the doe that really excels in the mammary system in both balance and side profile, extension of the forudder, height of that udder floor, just holding that udder up securely against that body wall. It's for those advantages in mammary system. She'll be our first place udder in the class. She excels in general appearance with that levelness over the back and rump. She excels in dairy strength, that length of neck and openness in the rib. She might yield just a bit of depth of body into the rear barrel of this tremendously deep-bodied second place doe. It is for that depth of body. That second place doe is placing over our third, as well as just that balance in mammary system and that extension of the forudder over our third place doe today. Our third place doe excelling over our fourth place doe. General appearance, she's more correct on that front end assembly with more extension of the brisket and more correct placement of those front legs. She's more correct in that mammary system in terms of overall area of attachment than we're seeing with our fourth place doe today. And our fourth place doe today, I want to commend her for that incurving of thigh, the correct angulation set to those rear legs, the strength of those pasterns today. A really strong class, especially for this age doe class. It's good to see all four of these does really strong in general appearance. All right, for selection of champion, our Toggenburg division, we have 10 really nice does in this lineup. And all 10 of them are correct on their feet and legs. They're balanced and strong in the mammary system, level over the back and rump. Just a really correct group of does out here. But for selection champion, I'm going to use a doe that puts all that together and shows the maturity and the strength that just to take her to the top today. That's going to be this age doe. She's just so strong in general appearance. She's so level over that back and rump, so correct on those feet and legs, has the highest, widest rear udder, the most extended and balanced fore udder, has beautiful texture when you get your hands on this mammary system, and beautiful openness and flatness of bone when you get your hands on her. She'll be our grand champion. She'll also represent our for our best udder of the does out here. She'll compete against the best in the champion challenge class for best udder. We bring in our second place doe today, and I really admire the depth of body on the second place doe. I really admire the capacity in that fore udder. In terms of general appearance, I'm going to go right back to the doe behind her. She's so strong in general appearance with such a strongly correct mammary system, and she's strong in the feet and legs. And once again, I mentioned this earlier, but that correct leg set really helps to frame that mammary system so correctly there. And I think some of these other does maybe just a bit off in terms of how the rear leg sets, and you don't quite see that perfect picture of how that mammary is supposed to look inside profile. This doe really puts that together very nicely. She'll be our reserve champion.
In the Toggenburg Championship Drive, first place went to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. She was best of the breed and best udder of the breed. The reserve champion was awarded to Callie Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa. She was also first udder and reserve of the breed.
This is our 3-year-old Nubian milker class. Starting 1 over 2, she has the advantage in the mammary system and the overall shape to the mammary system. She's showing us more width and arch carried back in that rear udder, more pleasing shape, both when you view from the side as well as from the rear. Then we're picking up in the doe here in second. She also has an advantage in body capacity. She's just a bit more deep and wide in that chest floor than we're picking up in 2. 2 is placing over 3. She now has the advantage in her turn, the mammary system. While she might yield some of the shape, there's more total area mammary support there. She also has an advantage in dairy strength as far as the more prominence in the withers, more angular made doe than we're picking up in 3. 3 is placing over 4. She's showing us the advantage, while she may grant some height to the rear udder, more balance. Balance between the evidence and capacity of the mammary with the body capacity. These are 3-year-old does. We're starting to reach maturity, and she's just showing us a more appropriate depth of body for her age at this point as well than the 4th place doe. The 4th place doe, I really like the structure of the mammary system. I'd like to see a bit more evidence of capacity for a 3-year-old. But it is that overall shape to the mammary, teat placement when viewed from the rear, coupled with an advantage in levelness over that top line and strength of real legs than we're picking up in the red doe. The red doe over the spotted doe. She may, however, grant some of the teat placement, but it's more height and security to their rear udder today. The spotted doe over the brown doe, she has a decided advantage in dairy strength. She is more prominent in the withers. She's more flat bone throughout. The brown doe over the second brown doe, mammary system that's just held up higher against the hocks, above the hocks than we're picking up in the second brown doe. And the second brown doe or the black doe, more security in that fore udder, less tendency for us to see that mammary system move as she tracks about the ring.
All right, this is our champion challenge class. We're bringing our champion of the day, bringing in 2 challengers to compete against her. And I'm gonna stay with this champion. She'll be our best. She'll be our best of breed. She'll also be our best udder of breed. It's for that advantage in height of rear udder, extension of fore udder, as well as just that advantage in dairy strength and length of neck and sharpness and flatness of bone throughout. 2 in her turn, placing over 3. Advantage in the mammary system. She's showing a tremendous width of rear udder on this doe. She's also a doe that's a little deeper into the chest floor, and she shows a longer bone pattern than our third place doe. Not to take anything away from this really deep-bodied third place doe that shows a tremendous levelness over that back and rump. She should be commended for that. And we'll bring in our group classes.
In the class of Nubian just completed here on the north side, first place and best udder was awarded to Susan Schmur from Aurora, Nebraska. Second place and second place udder went to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. Third place went to Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. Fourth place, Cole Meter, Lincoln, Nebraska. Fifth place to Ashton Moats from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Sixth place, Addison Moats from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Seventh place, Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. Eighth place to Lacey Yates from Bridgeport, Nebraska. And ninth place to Wendy Meyer-Schmidt, Cairo, Nebraska.
All right, this is our group of our breeders trio. Consists of some really high placing does in this class. Easily a first place group. I just really admire the height and width of that rear udder, as well as the upstandingness and correctness over that back. Well deserving of a blue ribbon.
Okay, this is our 4-year-old class of Nubian milkers. Just 4 nice individuals or 3 nice individuals to work with. with our 4-year-olds. Starting 102, she has the advantage, first of all, in that mammary system. We're seeing more height and arch to that rear udder, more globular shape when viewed from the side. She also has an advantage in general appearance, more nearly level in the rump from hips to pins. But we will be placing udders 1, 2. 2 is placing over 3. She has an advantage, first of all, in dairy strength. She's more prominent at the withers. She's more angular made throughout. She's more open rib, flat boned. We take a look at the mammary systems. While she may yield some evidence of capacity, we're just seeing it carried up higher into the escutcheon area today than we're picking up in the 3rd place doe. I really like the depth of body and the evidence of capacity in that mammary system that we have on this 3rd place doe, and for that she will be commended.
All right, this is a single entry in our Produce a Dam class. 2 does, a 2-year-old doe and a yearling doe. They're just really correct and balanced. 2 does that are uniform in strength and mammary systems and general appearance. Very correct in front of assembly, very correct over the back and rump, correct in those feet and legs, well deserving of a blue ribbon.
In the class of Nubians just completed, 4-year-olds, first place and best udder award went to Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. Second place and second place udder was awarded to Kyle Davis from Fairbury, Nebraska. And third place in that class went to Susan Schmer from Aurora, Nebraska.
This is our dam and daughter class. I'm going to start off with this doe, this pair that consisted of our first place 2-year-old and our best of breed winner, the 7-year-old. Really a lot of consistency in dairy strength and general appearance. Tremendous level, flat, wide rumps here, and 1 placing over 2. Our group here in 2 excelling over our group here in 3. This pair of milkers here evangelize in their turn. Once again, with that rear udder arch, tremendous width to rear udder arch, tremendous width to rump, and as well as spring of rib over our group here in 3. And then our group here in 3, 2 does here in milk that show us advantage in body capacity with a lot of depth of body and maturity and spring of rib, once again, over our pair of does here that includes our dry yearling. And this dry yearling with the I believe is this a 7-year-old? Yeah. A nice pair of does that they're both show a lot of strength in feet and legs. We can certainly see from 1 year to 7 years, we can certainly see that consistency in feet and legs, and that's something we definitely want to commend.
This is our age doe class for the Nubians. I'm going to leave them the way they walked in the ring. 1 is placing over 2. She excels in general appearance. She's stronger about the feet and legs. She's showing us more natural levelness of the rump from hips to pins. When we take a look at the mammary system, there's more total area mammary support and is held up higher above the hock than we're picking up in the doe immediately behind her. I really do like the prominence of the withers that we have on this 2nd place doe, and for that she will be commended. So we're ready for our class winners back for selection as senior champion.
All right, it's our Breeders' Trio class. I'm going to start with this group right here in the middle. Just a tremendous advantage in width of rump, width of that. We can really see that translate, that wide rump translate into that width of rear udder arch, and we can certainly see the capacity and depth of body. It's for that they're placing over our group here in 2. And our group here in 2 placing over our group here in 3 for the consistency, the uniformity in the mammary systems. 3 does that are correctly attached and balanced and certainly show a nice height and width of rear udder arch and nice correct placement of teats. They'll be over our group here in 3. All right, and then we have our dairy herd to complete our Toggenburg show. And I'm going to come back and use this other group here, over here on my right. And it's really for the consistency. When you put all 4 of these does together, the uniformity in terms of maturity and just balance of all 4 of these does, and particularly the strength of that medial suspensory ligament and the height and width of rear udder and the dairy strength and length of bone. This group excels our group here in 2. Our group here in 2, once again, I want to commend for the correctness of feet and legs, the width of rear udder arch. So 4 really nice does, 2 really nice groups to complete our Toggenburg show.
This is our lineup for senior champion Nubian, and we have some nice individuals out here, but I feel the competition is between the 3-year-old and the 4-year-old as far as the strength in the mammary system, the overall shape, the height to the rear udder. We take a look at these 2 does. There's a doe that has the advantage today, first of all, in that general appearance, more naturally level over the top line, strength of feet and legs, angulation of rear leg, dairy strength, more flat-boned individual. When we take a look at the mammary system, it's just a bit tighter medial suspensory ligament. We're going to use this 4-year-old doe here for our champion. We take a look at our second place 4-year-old, and a real nice doe in her own right as far as the strength of feet and legs and the dairiness. But we're going to drop down to this 3-year-old now. She has the advantage of more total area mammary support, more width across that rear udder today. We're going to use that 3-year-old for reserve.
In the Toggenburg show that was recently just completed here in the South Ring, 45-20 class, senior ghetto sire, first place went to Casey Prochniak, Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota. In Class 45-22, the Breeders' Trio, first place went to Kerr Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa. Second place to Casey Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota. Third place to Callie Schmidt, Haywarden, Iowa. In Class 45-24, the Toggenburg Dairy Herd, first place went to Travis Arney from Avon, Indiana. Second place to Callie Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa. In Class 45-26, mother-daughter Toggenburg, first place went to Harmony Pines, Nunn, Colorado. Second to Kerr Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa. Third to Reagan Arney from Avon, Indiana. And fourth to Travis Arney from Avon, Indiana. In the Toggenburg Produce of Dam class, the first place was awarded to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. And that completes the results of the Toggenburg Show.
Okay, this is our champion challenge class for the Nubians. This is where the champion of the day competes against does that are already permanent champions in their own right. Starting with our champion of the day, one is placing over two. She excels in general appearance. She's much more nearly level over the top line. She walks with more levelness in the rump. She's showing us an advantage today in that dairy strength, the prominence of the withers and the flatness of bone. When we take a look at the mammary system, it's just a more pleasing structure to the mammary with more height carried up into the escutcheon than we're picking up into. Our first place doe will be our first udder and our best udder of breed. Two is placing over three. She now has the advantage today. First of all, in general appearance, she's tighter about the shoulder blades, less tendency for them to pop up against the body, off of the body wall. When we take a look at the mammary system, she's just showing us more total airy mammary support with that extension of fore and the width of the fore udder attachment. Not to take away from this really nice, elegant doe here in third. It is in her turn for the general appearance as far as the strength of feet and legs. We do have a 9-year-old doe here in fourth. And it's a mammary system, while not showing this evidence of capacity of the 9-year-old, it's just higher and tighter up against that body wall than we're picking up in the 9-year-old doe. The 9-year-old doe placing over another challenger here. She now has the advantage in general appearance. She's much more nearly level in the areas of the loin as well as the rump from hips to pins. She also has an advantage in dairy strength, being more angular made doe than we're picking up in the fifth place doe. Fifth place doe, a doe that's still showing us lots of depth and power. For that, she will be commended.
In class 4508, 5-year-old Nubians, first place and best udder went to Cole Meter of Lincoln, Nebraska. Second place udder to Wendy Meyer-Schmidt from Cairo, Nebraska. In class 4510, the champion challenge, first place went to Marilyn Sturts, and this is also the best uddered doe in the class. Second place to Lancey Yates of Bridgeport, Nebraska. Third place to Addison Moats from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Fourth place to Lacey Yates from Bridgeport, Nebraska. And Lacey also had the fifth place doe. The overall reserve champion was Susan Schmurr from Aurora, Nebraska. Here's some more Nubians. Starting over here now in our North Arena, we've got Justin judging now. Justin Bassett's from Fort Worth, Texas. He's been judging with the ADGA for 9 years. He's been raising goats for 1992 when he began it as a 4-H project. He is currently raising Nubians under the herd name River Grace, along with his wife and 3 daughters. He works as a realtor in Texas. In the South Arena, we have Amy Akramoff, who's been raising goats since 1982. She's raised most of the dairy breeds as well as Pygmy, Angora, Cashmere, and Boer goats over the years. She grew up in the 4-H system and won Grand Champion Showman at her state fair her final years. Amy has served 1 term on the ADGA Board of Directors as well as several committees for several years. She is an advanced judge, attaining her first license in 1991. She's judged youth events at 3 different national shows. She and her husband, Jim, live in Deer Park, Washington, and they have 3 children, 20, 18, and 15. Amy works as a compounding pharmacy in Spokane, Washington, and has been a pharmacist for over 30 years. Amy currently raises Overhasleys and La Manchas, as well as a small flock of Angoras.
Okay, so this is our yearling milker class for the Toggenburg breed. Just a lovely class to work. We've got a lot of strengths throughout the class. Just really nice individuals to work with today. Starting 1 over 2, we have the advantage, first of all, in that mammary system. We're seeing more total area mammary support. And when we look at the general parents, she's showing us an advantage in the levelness and rump from thorough to thorough. But very, very close placing here. Just 2 lovely togs to start the breed today. 2 is placing over 3. She now has the advantage, first of all, in that mammary system. More depth of mammary when viewed from the side with more proper 1/3 before, 1/3 behind the leg. She also has an advantage in body capacity, showing us more increasing depth carry back into the flank area. 3 is placing over 4. She now has the advantage in a mammary system that's a bit tighter in the forward or a bit higher in the rear. She's also showing us an advantage in dairy strength with a longer, leaner neck than we're picking up in the larger doe immediately behind her. I really like the smoothness of blending, the width and power that we have on this 4th place doe, and for that she will be commended.
In the class of Toggenburgs just completed here in the South Arena, first place went to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado, also awarded the first place udder. Second place to Kara Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa, also awarded the second udder. Third place in class went to Callie Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa, and Callie also had 4th place in that class.
All right, a really nice class of milking yearling does here. I'm starting off with our doe here on the left. It really excels in dairy strength over the balance of the class. I just love the length of body on this doe, the length of neck, the openness of rib, the flatness of bone, the sharpness and angularity of this doe. She excels in dairy strength for that length of neck as well as just that flatness of bone. You get your hands on her. She excels in that balance of the mammary system with more extension of our foreudder. She'll be our first place udder in this class. Maybe bring the teats in just a bit. That's the only thing I'd change. But overall, just a really correct mammary system on this doe. She will yield to the levelness from hips to pins on this second place doe. It is this levelness that both in the back and the rump area that 2 in her turn is placing over 3. She's a doe that's also much more smoothly blended, less movement in the shoulders, deeper into the chest floor when she gets out on the move. She'll also be our second place mammary system for that height and width of rear udder over our third place doe. Our third place doe placing over our fourth place doe in a closer placing. Very similar style does, just a bit more depth of body, a bit more depth into that flank, a bit more depth into the chest floor than what we're seeing with our doe here in 4. 4 in her turn placing over 5. Going back to dairy strength, I just admire the length of neck and the sharpness in those withers, the incurving of that thigh, the cleanness of that flank. Just a more correct doe in terms of dairy strength than what we're seeing with our doe here in 5. She's also a doe that's holding that udder floor a little higher up above those hocks than what we're seeing with our really deep body doe in 5. And we certainly want to commend that depth of body, both in the chest, the width of the chest floor, and the depth into that rear barrel. She's also a doe that really shows us more width from thorough to thorough than what we see with our doe here in, I believe this is 6. 6, okay. 6 placing over 7, and a closer pair here. More length of bone, more levelness over that chine, more length over that in the neck, more length in that rump area. She will yield slightly to the angulation and set to the rear leg of a doe behind her. It's for that angulation and set to the rear leg. When you start to get behind this doe here, you start to lose correctness in the rear legs. You start to lose correctness in some of these does behind her over that back and rump area. As you know, Nubian yearlings are pretty typical about being very dippy in the chine and slopey up in the rump, and she doesn't have that profile that some of the does behind her have. So as these does behind her, obviously, these does are going to change. They're going to mature as they continue to grow, but just not quite the general appearance we saw from this point forward with the rest of the class.
I try to talk before the mic wakes up. Sorry. So this is our 2-year-old class of Toggenburg does, and just for those watching, Toggenburgs can be anywhere from a light fawn to a deep chocolate. Does are acceptable to be black with the white markings as well, but not bucks. But just a nice group of does out here, lots of strength and general appearance throughout. Starting 1 over 2, she has an advantage. First of all, in that mammary system, she's showing us more total area mammary support with more extension to the fore, more width of that foreudder attachment. We'll take a look at the general appearance. She's just a bit more naturally level over the rump from hips to pins. She will grant some dairy strength, the sharpness in the withers, the flatness of bone throughout that we have in the second place doe. First udder will be on the first doe, second udder on the second. I really like the shape to the mammary system on this second place doe. It's very pleasing, globular shape, both from the side as well as the rear, and it is for that shape of mammary system combined with strength and general appearance with the angulation of that rear leg when viewed from the side, placing her over 3. 3 is placing over 4. She has the advantage today, a bit more height to that rear udder, a bit more smoothness of blending throughout, but primarily mammary system in 3 over 4. 4 over 5, she has an advantage in that dairy strength. She is more angular. She is more prominent at the withers. And when we take a look at the mammary systems, we're just seeing more evidence of capacity for her body size than we're seeing in the 5th place doe. Not to take away from the depth of body that we have on this 5th place doe, and for that she will be commended.
Thank you, Amy, for those comments. In the class, first place and best udder went to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Second place and second place udder went to Nicole McChesney from Hartselle, Colorado. Third place to Casey Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota. Fourth place to Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. And fifth place to Ezra Kupacek from Ceresco, Nebraska. That's the result of the Toggenburg 2-year-old class. In class 4,500 Nubians 2 years and under in milk, first place was awarded to Addison Moats from Stillwater, Oklahoma. That was also first udder in class. Second place to Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. Also awarded second place udder. Third place went to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. Fourth place to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. Fifth place from Marilyn Sturts, Hickman, Nebraska. Sixth place, Marilyn Sturts, Hickman, Nebraska. Seventh place, Kyle Davis from Fairbury, Nebraska. Eighth place, Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. Ninth in this class went to Susan Schmer from Aurora, Nebraska. 10th place to Lacey Yates from Bridgeport, Nebraska. 11th place to Brenda Freestone from Rockport, Missouri. And 12th place to Susan Schmer from Aurora, Nebraska. That concludes the results from class 4,500 Nubian does under 2 years in milk.
I will. Okay, this is our 3-year-old class for the Toggenburgs, and we have some really nice does out here with some trade-offs. Starting 1 over 2, she has the advantage, first of all, in that mammary system. We're seeing more total area mammary support, more depth from the side view, more width and arch to the rear view. She also has an advantage in dairy strength, being more flat-boned and angular made than we're picking up in 2, but she will grant some of the smoothness of blending that we have on the second place doe. 2 is placing over 3. 3 is my first challenge goat. She's walking about the ring more easily around her mammary system. And it looks like, as we see them move about the ring, it's because she's showing us more width over the rump, width in the hips, width in the pins. And the mammary system on this third place doe, it's a nicely shaped mammary system, but it's a bit too wide for how wide her rump structure is, and so she doesn't walk with much ease, and that does take away from general appearance today on this doe in 3. But she is placing 3 over 4. She has an advantage in dairy strength. She's a longer, leaner neck doe. She has an advantage in general appearance about the tightness at the point of elbow. And then the mammary system, just showing us a bit more evidence of capacity for her body size than we're picking up in 4. 4 is placing over 5, my second challenge goat. Yes, she is black. It is acceptable for Toggenburgs. But that is not impacting the placing whatsoever today. It is the advantage in that mammary system, just a bit more proper shape when viewed from the side, with the fore extension allowing for more globular shape. She now has the advantage in dairy strength as well, being a flatter, more open rib doe. And when we take a look at the feet and legs, she tracks about the ring with more desirable angulation of rear leg when viewed from the side. So the black doe over the dark chocolate doe, it is the strength of mammary system that's wider and higher into that escutcheon area. She also has an advantage in body capacity, being deeper in that chest floor. The dark chocolate over the light chocolate doe, we're just seeing more evidence of capacity for her body size in the mammary system. She also has an advantage in dairy strength, being more angular made, but she will grant some of that general appearance and the levelness over the top line in the area of the back to this doe. And then we get down to our couple other problem children. I really like the 2 does at the tail end of the line, but the doe that's placing above them is because the balance and symmetry between the halves. We do want to see the mammary system, both sides, about the same size. I think we've got some very nice mammary system on these 2 does, but being as one half is less than, or one side is less than one half the size of the other, that does put them at a disadvantage today. And it's for that balance. We're going to place her over the first dark chocolate doe, and then the first that second from the end over the end. For the general appearance, smoothness of blending over those shoulder blades, I think that if we saw them later with a evenness between the halves, we could have easily used them higher today.
All right, for really nice class of newbie and 2-year-olds, and I'm going to start off with udders. I'm going to go all the way down to 7th place and make her our first udder. I don't think I've done that before. I think 5th place is the lowest I've gotten on udders, but it's for that. I'll get to her in a second, but I wanted to start with the mammary system placing. And then our second place udder will be our first place doe. Our first place doe is excelling over the second place doe for that mammary system. Just a more desirable balance, a more desirable teat delineation, a more desirable height to that rear udder, just a more globular shape to that mammary system. She's a doe who levels out more over the chine and in the rump area on the move. She's a doe that will yield some to the length of bone and the extension of brisket on our second place doe. It is that length and extension and width that our second place doe is showing us over our third place doe. I just really admire the front end assembly on this second place doe, as well as that tremendous length of bone and depth of body into the rear barrel. 3 in her turn placing over 4. Advantage lies in general appearance. She's more nearly level over that rump area on the move. She's more smoothly blended in the front end assembly. She's a doe that shows more depth of body into the chest floor and fullness to the point of elbow, and more correct area of attachment and support to that mammary system, holding it up above the hocks. 4 in her turn placing over 5 in a closer placing. Just more balance in the mammary system, more capacity, more extension forward, and a little bit more upstandingness as she moves out about the ring. More correctness to the angulation to that rear leg set. 5 in her turn placing over 6. General appearance, a more desirable rump and back area when she's on the move. More desirable set to those rear legs, being more perpendicularly set from hock to pastern. 6 placing over 7. general appearance, much more desirable in terms of the levelness over the back and rump, much more smoothly blended, more correct in that front end assembly, deeper into that chest floor, more correctly assembled in front end assembly, more correctly extended in that front end assembly, more smoothly blended at that point of shoulder. She will yield to the mammary system on this 7th place doe. There's such a desirable balance to this mammary system, and desirable area of attachment and correct placement of teats and strength and medial. She'll be our first place udder in this class, and it's for that mammary system that when you start to get back behind this group of does behind, we're just losing something. We're losing either correct area of attachment. We're losing something in terms of extension of foreudder. And some of these does, we're losing some to the top line, to the back and rump, or we're not quite seeing the dairy strength, and which is the case of the doe here. But she does show a very correct mammary system that's competitive with the does ahead of her. Just want to see a little more dairy strength to be more competitive, and a little sharpness to be more competitive with the does in front of her. But she will place for that mammary system over the does behind her today for that area of attachment.
Here's the results from class 4504, 3-year-old Toggenburgs. First in the class went to Travis Arney from Avon, Indiana. Second in the class and best udder went to Callie Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa. Third in the class went to Casey Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota. Fourth to Nicole from somewhere, I don't know. Fifth place went to Casey Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota. Sixth place to Toll Crick. Seventh place to Reagan Army from Avon, Indiana. Eighth place to Callie Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa. And ninth place to Carrie Bartram from Hallam, Nebraska. In class 458, 4502, 2-year-old Nubians, senior does. First place and second place udder went to Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. Second place went to Van Wyck Acres of Haywarden, Iowa. Third place to Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. Fourth place to Susan Schmur from Aurora, Nebraska. Fifth place to Susan Schmur from Aurora, Nebraska. Sixth place to Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. Seventh place and first place udder went to Lacey Yates of Bridgeport, Nebraska. Eighth place to Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. Ninth place to Owen Davis from Fairbury, Nebraska. 10th place to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. 12th place, Braxton Davis from Fairbury, Nebraska. 13th to Ashton Moats from Stillwater, Oklahoma. 14th place to Brenda Freestone from Rockport, Missouri. And 15th place to Wendy Meyer-Schmidt from Cairo, Nebraska. That's the results from 4502, 2-year-old Nubians.
This is our 4-year-old class for the Toggenburgs, and we are going to place udders 2 and then 1. She's just showing us more width and arch across that rear udder, more total area mammary support today. But for the class placings, we're going to go 1/2 for the advantage today. First of all, in that general appearance, she's much more smoothly blended throughout. She's a doe that's showing us more length over the back, advantage in dairy strength as far as a longer bone pattern doe. And when we get them out on the move, she's walking with stronger rear pasterns and walking with greater ease around her mammary system. So if we're just looking at the mammary system, we would start with this doe. But when we're looking at the whole goat, we're going to start with 1/2. But it is that tremendous mammary system, that width, the overall globular shape to the mammary system, the evidence of capacity for her body size, placing 2/3. 3 is placing over 4. She has the advantage today. First of all, in dairy strength, she's just more open, more angular made doe than we're picking up in the 4th place doe. She's showing us an advantage in body capacity with more increasing depth and more depth in that chest. Not to take away from this really nice doe here in 4th, still a nicely shaped mammary system when viewed from the rear. I really do like the teat placement when viewed from the rear, and for that she will be commended.
In the class of Toggenburgs just completed, 4-year-olds, first place went to Callie Schmidt from Hayward, Iowa. She also had second place udder. Second place went to an exhibitor named Nicole, and she also got best udder in the class. Third place went to Nicole Chesney, Hartselle, Colorado. And fourth place went to Sherry Kubicek, Ceresco, Nebraska.
Okay, this is our age doe class for the Toggenburg breeds. These are does 5 years and older. Starting with a 7-year-old doe here at the head of the line, just very sound in that mammary system. She's just showing us an advantage in more total area mammary support, tighter fore udder, higher rear udder, coupled with an advantage in general appearance, the extreme length and levelness over that top line. Then we're picking up in the second place doe. Udders will be 1, 2. 2 is placing over 3. She now has an advantage in balance between the categories. She's showing us more evidence of capacity in the mammary system, partially due to this third place doe being on a very long extended lactation. But it's also the balance between body capacity, mammary capacity, that's giving her an advantage over 3. 3 is placing over 4. She excels in that general appearance. She's more smoothly blended in that front end assembly. She's showing us more length and levelness over the top line, particularly length of rump. Then we're picking up in 4. While she will yield to the evidence of capacity in the mammary system, a mammary that's just a bit higher into the escutcheon area today. I really like the angularity that we see on this fourth place doe. It's just, you can see the dariness from here. Just beautiful ribbing on this doe, and for that she will be commended.
All right, nice class of 3-year-old Nubian does. I'm starting off the doe that really surprised me when I kind of started going down the scorecard and looking at all these does. She's a doe that just was, I would say she's probably, if this makes sense, a very quiet first place. She just wasn't the flashiest doe out here, wasn't the deepest body doe out here, wasn't the doe that jumped out when she walked in the ring, but she's a doe that's just so incredibly correct. As for the strength that she's showing us in feet and legs today, just so perfectly set in those front legs and so correctly set in those rear legs. She's more correctly angulated and set to that rear leg. She's stronger in those pasterns. She's tighter in those toes. Mammary system-wise, she's holding that udder floor up against the body wall and showing us more smoothness of blending in the forudder. She'll be our first place udder in this class. Our second place doe placing over our third place doe, dairy strength. She's free from excess fleshing. She's longer in the neck. She's sharper in the withers. She's a doe that's wider in that rear udder arch. She'll be our second place udder in this class. 3 in her turn placing over 4 in a similar style doe. She's just deeper into that chest floor. She will yield some to the excess fleshing that she's showing us today, but she is deeper without the fleshing even still. She's deeper in structure than what we're seeing with our doe here in 4. She levels out more over that chine and shows more fullness in the crops than what we see with our doe here in 4. She's showing some more extension forward of that forudder than we see with our doe here in 4. I made a quick change last minute with our fourth and fifth place doe. It's for that mammary system, just the overall shape to that mammary system and extension of forudder, as well as dairy strength and angulation to that rear leg set. She's showing us today, or excuse me, incurving a thigh in terms of relation to that rear udder that we're seeing in 4 placing over 5. 5 in her turn placing over 6. Just a really strong front end assembly. It's for that extension of brisket and that depth in the chest floor, as well as just that correctness of that front leg set and side profile. In the mammary system, she shows us more balance and side profile than we see with this really stretchy, long black roan doe here, and I believe this is 7. 7 placing over the balance of the class, dairy strength. Just a very sided advantage today in dairy strength with that length of neck and sharpness of the doe behind her. She's more balanced in that mammary system than what we see with the does behind her, and shows more correct area of attachment. This is a doe that I would love to come back and see in a year or 2 years from now, because I think she's a slow maturing doe that's going to continue to improve.
The class of Nubians just completed. First place and best udder went to Addison Moats, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place in reserve udder went to Susan Schmer from Aurora, Nebraska. Third place in class went to Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. Fourth place to Addison Moats, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Fifth place to Levi Campbell, Meriden, Kansas. Sixth place to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. Seventh place to Marilyn Sturts, Hickman, Nebraska. Eighth place to Lacey Yates at Bridgeport, Nebraska. And ninth place to Wendy Meyer-Schmidt from Cairo, Nebraska.
This is our lineup for senior champion Toggenburg. Just a lovely representation of the breed today. Just really strong mammary systems throughout. Lots of strength in general appearance as well. The doe that just really pulls it together for me in that strength in that mammary system, the most total area mammary support, the lactations under her belt, coupled with a beautiful general appearance, is this oldest doe here. She's going to be our senior champion, Toggenburg. We bring in our second place age doe. It does not make the choice any easier, just a nice doe in her own right. And when we take a look at these animals, there's something I like about each one. I really love the depth of body that we have on this age doe, the soundness and general appearance on the 4-year-old, the height and width to the rear udder and the dairiness in this 3-year-old. The tremendous length and levelness over the top with a beautiful mammary on the 2-year-old, and a real promising yearling here at the tail of the end of the line, just very similar to our champion of the day. And I think it's a tougher choice for me to pick reserve. I think that I could probably reason just about any one of these does in the first lineup. But the doe that has the advantage today in the strength of mammary system, the strength and dairiness, maybe perhaps not the longest or levelest over the top line, but a doe that's just showing us that dairy strength and mammary. We're going to go with a 3-year-old for reserve.
All right, next class of 4-year-old Nubian does. I'm starting off the doe that excels in mammary system, in balance and side profile, and overall area of attachment and height of rear udder. She's also a doe that just excels in dairy strength and flatness of bone. You get your hands on her, just a flatter, more open rib set, just a sharper doe into the withers than we see with our doe here in 2. Our doe here in 2 excelling over our doe here in 3 in mammary system, just holding that udder floor up a lot higher, and just the overall area of attachments is more correct than we see with our doe here in 3. She's also doe excels in dairy strength with that length of neck, and then just overall, just a longer, sharper, more angular frame than what we see with our doe here in 3. I really want to commend the depth of body on our third place doe. Certainly want to commend that depth into the rear barrel she's showing us today.
Here are the results from Class 4506 4-year-old Nubians. First place and best udder went to Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. Second place and second place udder went to Kyle Davis, Fairbury, Nebraska. And third place to Susan Schmurr from Aurora, Nebraska.
This is our champion challenge class for the Toggenburgs, and we have 2 challengers in here. We are going to stay with the champion today. She just has that advantage in the mammary system today. More total area mammary support, more evidence of capacity. She also has an advantage in dairy strength, showing us more freedom from excess fleshing. 2 is placing over 3. Minor placing a bit stronger on those pasterns, both fore and rear. But when you take a look at the mammary system, there's greater fore extension than we're picking up in the second place doe. She will over grant some levelness in the rump from hips to pins while on the move. Just a lovely pair of does here to challenge our champion, just not the bloom in the mammary system to compete against her today. Best udder will be on my best of breed.
All right, nice pair of aged does in our last age class of Nubians, excuse me. I'm going 1/2 for the advantage in mammary system, balance and side profile, extension of fore udder, height of rear udder, just a more desirable structure to that mammary system than we're seeing in 2. A little more correctness in that front leg. She's a doe who's showing us just stronger set to those front legs, tighter in the toes. Toes are more correctly pointed forward, and just once again, just a stronger set and more a straighter, more square set to those front legs in terms of general appearance. And then finally, we see a more correct rump area on this doe. She's more nearly level from hips to pins and wider from thorough to thorough than we see at this doe here in 2. I really admire the dairy strength and length of neck, as well as length of head, the length of ear in terms of head and breed character that we're seeing on our second place doe. She should be commended today. We need our first place Nubians in the ring. First and second place, excuse me.
In the class of Nubians just completed, 4508 5-year-olds. First place went to Cole Meter, and it was also best udder. Second place to Wendy Meyer Schmidt from Cairo, Nebraska. Also, second place udder.
All right, so our lineup here for selection of Nubian champion. I really admire all 10 of these does. Some strong does out here in terms of feet and legs, in terms of correctness and general appearance. Love the length of neck on all 10 of these does. I just love how strong in terms of Nubians we're getting in terms of that dairy strength and that length, and just a lot to like about each one of these does. I really think they're very representative of quality in this breed today. When I look down this lineup, there's one doe that just puts it together because she's strongest in the front end assembly. She's the deepest body doe. She's the most balanced in the mammary system. Not carrying as much milk as I think she could be today. And we can still see the area of attachment. We can still see that balance. We can still see just the support to that mammary system and structure. Today, our champion will be this age doe. We bring back in our second place in that class, and I really admire the dairy strength and the angulation to the rear leg set. I think the competition really shifts back to our 4-year-old and our 3-year-old doe. It's a close place. I really admire the balance of mammary system on our 4-year-old doe, but I can't overlook the general appearance on our 3-year-old doe with that tremendous area of attachment, strong set to her feet and legs, levelness over the back and rump when she gets out on the move, and sharpness in those withers and shoulders. Just a really correct, well put together doe. Our 3-year-old doe will be our reserve champion.
In the championship drive in the Nubians, first place, grand champion Nubian doe, was owned by Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. Also got first place udder. Reserve champion in the Nubian show was owned by Addison Moats from Stillwater, Oklahoma, coming out of the 3-year-old division. We'll be winding down the Nubian show. Right now, we're going to start with the group classes.
They're both correct. We're doing best of breed now.
Champion Challenge. While we have Champion Challenge going on in the Emerald Nubian Ring, I'd like to announce our premier breeders for breeds that are already finished. Our premier Alpine breeder at the 2024 Nebraska State Fair was Dr. Ed Jadlowski. Our Sable premier breeder was Cliss Foster. Our Nigerian dwarf premier breeder was the Berlin family. Our premier La Mancha breeder was Levi Campbell. And in the premier youth in each of those breeds for Alpines was Will Bachmeyer. Sables, Elsie Foster. Premier youth Nigerian goes to Ainsley Meyer. And our premier La Mancha youth was Cleary Berlin.
Thank you. All right, this is our Champion Challenge class, the Nubian does. 5 really solid does in this lineup. We are bringing our champion of the day. We're bringing in 4 challengers to compete against her, varying ages from 4 years old to 9 years old. We're going to stay with our champion of the day. She's just the most correct, though, in terms of general appearance. Is 1/2 for the advantage and 1/2 for the advantage. She's showing us over that rump area today. She's just more nearly level from hips to pins. She's more balanced in side profile and more capacious in that mammary system relation to frame. She'll be our best udder of breed today. And once again, I really want to commend this doe. I really would love to see this doe full of milk, but as we see her today, even with not showing the full capacity and full bloom that we're seeing maybe with some of the other does we've seen today, she still shows just an outstanding correctness in terms of area of attachment and overall globular shape to the mammary system. 2 in her turn, placing over 3, just an advantage in general appearance. This is a 9-year-old doe in 3rd place, and it's just, you know, as much as you want to talk about this being a very correct doe in terms of obviously she's still very correct in general appearance, and she's 9 years old, so certainly a lot to like about that, but we can still start to see just a little bit more correctness in terms of feet and legs, in terms of front end assembly, in terms of depth of body with our 4-year-old doe in front of her, as well as just from the rear udder view. She just shows us a more correct area of attachment and width of rear udder than this 9-year-old doe in 3rd place. It is, though, that extension of fore udder, as well as just the overall dairy strength that place our 9-year-old doe over this black 4-year-old doe behind her. She's 6, I'm so sorry. 6 behind her. And then general appearance-wise, she's more nearly level over the loin, and she's more correct in feet and legs in terms of more angularity in that rear leg set over this gray-colored doe here at the end of the line, who I want to commend today in her turn for the balance and smoothest of blending in the forudder she's showing us today.
In the Nubian Champion Challenge class just completed, first place went to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. Second place to Lacey Yates from Bridgeport, Nebraska. Third place to Lacey Yates. Fourth place to Addison Moats, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And fifth place to Lacey Yates of Bridgeport, Nebraska. She also had best of breed and best of udder in the class.
All right, this is our Get a SAR class, single entry, 3 does that are really sharp in the withers, correct in the mammary system, well attached, lovely correctness of feet and legs, well deserving of a blue ribbon, and we'll bring in our next group.
Produce a dam is what we have next.
All right, produce a dam class. I'm gonna start with this group here in the middle. They're just so correct and sharp and dairy. It's for that uniformity of strength and dairy strength that they're placing over this group here on my right. They're also a group that shows us a more desirable shape to mammary system and levelness over that rump area on the move than we see with our group here in 2. And then it is for the overall strength and power and depth of body, as well as just that consistency in the mammary system that we're seeing over this group here in 3. I want to commend this group here in 3, and we have a doe here. I think was a first place udder in a 2-year-old class, and we have a really open. I believe that was the first place senior kid, and both of these does are just tremendously open in the escutcheon. We certainly want to commend them for that. All right, for first place dam and daughter, I'm going to come back and use this group here with the 3-year-old and the yearling. These does are just so uniform in strength. They're so dairy and sharp. It's for that advantage that one is placing over our group here in 2, which consists of 2 does in our champion challenge class, a 9-year-old and a 4-year-old doe that just show tremendous arch to the rear udder. And for that correctness and arch to the rear udder and height of the rear udder, they're placing over our group here in 3. Our group here in 3, placing over our group here in 4 today. For that advantage in width and depth of body, as well as balance in the mammary system. Our group here in 4, placing over our group here in 5. Together as a pair, they're showing more width. Together as the pair, they're showing a bit more length of bone. And then this group here in 5, placing over our group here in 6 on the end. As a group, just a lot more mature, deeper body does together than we see with the pair of black does here at the end of the line.
Okay, breeder trio.
While we have our last class of Nubians for the whole Nebraska State Fair, I do want to take this time to recognize 2 individuals in the Nubian breed who have been members of Nebraska Dairy Goat Association for 41 years and have dedicated their time and effort to promoting the Nubian breed and promoting dairy goats in general. And I want to congratulate them on their 3rd and final retirement out of dairy goats. So if we could all give Dale and Marilyn Sturts a round of applause, that would be wonderful. And Dale did assure me that this one is real this time.
Okay, we bring back in our Breeders' Trio groups, and I'm going to start over here on my right with a group of does that are just really consistent in general appearance. 3 does that really level out over the rump and back area. 3 does that are consistent in attachment to the mammary system. It's for the general appearance advantage, though, we're seeing, particularly over the rump, that they're placing over our group here in 2. Our group here in 2, 3 does that really show correct area of attachment to the mammary systems. It's for that area of attachment and balance that this group here is placing over our group here in 3. Our group here in 3, as a whole, we just see a little more depth of body and width from thorough to thorough, and maturity in this group, placing our group here in 3 over our group here in 4. Our group here in 4, make sure I didn't miss anybody. Yeah, okay. Our group here in 4, as a group, placing over our group here in 5. Dairy strength, just as a group, they're sharper, longer bone pattern type does. As a whole, they're placing for that advantage in dairy strength. And then our group here, once again, I just really admire the openness of escutcheon on this group. I wish we saw a 3rd doe in milk, but as we see them, so I can't really use mammary system, but what I can do is use that openness and width and that out curving of the thighs into that escutcheon area of all 3 of these 3 does, as well as that levelness over the rump over our 6th place group over here today. Thank you. All right, this is our group here, our dairy herd class, and I've kind of changed. I feel like I've changed these groups up more so than we've seen in other breeds, just because we bring in some different pairs, different groupings, kind of changes the structure of the group, and kind of sometimes we have different uniformity of strengths with different groups than what maybe we saw in the previous class. But I'm going to start off with this group here on my right. Just 4 does that are just tremendously strong in general appearance. 4 does that are tremendously strong in high and well-attached mammary systems. It's for that advantage. We're placing over our group here in 2. Our group here in 2 together, 4 does that are just really uniform in width of rump. It's for that width of rump they're placing over our group here in 3, as well as balance of the mammary system over our 3rd place group. Our 3rd place group as a whole, placing over our 4th place group here on my left, just 4 does that are just really strong and wide in that rear udder. 4 does that are correct in placement of the placement of teeth here, and then 4 placing over 5 today. 4 does are just more correct in general appearance as a whole, particularly with the feet and legs and levelness over the back and rump than what we see with this group here in 5, who I really admire the Gouldier shape to the mammary systems that we're seeing with these 4 does. And that concludes our Nubian show. Thank you so much.
Here are the results of the Nubian group classes. Class 4520, Senior Get Sire, first place to Susan Schmer from Aurora, Nebraska. In Class 4522, Breeders Trio, first place went to Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. Second place to Addison Moats from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Third place to Susan Schmer from Aurora, Nebraska. 4th place to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. 5th place to Lacey Yates, Bridgeport, Nebraska. And 6th place to Wendy Meyer-Schmidt from Cairo, Nebraska. In Class 4524, the dairy herd, first place went to Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. 2nd place to Addison Moats, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 3rd place to Susan Schmer from Aurora, Nebraska. 4th place to Cole Meter, Lincoln, Nebraska. And 5th place to Lacey Yates from Bridgeport, Nebraska. In the mother-daughter class, Class 4526, first place went to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. 2nd place to Lacey Yates, Bridgeport, Nebraska. 3rd place, Addison Moats, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Kyle Davis was 4th. He's from Fairbury, Nebraska. 5th place to Marilyn Sturts from Hickman, Nebraska. And 6th place to Wendy Meyer-Schmidt from Cairo, Nebraska. And in the Produce of Dam class, just concluded, first place to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. 2nd place to Ashley Moats from Stillwater, Oklahoma. And 3rd place to Lacey Yates, Bridgeport, Nebraska. And that concludes the Nubian show. Ready for another go-round? Everybody ready? We're beginning our next go-round of shows here at the Goat Show here at Nebraska State Fair. And we'll be going with Oberhasli's in the South Arena and the Sonnens here in the North Arena. Amy's judging the Sonnens. And Justin's drunken the Oberhasli's.
All right, a nice pair of does here. One is placing over tooth advantage we're seeing in general appearance and body capacity. In general appearance, she's more correct in feet and legs. Toes are more correctly pointed forward and tighter in those front legs, in those front toes. She's a doe that levels out more over that loin area when she gets out on the move. And she's a doe that's much deeper bodied into the chest floor and deeper into that rear barrel than what we're seeing with our second place doe. She will yield to the balance of our second place doe, and overall capacity will make our second place doe our first place udder and our first place doe second place udder.
Okay, in the first class, Oberhasli's first place and first udder. No, excuse me. What? Excuse me. In the class of Sonnens just completed in the South Arena, first place went to Khalees Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. She had the second place udder. Second place in class went to Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. She had the first place udder.
Okay, this is the start of our Oberhasli breed. Oberhasli is Oberhasli, whether it's 1 or 20. It's one of those words that's the plural and the singular sound the same because they're spelled the same. Anyways, just a nice class of yearling milking Oberhasli. Starting 1 over 2, we have the advantage, first of all, in that mammary system. We're seeing more for extension to the mammary with more total area mammary support. We have an advantage in general appearance and the levelness over the loin. And in dairiness, she's just a longer, leaner neck doe than we're picking up in 2. Udders will be 1, 2. 2 is placing over 3. She now has the advantage today, first of all, in body capacity. She's a deeper, longer, wider made doe than we're picking up in 3. 3 is placing over 4. She now has the advantage in general appearance, a doe that tracks about the ring more properly on those hind legs, less tendency for them to hawk in, more straightforward on those forelegs than we're picking up in the 4th place doe. The 4th place doe is showing us good length over the back, and for that she will be commended.
Right, nice class of Son and 2-year-old does. Starting off the doe, I really felt was the most balanced across the areas of the scorecard. She excels in mammary system and balance inside profile, extension of foreudder, width of rear udder, as well as depth of body in terms of body capacity into that rear barrel than what we're seeing with our doe here in 2. She's more correctly put together in that front end assembly, as well with more extension of brisket and fullness at that point of elbow. 2 in her turn placing over 3. It's a close placing. Some trade-offs with these 2 does. The evangelizing the mammary system and height of rear udder and extension of foreudder than what we're seeing there with our doe here in 3. She'll be our 2nd place udder, and she's a little bit more upstanding and upstanding as she moves out about the ring. She will yield to the front end assembly of our 3rd place doe. Our 3rd place doe placing over our 4th place doe. It is that general appearance, that levelness over the back and rump area as she travels out about the ring, as well as dairy strength. Just a longer frame, sharper type doe than what we're seeing with our doe here in 4. And then 4 placing over 5, general appearance. She's more correctly put together in that front end assembly with more extension of the brisket. Front legs are just put more correctly and that it's squarely set under that front end than what we're seeing with our doe here in 5. And then she shows us a longer, deeper barrel than our 5th place doe today, who I want to commend for the strength of rear pastern.
Into Ober Hosley breed, class 4,500, under 2 years in milk. First class. First place went to Cordula Schmidt from Springfield, Nebraska. First place and first udder. Second place in class went to Crystal Call from Springview, Nebraska. Also second udder. Third place to Ryan Call from Springview, Nebraska. And 4th place to Logan Call from Springfield, Nebraska. In the Sonnen Show, 2-year-olds just completed here in the South Arena. First place and first udder went to Joe Brown from Hopkins, Missouri. Second place and second udder to Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Third place to Dina Andreessen. 4th place to Khalees Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. And 5th place to David Engel from Walton, Indiana.
All right, this is our class of 3-year-old Saanen does. I'm starting off the doe that really excels in general appearance, not only from the doe behind her, but the balance of the class. She's more nearly level. She tracks out around the ring. In the loin and in the rump, she's more smoothly blended. She's a doe that certainly shows more depth of body into the chest floor than what we see with our doe here in 2. She will yield to the balance of the mammary system and to our second place doe, as well as the extension of the foreudder. Our second place doe will be our first place udder in this class. It's for that advantage in mammary system that globally are shaped to and structure to that mammary system, the balance inside profile, the 2 is placing over 3. And then 3 in her turn is also placing over 4 for mammary system and body capacity. Mammary system, we just see more desirable capacity in relation to her frame, and body capacity, we certainly see that increasing depth of body into the rear barrel advantage over our 4th place doe today.
In the class of Saanen just completed, 4504, 3-year-olds. First place and second udder went to Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Second place and first udder went to Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. Third place to David Engel from Walton, Indiana. And fourth place to Kaylee Orman from Emerson, Nebraska.
These are our 4-year-olds in our Saanen division, and one is placing over 2 today for the advantage in mammary system. Body capacity, a doe that's just much deeper bodied into that rear barrel. Mammary system, going back to that, just a doe that'll be our first place udder. She's just so much more balanced inside profile, and she's more symmetrical between the halves. She's higher in that rear udder. And then in general appearance, she's a doe that just has more upstandingness as she travels out about the ring than what we see with our doe here in 2 today. I really admire the feet and legs, particularly the angulation and set to the rear leg on our second place doe. She should be commended.
In class 4506 just completed. Both entries were owned by Deanna Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. She placed first and second.
All right, these are our age Saanen does. I'm starting off with a 6-year-old here on my right that really excels the balance of the class and general appearance and body capacity. A doe that's travels out about the ring with more levelness over that rump area and width from throw to throw and levelness from throw to throw. She's more correct in that front end assembly. She's straighter and stronger in that front leg than what we're seeing with our doe here in 2. She'll be our first place udder in this class. It's for the height of her udder. And then she's also showing advantage in body capacity with that depth into the rear barrel. 2 in her turn placing over 3. Just a much more smoothly blended doe, a more correct doe on her front leg, a more correct doe in that loin as she travels out about the ring. Just more correct over that rump area as well. Just a more smoothly blended correct doe in front end assembly and over that back and rump area than what we see with our 3rd place doe, who I do want to commend for the strength of her pasture, and she's showing us this. This is an 8-year-old doe that is starting to show some age, but she's still very correct in terms of especially those rear legs.
In the class of Saanens just completed, first place went to David Engel from Walton, Indiana. He also was awarded first udder on that doe. Second place and second udder went to David Engel from Walton, Indiana. And third place in class was Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico.
Okay, so this is our 2-year-old class of Oberhausies and Oberhausley, and I have some trade-offs, but I want to say one thing. When I started with Obers back in 1981, I would have killed for any one of these rear udders, let me tell you. They have come so far in that amount of time. It's just wonderful to see the consistency and strength of mammary systems all the way through this class. Starting 1 over 2, this is a placing I changed as we saw them move about the ring. She's showing us the advantage today in the levelness in the loin, the length over the back, and in the mammary system, you're just seeing a bit tighter that forudder, a little bit more extension to that mammary system. We will go with udders 1 and 2. 2 is placing over 3. She has the advantage today. First of all, in that general appearance, she's the doe that's showing us, and she's walking about the ring with a bit more, the way she uses her front legs. I can't, having problems with that today. A far leg that lands more directly under the withers, less tendency to toe out in that front end assembly. And we look at the mammary system, she's just seeing more evidence of capacity for her body size than we're picking up in the larger doe in 3. 3 is placing over 4, another placing that I switched at the last minute. It's just the length and levelness over the top line. She has a slight advantage in dairy strength as far as a longer bone pattern. The first black doe over the second black doe, and yes, Oberhausley does can be black, and so we do get to see some, which is nice. The first black doe over the second black doe, I just prefer the way she uses her hind legs. She also has an advantage in dairy strength as far as the flatness of bone, sharpness of withers. The second black doe over the red doe, we have some trade-offs here. I really like the shape and structure of the mammary system on the black doe, but I like the body style of the red doe. And so I feel that we just picked up more points in the mammary over general appearance and dairy strength, and we're going to use this black doe over the red doe. This red doe over the second red doe, yes, she will grant some shape to the mammary system, but there's more evidence of capacity for her body size. She excels in dairy strength. She's sharper in the withers. She's more open ribbed throughout. She's stronger on her rear legs, both in angulation and in pasterns, than this doe here, second from the end. The doe second in the end over the doe over the end. She's showing us an obviously advantage in body capacity, and the levelness over the loin. She will grant some more evidence of capacity. I really like the shapes of the rear udder on this last place doe, and like I said, when I started with Obers, that would have been easily our best of breed. Just really have come far with the breed, and I'm very happy to see the direction they've gone. Nicely shaped mammary system, would like to change her general appearance and her dairiness to move her higher.
All right, this is our lineup here for selection of Saanen Champion and Reserve Champion. And we look at this first line of does. I think it's a pretty easy choice in this lineup. A doe that just shows tremendous depth of body, tremendous balance in that side profile, and stance on the move. The one thing I'd love to change, and sometimes Saanens will, or sometimes can do this. They tend to roach up in the loin a bit, but a doe that's just so correct in general appearance other than that, and a doe that just puts that together with that tremendous dairy strength and body capacity and that capacious, balanced mammary system. That's our 4-year-old, should be our champion today. And then we bring back in our second place in that class. And this is a doe that's just really strong in general appearance. I really admired the levelness over the back and rump. I love the feet and legs on this doe and the balance in the mammary system. Not quite the body capacity we saw. I still think she's easily the second best doe out here in this lineup today. She excels over the younger does in general appearance and body capacity. She excels over the does ahead of her in mammary system. She'll be our reserve champion.
In their Hobo-Hasley show, 4502, 2-year-olds. First place went to Tekoa Stroda, and she also got first udder. Second place to Tekoa Stroda, got second udder. Third place to Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. Fourth place to Tekoa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. Fifth place from Cordula Schmidt from Springfield, Nebraska. Sixth place to Tekoa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. Seventh place to Cordula Schmidt from Springfield, Nebraska. And eighth place to Cordula Schmidt from Springfield, Nebraska. Springview, excuse me. The field blocked the view. And in the Saanen show, class 4,500, under 2 years in milk. First place and second udder went to Cleese Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Second place and first udder to Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. In 4502, the 2-year-olds, first place and first udder went to Joe Brown, Hopkins, Missouri. Second place, second honor, Deanna Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Third place, Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Fourth place, Cleese Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. And fifth place, David Engel from Walton, Indiana. In class 4504, 3-year-olds, Saanens. First place, second udder went to Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Second place and first udder went to Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. Third place to David Engel from Walton, Indiana. And fourth place to Kaylee Orman from Emerson, Nebraska. And in class 4506, the 4-year-old Saanens, first place, first udder, best of breed and best of udder in the breed, grand champion, Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Second place in that class was Dina Anderson. She got second place in udder class and reserve grand champion of the Saanen breed. In the Saanen show, 5-year-olds, first place and first udder went to David Engel from Walton, Indiana. Second place and second udder went to David Engel from Walton, Indiana. And third place to Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico.
Sedan class here. I'm going to start off with this group right here in the middle. Two very consistently strong does in the rear udder arch. They show a more desirable balance to that mammary system, a more desirable height and width of the rear udder than we see with our group here in 2. And then our group here in 2 on my left, showing the advantage today, just a more consistent pair in terms of that dairy strength advantage than what we see with our group here in 3 over here on my right, who I really want to commend for the strength of pastern. Evaluating this group of three groups of 2 does. I'm going to stay this group here right in the middle. The overall group together, we have to take out mammary systems when we evaluate this pair, since we have a dry doe in this group. But I think overall they're stronger in general appearance, more upstanding, wider, more nearly level rump structures than what we're seeing with our group here on either side. They're also stronger than we see within the balance of the class. For second place, I'm gonna go over here to my right. I really admire the dairy strength of both these. So we have an 8-year-old doe that's showing a lot of signs of aging, but we still see a lot of dairy strength, and we see a really well-attached mammary system. Overall, they're just stronger as a pair in dairy strength than we see with our group here over in 3 on my left. All right, for Breeders' Trio, I'm going to start over here with my group on my right. I feel like this is a group of does that consists of our grand champion, our reserve champion, just 3 does. They're just really strong and balanced across the areas of the scorecard. It's once again for the advantages of feet and legs. They're going to place over our group here right in the middle. They're just stronger in the rear pasterns. And then our group here in 2, placing over our group here in 3, just more consistency with this grouping in terms of general appearance than we see with our group here in 3 on my left. Okay, then we have 2 dairy herds to complete our Son and Show, and I'm going to start over here with my group on my right. Once again, stronger in feet and legs as a group, stronger in area of attachment as a group, stronger in dairy strength as a group, over our group here in 2, who I want to commend today for the width of rump between the thoroughs that they're showing us today. And that'll conclude our Son and Show. Thank you.
Sir Oberhausley, 3-year-olds, a real, the top three really kind of worked their way to the top of the class pretty quickly as far as their strength and dariness and the strength of mammary systems. Outplacing that I changed at the last minute. I think we have two really nice does here, some trade-offs, but when you get your hands on the mammary system, there's more total area mammary support, greater fore extension, more width to that forerunner today. She also has a slight advantage in that general appearance, more naturally level in the rump from hips to pins, a little stronger on those rear pasterns. She will, however, yield the dairy strength that we have on this second place doe, the prominence of withers, the angularity throughout, the openness of ribbing. Udders will be 1-2. 2 is placing over 3. She has the advantage, first of all, in the mammary system. It's tighter in that forerunner attachment, less movement as we see them track about the ring, a bit more globular shapes in the mammary when viewed from the side. She also excels in that dairy strength, the tremendous angularity, the openness of rib that we're seeing in 3. 3 is placing over 4. She now has the advantage today in the balance between her categories. She has a decided advantage in dairy strength, in the openness of ribbing. She has an advantage in the mammary system with more total area mammary support, more evidence of capacity for her body size. 4 is placing over 5, still very strong mammary systems through here, and it is the shape to the mammary system, the smoothness of the forerunner combined with an advantage in general appearance, the levelness over the areas of the back and the rump from hips to pins is putting her over 5. 5 is placing over 6. A doe that's just showing us a bit more height into that escutcheon area, an advantage in dairy strength as far as the depth, allowing for more angularity throughout. We're still seeing good evidence of capacity, a nice strong rear udder on this 6th place doe, and for that she will be commended.
As we view the Sonnen Group's classes, this is the results. Class 4520, Senior Get a Sire. First place to Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Second place to David Engel from Walton, Indiana. Class 4522, Breeders' Trio. First place, Dina Andreessen, Leon, Iowa. Second place, David Engel from Walton, Indiana. And third place to Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. In Class 4524, the Dairy Herd. First place to Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Second place to David Engel from Walton, Indiana. In Class 4526, the Mother-Daughter class. First place to Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico was second, and third place was David Engel from Walton, Indiana. In Produce a Dam class, first place went to Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Second to David Engel from Walton, Indiana. And third to Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. In the Oberhassie class, 4504, 3-year-olds. First place and best udder was awarded to Harmony Alpines. Second place and second udder went to Tekoa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. Third place in Megan Okeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Fourth place for Cordola Schmidt from Springfield, Nebraska. Fifth place to Tekoa Stroda from Chapman, Nebraska. And sixth place to Willa Hancock from Deming, New Mexico.
Okay, I'm switching sides, guys. So this is our 4-year-old Oberhasli class. We have 2 entries. The second place though just didn't fill up her udder, but we're going to go with 1/2 for the basis of more height and fullness to the rear udder today. She also has an advantage in body capacity, just being deeper bodied. That being said, she will grant some general appearance points, the levelness of the rump from hips to pins, oh God, the flies. Fly tried to fly up my nose. Sorry, guys. And in that front assembly, she's tighter at the point of elbow. When I first started with OBS, we had really crummy front ends. So it's nice to see that good strength of that elbow. I really like the smoothness of blending, the flatness of bone, and for that she will be commended. Udders will be 1-2. Yeah, first will be second, and second will be first. Yeah. Just a nice lineup of aged Oberhasli does. Starting with the doe that excels in general appearance. She's a doe that has the strongest set of feet and legs in the class. She's got the strongest rear pasterns, a more desirable angulation of rear leg when viewed from the side. She excels in dariness, the tremendous angularity, open knit rib doe, and while she has just a lot of support to that mammary system, I prefer the shape to the doe in second. She will yield the teat delineation, the overall globular shape, so our second place doe will be the first udder. And it is for that mammary system, placing 2/3. She's also a doe that's showing us an advantage of body capacity, just being deeper throughout. However, she will yield some dairy strength to this third place doe. Third place doe, still a very strong mammary system. And there's a lot of Ober shows that I've judged that she would be my best to breed easily. Just a lovely doe. I really like the length, long bone pattern, nicely shaped and supported mammary system. Just a nice class of aged Obers. Okay, so this is our lineup for Oberhasli Senior Champion, and like I mentioned before, the amount of improvement the Obers have had since I started with Obers is just incredible. Just beautiful animals in this lineup. They all showing us good, strong mammary systems, good strength in feet and legs, and front ends, nice front ends as well. Those are three things that we really worked hard to improve in the breed. We have a really promising yearling down here, just really long bone pattern. I really love the length of body on her. We have a 2-year-old, a first freshener, but showing lots of evidence of capacity and mammary system that's held up well against the body. A 3-year-old doe, just really elegant in her general appearance, just long and level, very strong mammary system. A 4-year-old doe, another one of the dairier individuals, showing us good angulation throughout. Then we have our 6-year-old with 5 freshenings at the head of the line. She's been milking since December. And while it's not the most pleasing shape to the mammary system, she does have the most total area mammary support. She has just as stronger feet and legs than any other doe in the lineup. She just excels in her dairiness, the flatness of bone, the angularity throughout, just so sound in her general appearance. We're going to use the old lady here for senior champion. Okay, so we take a look at our second place age doe. I really love the shape of the mammary system on this doe. It's so very well, so globular and so well held up against the body, but not the general appearance or the dairiness that we saw in our champion of the day. I'm going to come down to this 3-year-old now. I just really love this profile. She's so uphill and long and level with a very strong, capacious mammary system. She'll be reserved.
In the Oberhasli Dairy Goat Show, we just completed some classes. Class 4,500, under 2 years in milk. First place went to Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. First place and also first udder. Second place to Crystal Call from Springview, Nebraska. Second udder. Third place to Ryan Call, Springview, Nebraska. And fourth place, Logan Call, Springview, Nebraska. In the 2-year-old class, first place went to Tekoa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. She also had first udder. Second place went to Tekoa Stroda from Chapman, also second udder. Third place in that class went to Cordula Schmidt. Fourth place to Tekoa Stroder. Fifth place to Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. Sixth place from Tekoa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. Seventh place to Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. And eighth place to Cordula Schmidt from Springfield, Nebraska. In the 3-year-old class, first place went to Harmony Alpines, first place and reserve udder. Second place to Tekoa Stroda and second udder. Third place to Megan Okeson, Silver Lake, Kansas. Fourth place, Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. Fifth place to Tekoa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. And sixth place to Willa Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. In the 4-year-old class, first place, first udder, to Cordula Schmidt. Second place, second udder, Cordula Schmidt, Springview, Nebraska. In the 5-year-old class, First place went to Tacoa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. Second place, Utter, but champion overall. Second in class went toward Cordula Schmidt. First place, Utter. Third place toward Cordula Schmidt, Springview, Nebraska.
Okay, this is our champion challenge class. I'm going to leave them the way they walked in, but we will do first udder on the second place stow. For the overall shape to the mammary system, she may yield some evidence of capacity, but it's just a beautifully shaped rear udder, globular from the side, globular from the rear. Our second place stow will be our first udder. But as far as placing the class, we just excel in general appearance and daringness. She's showing us an advantage in that angularity throughout, the strength of feet and legs, angulation of rear leg when viewed from the side, naturally more level in the rump from hips to pins. So we're going to stay with our champion today, best of breed. 2 is placing over 3. She does have an advantage in the mammary system, a more globular shaped mammary system when viewed from the rear than we're picking up in the doe immediately behind her. She will grant some daringness as far as the length of bone to this third place doe. So for best udder, I'd like to bring back the first place udder from the age doe class, the first udder from the 3-year-old class, and this doe from the challenge class. So So the doe that was second place to our champion of the day, the first place 3-year-old, and this doe. Okay, this is our lineup for best udder Oberhasli. Just beautiful mammary systems on all 3 of these does. We have our first place 3-year-old, our second with first udder age doe, and then a doe out of the champion challenge class. And just really very well supported mammary systems, lots of nice structure here. But the doe that has the advantage and the most total area mammary support with that extension and width to that 4 udder attachment is this 3-year-old, and I'm going to use her for my best udder.
Best udder of breed in the Oberhasli show went to Harmony Alpines on their doe Nairobi. She's the best udder of the breed, and she was reserve champion overall doe.
All right, nice group of Oberhasli does here. Start off our yearling class. One is placing over two with the advantage she's showing us in general appearance and mammary system. General appearance, this is a doe that tracks around the ring with just the most levelness over that back and rump area. She's the most correct in that front end assembly, and she's the most smoothly blended in the shoulder assembly on the move. And she's a doe that just tracks around the ring with more levelness from hips to pins. In mammary system, she shows us more balance and side profile and more desirable arch to that rear udder. She'll be our first udder doe in this class. Two in her turn. Two will be our second place udder in the class. It's primarily for feet and legs. She's placing over 3 and 4. She's just the most correct doe in terms of that width between the hocks and that angulation and set to the rear legs than what we see at the does behind her. She's also a doe that excels in dairy strength with that length of bone over our third place doe. And then 3 placing over 4, once again going back to feet and legs. She's tighter in the toes. She's straighter from hock to pastern, more correct in those rear toes as well, just stronger in those rear pasterns on the move, and a little more uniform depth and toe to heel on that rear foot. She's a doe that in mammary system she shows just a little bit more correctness in terms of area of attachment than this fourth place doe. Now, I really want to commend for the depth of body. She has a tremendous depth of rear barrel, especially for a yearling, and she certainly should be commended for that.
Oh. Okay, so this is our son and yearling class. Two really nice does. I really like the dairiness, the length of body that we're seeing in both of these does. Good, strong mammary systems. We do have an advantage in general appearance about the feet and legs in 1/2. Just a very similar does as far as their dairiness. I feel that Sonnen should be dairy because they are the dairy ambassador. But when you take a look at the mammary systems, while we might see a bit more evidence of capacity in 2, we're seeing more height in that rear udder. So we're going to go with 1/2 today, as well as in udders.
In the Oberhasli show, those under 2 years in milk, first place went to Cordola Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. She also got first place udder. Second place in that class went to Logan Call from Springview, Nebraska. He also got second udder in that class. Third place was Ryan Call from Springview, Nebraska. And fourth place was Crystal Call from Springview, Nebraska.
Our son and 2-year-old class. Just some nice does. We're showing a lot of dairy strength throughout this class. But starting 1 over 2, she has the advantage, first of all, in that mammary system. There's more total area mammary support, more total area when you looked at the side, more proper 1/3 before, 1/3 behind the leg. She's a doe that's just showing us a slight advantage in the dairiness as far as the openness of ribbing. The second plate, 2 over 3, she has the advantage in general appearance. She's stronger about the feet and legs, stronger in those rear pasterns. She shows an advantage in body capacity, just being deeper and wider throughout. And while she will grant some evidence of capacity in the mammary system, it's a more pleasing structure to the mammary system over our 3rd place doe. Udders will be 1, 2. 3 is placing over 4. She now has the advantage in a mammary system that's much more tightly attached in that foreudder than we're picking up in the 3rd place doe. She's also a doe that walks a bit more uphill when compared to the doe immediately behind her. 4 is placing over 5. A doe that's just showing us more appropriate mammary capacity for her body size. She also has a slight advantage in the dairiness with the length over the back. I really do like the structure of the mammary system that I can see in this last place doe. I just like to see a more capacity to balance with her body today.
All right, so our lineup here our class of 2-year-old does. Just a really strong class, top to bottom. One of our most consistently deep classes. I could see this class going in a lot of different ways. But today, as I see them, starting off with this doe that really excels the balance of the class in mammary system and dairy strength. 1 is placing over 2. And you get your hands on this doe, she's more open in the rib, more angulated in the rib back to the flank, that rear rib back to the flank. She's a doe that excels in mammary system in terms of balance and side profile and height of her udder. So she'll be our 1st place udder in the class. Our 2nd place doe placing over our 3rd place doe. Mammary system is a more correct, desirable texture to this mammary system between the halves. When you get your hands on, this udder, she's just more correct textured in both halves compared to this doe here in 3rd. She's a doe that excels in dairy strength, just with that length and femininity and of neck and sharpness in the withers over our 3rd place doe. Our 3rd place doe, just a tremendous general appearance doe. I just really admire the levelness of this doe, the length of bone on this doe, the length from hips to pins. It's sort of that advantage in dairy strength in terms of that length of bone pattern as well as levelness over that back and rump that 3 is placing over 4 today. Mammary system, she's holding that udder floor up higher above those hocks. She will yield slightly to the texture of our 4th place doe. 4 in her turn, placing over 5. Just a more desirable correctness to the general appearance. Feet and legs on this doe. She's more desirable in angulation and set to those rear legs. More desirable in strength of those front legs and tightness of those toes. The black doe, the 1st black doe over the 2nd black doe, mammary system. So balanced inside profile. It's really, I think this might be the 3rd best mammary system, the 3rd place mammary system in this class. It's for that balance inside profile, that height of her udder. She's also a much deeper body doe into that chest floor than what we're seeing in this black doe behind her. The second black doe over the brown doe behind her, feet and legs. She's more correctly angulated and strong in that rear leg set. She's a little more just strongly supported in that mammary system. We see a more desirable balance because of that strength of udder support over the brown doe behind her, or the bay doe, and the bay doe 2nd from the end over the doe here at the end. Height of rear udder, just a more desirable height and rear udder width than what we're seeing with our doe here at the end of the line today. Thank you.
Okay, this is our 3-year-old class of San and Does. Starting 1 over 2, she has a decided advantage in that mammary system. There's more total area mammary support, given more for extension, more fullness to the rear, more width across the back. She does have a slight advantage in dairiness as far as a longer, leaner neck, but primarily mammary systems is placing 1 over 2. 2 is placing over 3. She now has the advantage today in general appearance. She's more smoothly blended throughout, particularly in that front end assembly. She's tighter at the point of elbow. She's more nearly level in the rump from hips to pins, and she's stronger on those rear pasterns. She, however, grants some evidence of capacity to the 3rd place doe, but she's more pleasing structure, so we will stay with second udder on the second doe. 3 is placing over 4. She now has the advantage, first of all, in that mammary system, more globular shape when viewed from the side. She has an advantage in body capacity, being deeper and wider throughout, particularly that increasing depth carry back into that flank area. We still like the shape and the height to the rear udder on this 4th place doe. Just like to see a bit more capacity to move her higher.
In the Oberhasli show, 2-year-olds, first place went to Takoa Schroeder from Chapman, Kansas, also the first udder. Second place went to Cordola Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. She also received second on that udder. Third place, Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. Fourth place, Takoa Stroder from Chapman, Kansas. Fifth place, Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. Sixth place, Takoa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. Seventh place, Takoa Stroda, Chapman, Kansas. And eighth place, Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. That's the 2-year-old Oberhaslis.
Who is the premier breeder in Nigeria?
Okay, these are 4-year-old San and Does. Strong mammaries on both of these, but just the evidence of capacity, the total area mammary support with that incredible 4 extension on this first place doe. She will be our first udder in the class. She also has an advantage in that body capacity. She's just a deep, wide, powerful doe. But we're still seeing good dairy strength, like the levelness of rump from hips to pins. Still a strong and shapely mammary system on this doe, just not quite the extreme area of mammary support that we see in the first place doe.
All right, another just really tremendous class of Oberhasli does, top to bottom, some really solid does, really strong mammary systems on all of these does. I'm starting off the doe. I just feel like it's the most balanced across the scorecard. She's a doe that excels in general appearance with that levelness over the back and rump when she gets out on the move over our doe here in 2. And she excels in the mammary system, that balance and side profile and placement of teats when viewed from the side profile, and then that height of rear udder over our doe here in 2. She'll be our first place udder in this class. Some trade-offs in 2 and 3. 2 is placing over 3 for the advantage in dairy strength, that length of bone and that openness she's showing us today in that frame. She's also a doe that in her turn excels in levelness over that rump area, both from hips to pins, and just a little smoother, blended, wider, more level from throw to throw. She will yield to the width. She will yield to the width of rear udder on our third place doe. I will make our third place doe our second place udder in this class. 3 in her turn, placing over 4 today. Advantage with that width of rear udder, as well as the dairy strength and length of neck and sharpness in the withers. And then 4 placing over 5. Advantage in her turn, general appearance, just a much more smoothly blended doe in the front end assembly, a much more level doe over the rump area, and a longer bone doe, a doe that's also a little smoother blended in that 4 udder. And then 5 placing over 6. A doe that just really excels in terms of overall general appearance. A doe that's just a little more smoothly blended throughout. She's a deeper body doe in the chest lower and deeper into the rear barrel than what we see with our 6th place doe today.
This is our age doe class for the Saanen does. We can obviously see the dairy strength on these animals, the flatness of bone, the openness of rib throughout. Placing 1 over 2, she has the advantage, first of all, in the mammary system, just showing us a bit more evidence and capacity for her body size. She also has an advantage in general appearance, being a bit more uphill doe, more naturally level in the rump than we're picking up in 2. 2 is placing over 3. She has an advantage in body capacity. We're seeing more depth in that chest floor, more depth carry back into the flank area. In general appearance, that she has an advantage in that levelness over the loin than we're picking up in the 3rd place doe. She will grant some evidence of capacity that we have on 3rd place doe. But we are, as far as the structure goes, we are going to stay with 2nd udder on the 2nd doe.
In the class of 3-year-old Oberhaslis, the results are as follows. First place went to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado, also first place udder. Second class went to Tacoa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. Third in class went to Tacoa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. That doe also was second in udder. Fourth place went to Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. 5th place went to Megan Olkeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. And 6th place to Willow Hancock from Deming, New Mexico.
All right, so our class of 4-year-old does. We have a pair of does that are nice and dairy, correct feet and legs on both of these two does. The advantage lies in the mammary system and that width of rear udder arch and the balance and side profile. She'll be our first place doe in this class. She's also a doe that excels in dairy strength, just a sharper, more open frame on this doe, a little more angularity throughout on this doe, and 1 placing over 2 today. 2, I really admire the body capacity and spring of ribs she's showing us today. She should be commended for that.
The results from the 4-year-old Oberhasli class. First place and first udder went to Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. Second place went to Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska, also second udder on that doe.
This is our lineup for senior champion Saanen doe, and I do enjoy judging the Saanens because they are just so usually pretty mellow, except for the one that tried to bite me, but that's okay. But I really do like the Saanens. They're very similar in personality to my Oberhasli, and not in size, mind you, but just in personality. Just some really nice does, and I really like this yearling. I think she's very promising. She's got all of her pieces. She just needs some time to mature and develop. But I think the main competition is between this 2-year-old and the 4-year-old as far as the strength in the mammary systems over the remaining does. And while I don't like necessarily her loin, I really do like the rest of this doe, this 4-year-old, just tremendous capacity in that mammary system, or evidence of capacity, tremendous fore extension, body capacity, just extremely deep, angular made doe. Yeah, we'd like to see the loin a little more level, but you know, she's still standing on really strong feet and legs, still producing, obviously very capacious in that mammary system. So we're going to use that 4-year-old for our champion. And she will also be our best udder as well. Although there's a couple of those that might be a little higher in the rear, but nobody compares to the total area mammary support, the pleasing shape when viewed from the side, the nice teat placement when viewed from the rear. So our champion, and there were no challengers, right? Right. So she will be our best of breed and best udder doe. We bring in our second place 4-year-old, and I think the competition now lies between her and the 2-year-old doe as far as the strength in the mammary system and the strength in the general appearance. Just two really nice individuals to represent the breed here today. And for the advantage today in the shape to the mammary system, the width, the fore extension, the width to the fore udder, we're going to use this 2-year-old for reserve.
All right, this is our class of age does. 3 really nice does in our Oberhasli age doe class to end our age classes. And I'm starting off with a pair of does that have some trade-offs. One is showing the advantage today in general appearance and dairy strength. We most notably see that advantage in general appearance in feet and legs. Just a much more correct set to those rear legs. She's more angulated. She's more set from hock to pastern, more correctly set from perpendicular set from hock to pastern. She's straighter and stronger on those front legs. As she tracks around the ring. Dairy strength, she's a longer bone type doe. She's more open when you get your hands on her than what we're seeing with our doe here in 2. I am going to use the rear udder arch, just that tremendous advantage in rear udder arch that we're seeing with our second place doe, as well as just the delineation and teat and overall globular shape to that mammary system. She'll be our first place udder in the class. And it is for that advantage in mammary system, just a tremendous advantage in height and width of that rear udder that 2 is placing over 3 today. Our third place doe should be commended today for the spring of ribs she's showing us.
In the Oberhasli 5-year-old class, first place placings went to Tekoa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. Also got second udder on that doe. Second place went to Cordula Schmidt of Springview, Nebraska. She got first udder on her doe. And third place in class went toward Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska.
All right, so our lineup here for selection of grand champion. We have 10 really outstanding does. I try not to hear what's going on in the other ring, but I did hear the other judge talking about how just the quality of Oberhasli has really improved in her time as a judge, and I would say the same time as my time as a judge and as a breeder. It's really incredible the quality of does out here that we see today. As I look down this lineup, I think the two does that really move out in terms of this competition, at least in the first line, are this age doe, this 5-year-old doe, and this 3-year-old doe. Both these two does are just very strong in mammary system. We have a little bit more desirable shape to the mammary system of our 3-year-old doe. When we look at general appearance and dairy strength, the correctness of feet and legs, the length of neck, and just the sharpness and openness of this 5-year-old doe, and we combine that with the depth of body, I'm going to use our age doe. She'll be our champion today. And then we bring in our second place doe in that class. I really admired the general appearance, the width and the chest floor of this doe, the width from thorough to thorough. And I talked about this earlier, but just how when we see, it's always fun to see a doe that translates well. We look for that width of rump, then we see that translate into the width of that rear udder. So we certainly see that in this 5-year-old doe. But when I look back at just the correctness and balance of that 3-year-old doe with that levelness of top line or back and rump with that length of neck, I'm going to come back to use her, this 3-year-old doe. And then she will also represent of these does, she'll represent our best udder class against the Champion Challenge winner, or excuse me, against the Champion Challenge class to see who is best udder of breed. So she'll be our reserve champion and best udder of this group of does. All right, this is our lineup for selection of Best of Breed, our challenge class. We have our champion of the day, our 5-year-old, competing against 2 challengers. And I'm going to stay with this champion of the day. She just excels in general appearance and dairy strength. Once again, she's so correct in those feet and legs, and she's so correct in that dairy strength. She just shows more pliability of skin, more openness of rib, more length of neck, and sharpness and withers than what we see with our doe here in 2. Closer placing in mammary system, I'm going to stay with her as our first place udder, which makes our reserve champion our best udder of breed. And then 2 placing over 3, advantage lies in the area of attachment to the mammary system. I think some of that's just because we're seeing more capacity here than our 3rd place doe. In addition to that advantage in mammary system width, we're seeing more levelness over the chine area in the back. She will yield some to the length of bone and length of neck of our 3rd place doe, which she should be commended for that.
In the Overhostley show just completed, in class 4,500, under 2, Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska, first udder. Logan Call, Springview, Nebraska, 2nd udder. 3rd place was Ryan Call from Springview. 4th place was Crystal Call from Springview.
All right, that's our Get a SAR class. I'm going to start over here with my group here on the left. For the advantage, they're showing us in dairy strength and then arch to that rear udder. The uniformity of strength they're showing us today in that mammary system and dairy strength takes them over our group here in 2, and then our group here in 2 as well. Just a group that, as a whole, they're just much stronger in the mammary system, showing more correct area of attachment than we see with this group here in 3. And they're just stronger in terms of several more lactations on them as a group, a lot more depth of bone, body, and length of bone than we're seeing with the 3rd place group of some pretty immature does here. But still, there's a lot to like about this group in terms of the sharpness of wither, the correctness of rear pastern.
In the Overhostley classes, in the 5-year-old class, first in class went to Takoa Strota from Chapman, Kansas. 2nd in class went to Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. 3rd in class went to Cordula Schmidt from Springfield, Nebraska. 1st place udder was Cordula Schmidt. 2nd place udder was Takoa Strota. In the champion challenge, 1st place was Takoa. She had best of the breed. 2nd went to Cordula Schmidt, and 3rd went to Cordula Schmidt. And in the finals, the grand champion was Takoa Strota from Chapman, Kansas. And the reserve champion was Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado.
All right, single entry in our Produce Dam class, two does that are consistent in width of rump and correctness of feet and legs. And we see certainly a lot to love about this rear udder on this aged doe. And we certainly hope that escutcheon that we're seeing here with our junior kid certainly fills up with that mammary system like her older sister.
In the South Arena, we have begun the recorded does class, recorded grades. In the ring, I think, is class 4500.
This is a recorded grade milking yearling class. Just two really nice individuals today. Did I say recorded grade? What did I say? Yeah, okay, good. I got that part right. When I get tired, I miss the class names a little bit. But two really nice individuals. I'm starting with a doe that has the advantage in the mammary system. She's showing us more smoothness attachment in the forudder. She might grant some arch to the rear, but it's just smoother and tighter in that forudder, so she will be our first place udder. She has an advantage in body capacity. She's just a deeper, wider made doe. She overgrants some dairy strength, the flatness of bone, the longer, leaner neck that we see in the second place doe, and for that she will be commended.
Class 4500, under 2-year-old does, Diamond Division. First place went to Willa Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. Second place to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas.
All right, really strong pair of groups here in our Breeders' Trio class. I'm going to use this group here on my left. Just a little more maturity and a little more correct area of attachment and width of rear udder. As a whole, they're showing us several more lactations under their belt also, but just 3 does that are just a bit more correct in dairy strength, and then that arch to the rear udder as a group over our group here. And 2, really admire the width of rump on our second place group. All right, then we bring back in our dairy herd classes. We have another two really nice groups, and I'm gonna lean to this group here on my left for the advantage of dairy strength. They're 4 does. They're just a little more put together in terms of complete and the scorecard with that tremendous advantage in dairy strength and sharpness throughout. We also, as a group, we see more consistency in the height of rear udder than what we see with our group here in 2. Once again, I really admire the body capacity, the correctness of feet and legs, and the width of rump on our second place group, and they should certainly be commended for that. And that concludes our Oberhasli show. Thank you so much.
In the Oberhaslis, in the group shows, just completed in the North Arena, first place group went to Tekoa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. Second place group to Crystal Call from Springview, Nebraska. And third place group went to Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. In class 45-22, the Breeders Trio, first place went to Tekoa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas, and second place towards Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. In class 45-24, the dairy herd, first place went to Tekoa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. Reserve in that class went to Cordula Schmidt from Springview, Nebraska. In the mother-daughter class, 45-26, first place to Ryan Call from Springview, Nebraska. Second place to Logan Call, Springview, Nebraska. And third place towards Cordula Schmidt, Springview, Nebraska. 45-28, class Produce of Dam, 1 entry, first place towards Cordula Schmidt of Springview, Nebraska. As we move into our final classes today in the ungraded class, registered grades, hope you all take time to tell our judges, Amy Akramoff and Justin Bass, thanks for being here in Nebraska. Give our superintendents, Jonathan Good, let him know that you appreciate his efforts. And tell Michelle Clark and Trevor Good, thanks for their time. We appreciate all they've done here to get everything done here in the last 2 days. And as we wrap up close, take time to thank them for their efforts. Okay? Start packing up, going home. together in the 2 day time spirit. Take time to say thanks. Everybody appreciates it. What happens if that fly lands on her rump?
This is our 2-year-old class of recorded grade milkers, just some really nice does. The one challenge in the recorded grades is because you can have multiple different breeds represented even in one goat, you have different body styles. And so it's something you usually got to work through to find which one excels the remainder of the class because judging is comparative. And I felt that we had a top pair in these top two as far as their strength in general appearance, strength in the mammary systems. Starting 1/2, she has the advantage today. First of all, in the mammary system, as far as the height to that rear udder, she's showing us an advantage in that height and arch to the rear udder today. She also showing us an advantage today in general appearance as far as the smoothness of blending from the neck into that front end assembly. She has a slight advantage in dairy strength, but I don't think I would really go there. Just a real close placing in 1/2. Udders will be 1-2. 2 is placing over 3. She has the advantage, first of all, in that mammary system. She's more smoothly blended and tightly attached in that forudder. In general appearance, a doe that just comes out more naturally level in the rump from hips to pins. And in body capacity, she's just a wider, deeper made doe than we're picking up in 3. 3 is placing over 4. Here we have some differing body styles. We have 3 is placing over 4. First of all, for the dairy strength as far as the freedom from excess fleshing, a longer, leaner neck, not longer bodied, but longer, flatter boned. In the mammary systems, while I do like the structure of the white doe a little bit better, we're just seeing more evidence of capacity for her body size. This white doe is just so large that it just doesn't do her justice with the mammary system. It just doesn't look like she's balanced. So she's lost that balance, and we have more balance in this Oberhasli type doe ahead of her. The white La Mancha or the brown La Mancha, she has a general appearance advantage. She's stronger about the feet and legs, cleaner about the knee, more naturally level in the rump from hips to pins. She will yield some evidence of capacity to the mammary system on the chocolate doe. The chocolate doe over the tomato soup or the blonde doe. Yeah, we'll call her that. She has the advantage today. In that mammary system, we're just seeing more height and arch, more balance between the halves when viewed from the rear than we're picking up in the white doe. In general appearance, she's a bit tighter at that point of elbow than we're picking up in the whiter cream doe. The cream doe over the chocolate doe, she just has more total area mammary support today, more fullness in the rear, greater fore extension, and an advantage in body capacity being deeper throughout. And then the chocolate doe over the white doe, doe that's just seeing as a bit more height in that rear udder. She has an advantage in dairy strength being more prominent at the withers and flatter bone, but she will, however, grant the tremendous depth of body and power that this doe has. We'll go quickly. I think I've got it narrowed down to 3. I haven't finished this breed yet, so.
The last class, I didn't get the first or second udder, so she went too fast.
The results from the recorded grade shows under 2 years in milk, class 4500. First place went to Willa Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. Second place to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. In the class just completed, 2-year-olds, number 4502. First place went to Megan Okeson, Silver Lake, Kansas. Second place to Clissa Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Third place, Megan Okeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Fourth place, Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. Fifth place, Jerry Schwenin from Jessup, Iowa. Sixth place to Willa Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. Seventh place, Brenda Leitner from Pittsboro, Indiana. And eighth place to Cliss Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana.
This is our class of 3-year-old recorded grade milkers. And like I said before, we got lots of different body styles out here. I'm starting with a doe that I felt was the most balanced between the categories. The one is placing over two for advantage. And first of all, in the mammary system, greater 4 extension allows for more globular shape when viewed from the side. She has an advantage in dairy strength with a longer, leaner neck, flatter, more open ribbed doe than we're picking up in the second place doe. 2 is placing over 3. She now has the advantage today, first of all, in that mammary system as far as the more total area mammary support. She has an advantage in body capacity, much deeper and wider throughout than we're picking up in 3. She will grant a little bit of dairiness and flatness of bone to this third place doe. 3 is placing over 4, although she's not showing us the evidence of capacity in the mammary system, a mammary that's held up much more tightly against the body wall than we're picking up in the really deep body doe here. And fourth is placing over 5th. I prefer the security to the mammary system on this 5th place doe, but we're picking up so many points in that body capacity, the general appearance as far as the more natural levelness over the top line, tremendous body capacity advantage in that depth of rear barrel, not to take away from the security of the rear udder that we have on this 5th place doe.
The results from class 4504, the 3-year-old recorded grades. First place went to Josh Campbell from Breckenridge, Missouri. Second place to Jerry Schwennen from Jessup, Iowa. Third place to Ron Dingler from Dysart, Iowa. Fourth place, Brenda Leitner from Pittsboro, Indiana. And fifth place to Josh Campbell, Breckenridge, Missouri.
4-year-old class of recorded grades. Just some nice animals to work in this class. 1/2, very similar does as far as the strength in general parents and strong mammary systems. But I just like the more pleasing shape to mammary system, the teat delineation and size. As far as the mammaries go, when you look at the rear udder, it's just a bit more arched into that escutcheon area than we're picking up in the black doe. Both of these does showing us lots of dairy strength and strength of feet and legs. I believe we are a little stronger on those rear pasterns in 1/2 as well, but primarily it's that overall shape to the mammary system placing 1/2. Udders will be 1-2. 2 is placing over 3. She has the advantage today in general appearance. She's a doe that's tracking with cleaner front legs, cleaner about the knee, tighter about the toe. A doe that's a bit stronger in those rear pasterns in her turn. She also has an advantage in the mammary system. Well, not as much of a globular shape, just more total area of mammary support today, more evidence of capacity for her body size. She will overgrant some of the tremendous depth of body that we have on this 3rd place doe, and for that she will be commended.
The results from the 4506 class 4-year-olds. First place went to Josh Campbell from Breckenridge, Missouri. Second place to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. And third place to Jerry Schwennen from Jessup, Iowa.
Okay, this is our age doe class for the recorded grades, and we have some interesting body styles out here, some different combinations. Starting with the doe that's the most balanced between the strength and general appearance and strength of the mammary system. She just excels the two does behind her in those feet and legs. She's much stronger on those rear pasterns. She's showing us more desirable angulation of rear leg when viewed from the side. She has an advantage in dairy strength with the longer, leaner neck and flatter, more open rib. And in the mammary systems, while she may yield some foreextension to the second place doe, she's much cleaner about the teats than we're picking up in 2. 2 is placing over 3. She now has the advantage today. First of all, in that mammary system, greater foreextension allows for more total area mammary support. In general appearance, she walks out more nearly level in the area of the rump from hips to pins. Then we're picking up in 3. 3 is placing over 4. We have a mammary that's pretty stale in this 4th place doe. So it is that advantage in mammary with more bloom will evidence a capacity in it, and also an advantage in body capacity. She will grant the tremendous general appearance, the strength of feet and legs, the levelness over the top to this La Mancha type doe in 4th, and for that she will be commended. We're ready for all of our first place grades to come back in. If we have enough handlers, we'd like seconds as well.
Results from class 4508, the 5-year-olds. First place to Casey Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota. Second place to Willa Hancock from New Mexico. Third place, Jerry Schwennen, Jessup, Iowa. And fourth place to Becca Hastrider, Clarkson, Nebraska.
This is our lineup for recorded grade senior champion. Just some really nice individuals out here. I really love this 2-year-old, but she is a first freshener and she's a bit immature. I think that in a year or two, she's going to be an obvious pick. I just love this 2-year-old doe. But as we see, she's only a first freshener. She's still immature as a 2-year-old. I feel the competition is between the two older does as far as the strength of mammary system, the longevity, the balance without, all the way through the categories. And when we take a look at these does, I think that we have the advantage today in the dairy strength, the angularity throughout, the openness of ribbing, coupled with longevity and body capacity. We're going to go with the aged doe for our champion. As we slide her out of line, we take a look at our second place aged doe. Not the strength of feet and legs that we had on our champion of the day. And I feel the competition is between this 2-year-old and the 4-year-old. We're going to go to the 4-year-old for age and maturity, a bit more global shape to the mammary system when viewed from the side. This 4-year-old will be my reserve.
The champion recorded grade for this year's Nebraska State Fair is owned by Casey Proknick from Gibbon, Minnesota. Well, I got the Nick part right. And the reserve champion comes out of Class 4. And I believe that's owned by Josh Campbell from Breckenridge, Missouri. Is that right? This concludes the diamond show of the recorded grades. Now we will start with the emeralds in just a moment. Ring at this time, class 4510, the champion challenge. We have 2 entries in this class.
Okay, this is our champion challenge for the recorded grade class. This is a 7-year-old challenger. I really love the general appearance on this doe. She's extremely strong in her feet and legs. She's long, she's level, she's uphill. Love the prominence of brisket. Very strong and shapely mammary system. She's going to be our best of breed doe, and she will also be our best udder doe. I just love the overall shape of this mammary system. She's a 7-year-old doe with this many freshenings. It's hard to pass her by. Not to take away from our champion of the day, just a real angular made doe. Just a bit more on this, stronger in the general appearance, stronger in the mammary system. We're going to use these Ober type doe for best of breed and best udder.
In the champion challenge, first place chosen was Megan Okeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Congratulations, Megan. Entering the ring at this time is class 4500, under 2 years of age, recorded grade does. This is the Emerald Show. We've just completed the Diamond Show. We're now kind of recycling, repeating in the Emerald Show.
All right, this is our class of recorded grade under 2 milkers. I'm starting off with a doe that really excels in general appearance and body capacity. A doe that's tremendously wide through the from thorough to thorough in her rump structure. Is for that width that she's showing us today, as well as just that smoothness and blending and the front end assembly and the fullness of that point of elbow. And you combine that with just that depth of body she's showing us today. Mammary system gets a little closer. I'm going to use the second place doe for the height that we're seeing in that rear udder. She'll be our first place udder today. Our first place doe will be our second place udder.
First place in this class went to Willard Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. Second place to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas.
That's our lineup here for our class of 2-year-old recorded grade does. I'm starting off with the doe that I just felt really moved herself up to the head of the line with that. She's the strongest doe and most balanced doe in general appearance. Strongest doe in this lineup in feet and legs. It is for the advantage she's showing us today in front leg as well as in front and assembly that she's placed. That one is placing over 2 today. She's also a doe that just shows a tremendous advantage in depth of body. And then she's wider from third to thorough than we see with our doe here in 2. She will yield to the balance of mammary system. Our second place doe is our first place udder. It's for that tremendous balance of mammary system that 2 is placing over 3. She's a doe that excels in general appearance as well and levelness over the rump when she gets out on the move. 3 in her turn, placing over 4. Advantage in her turn is the mammary system. She's more balanced inside profile and extended forward. She's also a doe that's a little stronger in the front end assembly. She's a slightly longer bone type doe than what we see in 4. 4 in her turn, placing over 5. General appearance, feet and legs. So she's just much more correct in the front leg. Cleaner about the knee, straighter in that front leg set than what we see with their doe behind her. She's more nearly level over the rump and over the chine as she gets out on the move. She will yield to the tremendous capacity and balance in the side profile of our 5th place doe, I believe. And our 5th place doe will be our 2nd place udder today. It is for that advantage in mammary system overall capacity that she's placing over this big white sable here behind her. The white sable placing over the sawn and sable type doe behind her. General appearance and body capacity. She's more nearly level over the back and rump. She's more correct in the feet and legs. She's deeper bodied into the rear barrel. And then the doe second from the end over the doe at the end. She's more balanced inside profile of the mammary system. She's higher in that rear udder. Shows more capacity. She's more level over the chine on the move than we see with this doe here at the end of the line today. Once again, the udder placings in that class were 2, 5.
In the class just completed here in the Emerald Show, 2-year-olds. First went to Levi Campbell from Meridian, Kansas. Second, first place udder to Willa Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. Third, Megan Okeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. 4th place, Megan Okeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. 5th place, Jerry Schwennen from Jessup, Iowa. 2nd place udder. 6th place, Cleese Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. 7th place, Cleese Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. And 8th place, Brenda Leitner from Pittsboro, Indiana.
Stretchy arms.
Okay, nice group of 3-year-old recorded grade does. I'm starting off with this Toggenburg Alpine type doe. It's just so strong in general appearance. It's for that advantage in general appearance over that back and rump area. She's so incredibly level. It's for that levelness from hips to pens, as well as that extension of that brisket and that depth in the chest floor and fullness of the point of elbow that one is placing over 2 today. Mammary system, just holding that mammary system up just a bit higher above those hocks. She'll be our first place udder in the class. She will yield slightly to the dairy strength and openness to rib of our second place doe. It's for that advantage in dairy strength that 2 is placing over 3, as well as that overall area of attachment to the mammary system. She'll be our second place udder in the class. 3 in her turn placing over 4. A tremendous advantage in depth of body. She's a much deeper body doe into the heart girth, much deeper body into the rear barrel. She's also a doe that's wider from thorough to thorough in that rump structure than we see with our 4th place doe. And then our 4th place doe excelling over our 5th place doe back to general appearance. She's more smoothly blended throughout. She's more correct in that front assembling, deeper into that chest floor and more extended forward in that brisket area. And she's wider from thorough to thorough in the rump structure, more nearly level from thorough to thorough than our 5th place doe today. Our 5th place doe should really be commended for the dairy strength and length of neck and sharpness in the withers.
In the class of 3-year-olds, recorded grades just completed in the South Arena. First place and best udder went to Jerry Schwennen from Jessup, Iowa. Second place and second place udder went to Josh Campbell, Breckenridge, Missouri. Third in that class was Brenda Leitner from Pittsboro, Indiana. Fourth place went to Ron Dengler from Dysart, Iowa. And fifth place to Josh Campbell from Breckenridge, Missouri.
All right, this is our class of 4-year-old recorded grade does. One is placing over 2 today for the advantage. She's showing us a mammary system, just a more balanced mammary system overall. Udder floor that's holding high, that's well up above the hocks. Just a more strongly supported mammary system. Udder that's more correctly in size and shape and delineation of teat than what we see with our doe here in 2. She'll be our first place udder today in this class. 2 in her turn, placing over 3, advantage in dairy strength with that length of neck, openness of rib, advantage in general appearance with the feet and legs and levelness over the china on the move. She will yield to the balance and size and delineation of teat to our 3rd place doe. Our 3rd place doe will be our 2nd place udder in this class.
Results from the 4-year-old class recorded grades. First place to Josh Campbell from Breckenridge, Missouri, also first udder. Second place to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. And third place to Jerry Schwenin from Jessup, Iowa, who had the second place udder in that class.
All right, nice class of age does here. I'm starting off the doe here on my right, the Toggenburg type doe that just really excels in mammary system over the doe behind her. And 2, it's for that height and width of rear udder, overall balance and side profile that 1 is placing over 2. So she wear first place udder. She's also a doe that excels in general appearance, most notably seen in the feet and legs. She's just more angulated in that rear leg set and stronger in those pasterns. 2 in her turn placing over 3, another doe in general appearance is much stronger in feet and legs. She in her turn is stronger in those rear pasterns. She's more correct in those front legs. She's deeper bodied into the chest floor. Mammary system gets a little closer here. We have kind of we have a more correct in terms of the teat size of our second place doe, but she will yield to the balance of our third place doe. So we'll use my third place doe as second place udder in this class. And it's for that mammary system that she's showing us today over this dry doe, or this drying off doe here in 4th.
In the class just completed, first place went to Casey Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota. Second place to Jerry Schwenin from Jessup, Iowa. Third place to Willa Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. And fourth place to Becca Hastrader from Clarkson, Nebraska.
All right, nice lineup here of our recorded grade does. 10 really productive, sound does in this lineup. For selection of champion, I'll look at this first line. I see the one doe that really puts it together for me in terms of the strength of general appearance, but also the increasing depth of body we certainly want to see on aging mature does, the correctness about the feet and legs, the dairy strength, the openness of rib, the sharpness about this doe, the angularity and incurving thigh on this doe, and that really strong mammary system today. Today our champion will be this age doe at the head of the line. And I think it gets a little closer here. We bring in our second place doe. I really admire the strength and power of this doe, but not quite the general appearance of our 4-year-old and our 3-year-old doe. Both these does are just so strong in general appearance, particularly this the strength of the front end assembly on our 3-year-old and the strength of feet and legs on our 4-year-old doe. And then I'll look at the balance of that mammary system in our 4-year-old doe and the area of attachment and height of rear udder. I'm going to come back and make our 4-year-old doe our reserve champion.
The champion in that class was owned by Casey Prochnick from Gibbon, Minnesota. And the reserve came out of the 4-year-olds.
All right, this is our champion challenge lineup here. We have our champion of the day, a 5-year-old, and we compete against her with a 7-year-old Oberhasli type doe. We're going to use the Oberhasli type doe. Just excels in general appearance with the correctness about that rear leg. She excels in dairy strength with the length of bone, the openness of rib. She excels in mammary system with the height of rear udder and the balance inside profile. She will yield some to the placement of teats, but they're teats. 4 points. She'll be our best udder of breed as well as our best of breed today.
In the champion challenge class, first place went to Megan Okeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. And second place went to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota.
Okay, so we're going to stay on the south side, and we are going to do the diamond ring best doe in show.
Our class of breeders trio. I'm going to start with this group I feel like is the most consistent and unified with this trio, and that's this group right here in front of me. As for the advantage that they're showing me in general appearance with that tremendous width of rump and levelness from hips to pins, they're placing over our second place group, which is this group of Oberhasli type does here on the far right. Our group of Oberhasli does is for that height and width of udder as well as the dairy strength as a group. They're placing over our group of La Mancha type does in 3. Our group of La Mancha type does placing over our group of Saanen type does in 4 for the strength of feet and legs and the dairy strength. And then our group of Saanen type does placing over our group of Alpine type does here. It's for that advantage in maturity and body capacity, just 3 does that are deep and wide and strong. It's for that strength and depth body they're placing over our group of Alpines in the middle here. Then we have a single incher in our dairy herd, and I just really admire the balance of this group. Tremendously wide rumps and nice arch to the rear udder. I said this earlier. It's always nice to see when you have 4 does that put together that strength of rump in terms of width from thorough to thorough, and it translates well into that arch of the rear udder area of attachment that we certainly want to see there. And so they're certainly to be commended. They're well deserving of a first place ribbon. Okay, for Damodar, I'm going to start off with this group of Oberhasli does. I just really admire the dairy strength, length of neck, sharpness in the withers, and arch to the rear udder that we're seeing and that with this group. They're going to place over our group of Saanens over here on the far left. It's in our group of Saanens, just the overall depth of body and width and strength they're showing us today. They're going to place over our group of La Manchas here in third. And then our group of La Manchas are both does in milk. Just a tremendous openness to these 2 does and width and rear udder and height of rear udder, placing over our group here in 4, which includes an aged milker and then a junior kid. And certainly our junior kid and our aged milker should be commended for the strength of rear pastern they're showing us today. All right, this is our last group class to get a sire. A produce a dam class. 2 sires represented, and we see just a tremendous openness about that escutcheon, and we see the width of our she's a yearling or 2-year-old. 2-year-old doe here beside her. I admire just the correctness about both of these does, and that concludes a really competitive recorded grade show. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin, for your services, and Amy, too, if you're still here. We appreciate you serving all day. What's that?
And you guys both got to do the Nebraska Dairy Herd together.
Okay.
In class 45-22, the Breeders' Trio. First place went to Jerry Schwennen from Jessup, Iowa. Second to Megan Okeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Third to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. Fourth to Willa Hancock, Deming, New Mexico. And fifth to Brenda Leitner from Pittsboro, Indiana. In the dairy herd class, there was only one entry. That went to Jerry Schwennen from Jessup, Iowa. In the mother-daughter class, first place went to Megan Okeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Second to Willa Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. Third to Levi Campbell from Meriden, Kansas. And fourth to Brenda Leitner from Pittsboro, Indiana. In the produce of dam, we had one entry. That was Brenda Leitner from Pittsboro, Indiana.
Alrighty, we are ready to finally get started with our diamond best in show. I need La Mancha, Nigerian dwarf, sable, alpine, Nubian, Toggenburg, Oberhassi, Sonnen, and recorded grade.
Okay, so this is my lineup for Best Senior Doe and Show, and I want to say it's been a real pleasure. We had lots of quality animals through the breeds, just some really nice individuals to look at. We have an Alpine here at the head of the line, a 7-year-old doe, just very sound in her general appearance. She had a nice capacious mammary system when she was full of milk. We have a real dairy individual in our sable, just had a tremendous evidence of capacity in that mammary system when she was full. Just a very sound mammary system, very sound in her dairiness. We have and she was a 3-year-old, 4-year-old son and doe. Another one of those just extremely capacious in that mammary system when they saw them when full of milk. Just another one of those real dairy individuals. We have a 4-year-old Nubian doe, just very smoothly blended throughout, showing us nice dairy strength. As you can tell, I do like dairy strength. I'll keep repeating it a few more times. We have a aged tog, 7-year-old tog. This doe just was tremendously beautiful shape to that mammary system, has milked down exceptionally well, just beautiful over that top line. We have a 5-year-old Oberhasli doe, just excels in her general appearance and her dairy strength, a real deep-bodied doe, and another one of those does that has milked down extremely well. We have a 7-year-old La Mancha behind her, just a large, powerful doe, but yet maintaining that femininity and the dairiness, a mammary system that was very well supported. A 5-year-old Nigerian, we didn't have as many numbers of Nigerian that I'm used to, but the quality was wonderful. Just a beautiful doe, very sound in her general appearance, a beautiful mammary system when she was full of milk. And we have our 7-year-old recorded grade, is an Oberhasli type doe, just another one of those just tremendous evidence of capacity in that mammary system when she was full. I just love the dairy style on this individual. It's just some really nice animals to pick from. But for my mind, the doe that really exemplified dairy goat, as far as the extreme dairiness, the mammary system, both in the shape, the capacity, and how well it's milked down, strong feet and legs, is this sable doe. She'll be my best in show. Okay, so now we need the best udder of breeds for my ring. I think we might have 1 or 2 trade outs, or maybe just one. Yeah. She's beautiful. Safe trip home. Okay, so we did have one trade out. Our reserve champion, Oberhasli, was our best udder. And just another doe that is milked down really well. I love the textures of the mammaries in many of these does. But again, my mind just keeps going to the tremendous capacity, the structure, the milk down ability in this doe. I'm going to stay with that sable for best udder. So the next class in the ring will be Justin's Best Senior Doe in Show. So if you were best of breed under Justin, please bring your doe in the ring for selection of Best Senior Doe in Show.
All right, so our lineup here for selection of Best in Show. Before we select that, I just want to thank the Nebraska State Fair and everyone that helped put this show together. Thank you for the opportunity to judge this show. It's been a fun 2 days. Just some high quality, competitive, strong classes of does. You guys have been awesome to work with, so thank you so much for the opportunity to judge this show. As I look down this lineup, I won't spend time talking about each one of these does because it's getting late in the day. I just really admire just the consistency of all of these does in terms of their strength of feet and legs, in terms of the dairy strength and sharpness and angularity about all of these does. And then we see them all milked down beautifully with well-attached udders with high in the rear udder, and just a lot of correctness throughout the scorecard when you look down this lineup of does. For me, I keep coming back to one doe out here in particular that she's just shows so much correctness in general appearance. And then she has such a beautiful mammary system as well. And she's a doe she's strong in feet and legs. She's correct and angulated in that rear leg set, strong in those front legs, very correct in the pasture, and she's level over the back and rump. She's so open and dairy and angular. Just a beautiful mammary system. Today for my Best in Show, Sea Alpine, the head of the line. Bring back in, we switch out our Oberhasli doe. We had a 3-year-old doe that just had a fantastic mammary system in that Oberhasli division. And we bring her in, we compete against the other does out here. We look at our lineup here for Best Udder and Show. We see all of these does milked out so well. It's such correct texture. But once again, there's just one doe out here that when I look at the area of attachment and the texture of this mammary system, and remember when it was full and that overall balance that we saw, I'm going to stay with this Alpine and make her Best Udder and Show. is our Nebraska Dairy Herd competition that will complete our dairy goat show at the Nebraska State Fair. As Amy and I looked at all 5 of these groups, in terms of what we're looking for in terms of a group class is uniformity and strength. We're looking for areas of the scorecard that are consistent across all 5 of these does. And for both of us, we chose this group of Oberhasses here on the far right as our first place group. It's the strength of feet and legs, propelling them over the second place group, which is our La Manchas today. It's overall the consistency in general appearance, the consistency and width of rump takes our group here in 1 over our group of La Manchas here in 2. Our La Manchas as a whole, I think personally in my ring, I talked about the mammary systems on all 3 of these does. I talked about the strength of general appearance on all 3 of these does, or all 5 of these does actually. And then we're using them over this group of Nubians over here on my left. The Nubians here on my left, they're placing over our group of La Manchas here in the middle. I believe Amy and I both talked about the length of bone on all 5 of these does. We talked about the correctness in general appearance, the levelness of rump, the correctness of feet and legs. As a whole, they're just more consistent in general appearance than our group of La Manchas. And then as a whole, our group of La Manchas is just more consistent across the board than this group of Nigerian dwarfs here in 5. This group of Nigerian dwarfs, there's a lot of good things about each one of these does, but there was not necessarily one thing that we put together on all 5 of these does. There was things we liked about each one of these does separately. The dairy strength and openness about this junior kid, the depth of body of our 5-year-old, certainly the mammary systems of our 2-year-old and 3-year-old. Just not a consistency that we saw with our group. But overall, there's a lot of strengths in this group. And certainly in my ring, I know I placed a lot of these does very high in their classes. But in a group class, we're looking for that uniformity of strength across preferably a high point category on the scorecard. And that concludes our Dairy Goat show.
Well, I just wanted to, I think Justin and I see the goats very similarly. As far as the group classes, we came to a quick consensus. I want to thank everybody for having me. It's been a pleasure to be here. I really enjoyed the quality and the depth of the classes. Oh, sorry, the flies are attacking me again. I really enjoyed the youth show. That was probably the biggest youth show that I've judged in probably ever. I really enjoyed having the youth and the showmanship and their own competition for confirmation. Just a wonderful, wonderful fair. And don't forget to thank Jonathan. He did a lot of work to make this happen, and it is a lot of work, I can tell you that. So Jonathan, wave your hand. There you go. And I just wanted to thank everybody. I hope everybody has a safe trip home, and we'll maybe see you in the future.